Chapter 1504. Zong Lo, what is the cause of Jin Wanfu's death? In the Supreme Court's mortuary, a middle-aged man was packing up his tools and covering Jin Wanfu's corpse with a white cloth. At this moment, Dai Zhou frowned and quickly asked. That middle-aged man quickly cupped his hands and said, Shaoqing, Jin Wanfu's body didn't have any wounds, not even a needle-sized wound. Furthermore, Jin Wanfu's complexion, lips, tongue, and fingernails were all normal. This Song also used the silver token to check his mouth. The silver token didn't change color, which proves that he didn't die from poison. There were no external injuries or poison. Furthermore, when he was found, there was a lot of food in his mouth. It seems that he really choked to death. Ancient coroners often used a thin silver token the size of a pinky finger to check if the deceased had died from poison. Usually, they would dip a cloth in water and first wipe the silver token until it was shiny. Then, they would pinch the chin of the deceased and open the corpse's mouth to insert the silver token before closing the mouth again. After an hour, the silver token would be taken out. If it turned black, it could be concluded that the deceased had died from poison. The coroner in front of them obviously used this method to check. When Dai Zhou heard this, his old face couldn't help but turn black. He angrily said, "Nonsense! How could a person choke to death while eating? Is the food in the Supreme Court's prison that delicious?" This coroner Zong Lu was choked by Dai Zhou's words and was speechless. If possible, he didn't want to say that Jin Wanfu choked to death. However, all the signs and expressions showed that Jin Wanfu choked to death and wasn't killed. All right, Zong Lu is just stating facts. Xian Yin, don't vent your anger on him. Dai Zhou, courtesy named Xian Yin. At this moment, Lu Dui spoke up. He had also rushed over after hearing that Jin Wanfu had died in prison. After stabilizing Dai Zhou, Lu Dui looked at Zong Lu and said, "Zong Lu, Jin Wanfu was the shopkeeper of Yan Huang Bank in Xinfeng County when he was alive. It could be said that he lived a luxurious life. What kind of delicacies had he not eaten? How could he possibly choke himself to death just because of a prison meal? Therefore, before you come to a conclusion, you must be extremely careful, unless you are absolutely certain that he choked to death." After hearing Lu Dui's words, Zong Lu couldn't help but hesitate. After hesitating for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, "Minister Lu, people who choke to death are usually choked to death by lumps of food in the upper part of the esophagus. They would open up the esophagus and compress the airway, or even completely compress the airway, resulting in death by suffocation. It's simple to determine if Jin Wanfu was choked to death. We just need to cut open his throat and take a look. But if we do that, we will have to destroy the body of the deceased." Speaking to the end, Zong Lu started to feel awkward again. After all, the dead were more important than the dead, especially in this era where most people believed in ghosts and gods. Unless it was someone who had committed a heinous crime. Under normal circumstances, when a person died, all debts would be erased. Very few people would deliberately destroy the corpse of the dead. Lu Dui frowned and raised his head to look at Dai Zhou. Seeing Dai Zhou secretly nodding at him, he muttered to himself for a moment and waved his hand. "This case is of great importance. Immediately perform an autopsy. There are too many mysteries surrounding Jin Wanfu. Now that he died without knowing the cause of his death, we must find out the cause of his death. You don't need to have too many misgivings." Zong Li's expression turned solemn as he cupped his hands and said, "Yes, my lord." After saying that, he hurriedly picked up the toolbox on the table and prepared to perform an autopsy. Time slowly passed, and Zong Lu was sweating profusely. Fortunately, Jin Wanfu had died not long ago. Otherwise, the stench of the corpse in the room would be unbearable. About half an hour later, Zong Lu stood up. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, Dai Zhou asked, How is it? Did this Jin Wanfu choke to death? Lu Dui also looked over with an inquiring expression. Zong Lu cupped his hands and said, reporting to the two sirs, after this Zong's examination, the food in Jin Wanfu's mouth didn't completely enter the esophagus, let alone compress the airway. Therefore, this Jin Wanfu definitely wasn't choked to death. The food in his mouth looked like it was forcefully stuffed in after he died. As expected, Dai Zhou's expression changed slightly and said, then how did Jin Wanfu die? Zong Li shook his head and said, at present, we can only confirm that Jin Wanfu didn't choke to death. As for the specific cause of death, it still needs to be investigated. Although there was some food in his esophagus, it definitely wouldn't cause death. Previously, this Zong said that there were no external injuries on his body and that he didn't die from poisoning. Therefore, this Zong suspects that he should have died from internal injuries. This subordinate needs to perform a full autopsy on Jin Wanfu's body. Sirs, please leave. He was worried that the scene would be too bloody and frightened or disgusting. Lu Dui and Dai Zhou. Do as you wish. You must investigate the cause of Jin Wanfu's death thoroughly, Lu Dui said earnestly to Zong Lu, and then left the mortuary with Dai Zhou. Minister Lu, since Jin Wanfu didn't choke to death, then he must have been killed. However, the Supreme Court's prison has always been heavily guarded. It's almost impossible for outsiders to enter without making a sound. Therefore, this subordinate suspects that this matter must have been done by people from the Supreme Court. After leaving the mortuary, Dai Zhou cupped his hands and said to Lu Dui. Hearing that, Lu Dui pondered for a moment, then nodded with a serious face and said, Xian Yin's words are very reasonable. This official orders you to immediately interrogate the prison guard who was on duty last night. Understood. Dai Zhou's spirits were lifted, and he hurriedly cupped his hands and accepted the order. Are you sure that the Supreme Court's people won't be able to find out that it was you? I heard that Dai Zhou of the Supreme Court is impartial and resolves cases like a god. Ever since he took office, he has never been wronged. Can your methods really hide from his eyes? Outside Xinfeng County, in a secret room, the iron-masked man had his hands behind his back and was facing Shijaidu as he asked lightly, Don't worry, Dragonhead. Jin Wanfu has no injuries on his body, and there are 5 poisons in his body. The Supreme Court's people will definitely not be able to find out the cause of Jin Wanfu's death, unless they completely dissect Jin Wanfu's body. Jin Wanfu can only be choked to death. Shijaidu smiled confidently. If the Supreme Court's people really dissect Jin Wanfu's body, what should we do? The iron-masked man was somewhat displeased. Shijaidu's face froze. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Even if they dissect the body, it will be difficult for them to find any clues because they won't be able to find the murder weapon this poor monk used to kill. The iron-masked man nodded, expressing his satisfaction with Shijaidu's answer. After a moment, he said coldly, This Jin Wanfu could have left to do more for the heavenly dragon sect, but because of his greed for women, he exposed himself and almost ruined my plans. And that Zhang Liang, humph, these 2 idiots deserve to die. Your Majesty, the Supreme Court has news that the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank, Jin Wanfu, who was first arrested and brought to justice, suddenly died in prison last night. At this moment, the Supreme Court's coroner is investigating the cause of his death. After the morning court, Li Er read for a while in the Sweet Dew Hall. Seeing that noon was approaching, he was about to go to the West Court of the Imperial Palace to have lunch with Empress Zhangsun. At this moment, Zhao Song rushed in from outside and cupped his hands. Jin Wanfu? Li Er frowned, and then asked, A while ago, Dai Zhou reported to me that this Jin Wanfu had an account deficit of 30,000 strings of coins. Now, that this person suddenly died in prison, Could it be that his accomplice sneaked into the Supreme Court to silence him? Li'er was just guessing subconsciously, but his guess was not far from the truth. Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, it is said that Jin Wanfu did not have any external injuries, nor was his body poisoned. At first, the Supreme Court's people thought that he choked to death, but after the coroner dissected the body, they found that the food in his mouth was forced in after he died, and he did not choke to death. At this moment, the Supreme Court's coroner is fully dissecting the body to determine the real cause of Jin Wanfu's death." Hearing this, Li'er could not help but rub his eyebrows. Recently, too many things had happened in Chang'an City which gave him a headache. After a moment of silence, Li'er said solemnly, "Let the Supreme Court investigate thoroughly. They must find the cause of Jin Wanfu's death, and the mastermind behind it." "Yes. Shinin, how's the interrogation?" In the afternoon, Lu Dui came to the prison cell and saw Dai Zhou sitting in front of a few tables with a tired face. Hearing this, Dai Zhou quickly stood up and cupped his hands at Lu Dui. "I have interrogated the prison head, Yi Hong, and all the prison guards on duty last night. They said that no one entered cell B8 last night, and no outsider broke into the Supreme Court's prison last night." Lu Dui frowned. "Then who killed Jin Wanfu? How did they kill him?" Dai Zhou shook his head. No matter how smart he was and how good he was at solving cases, he had no idea where to start when faced with such an unsolved case. Seeing Dai Zhou frowning and thinking hard, Lu Dui knew that he did not know the answer either. He could not help but sigh. His Majesty already knows about Jin Wanfu's death, and he ordered us to find the cause of Jin Wanfu's death as soon as possible and find the murderer. We have to hurry." Dai Zhou cupped his hands and said, "I will do my best." I am not worried about your ability." Lu Dui nodded and cheered Dai Zhou on. "Officer Lu, Officer Dai, Coroner Zong Lu has found the cause of Jin Wanfu's death." At this moment, a yamen runner rushed in and cupped his hands at Lu Dui and Dai Zhou. The two of them looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. Lu Dui quickly said, "Let's go. Let's go to the mortuary immediately." A moment later, the two of them arrived at the mortuary. Before they even entered the room, a very strong smell of blood rushed to their faces. Dai Zhou and Lu Dui were eager to find the answer and did not care about this at all. The two of them directly pushed the door open and entered. "Yes, no need to be so polite. Quickly tell us the real cause of Jin Wanfu's death." Zong Lu was about to salute, but was interrupted by Lu Dui. "Yes, sir." Lu Dui nodded and said, "I found 2 deep holes in Jin Wanfu's throat that went straight to the back of his head. This is the fatal wound. Jin Wanfu should have died suddenly because of this reason." 2 deep holes that went straight to the back of his head. Dai Zhou's face was full of shock. He then said in a low voice, "Could it be that someone used a sharp object like a needle to enter Jin Wanfu's mouth in the form of a hidden weapon, causing his death?" Zongla shook his head and said, "No, I did not find any murder weapon in Jin Wanfu's body. The thin needle that Officer Dai mentioned was also not there." Lu Dui could not help but ask, since there was no murder weapon, then how did the deep holes in Jin Wanfu's throat form? Zongla said, "I don't know." In addition, these 2 deep holes did not go through the back of his head. The murderer's control of strength is very good. If I'm not wrong, the murderer should be someone who practices martial arts, and his martial arts are not low. Dai Zhou seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned ugly. He cupped his hands at Lu Dui and said, "Officer Lu, those jailers are definitely not telling the truth. I will go to the prison and interrogate them again." Lu Dui nodded and said, Go. If necessary, you can use torture." In order to solve the case as soon as possible, old Lu could be considered to be going all out. Daizhou cupped his hands and left. Chapter 15:05. Father, you don't have to worry about my homework. Why don't you tell me what case you're investigating first? Who knows, maybe I can even help. In the main hall of the Sun residence, Sun Zifen couldn't help but say when he heard Sun Fujia's reprimanding words. Sun Fujia swallowed the food in his mouth and glanced at his son indifferently. Then he said angrily, "You're always ignorant and incompetent. It's fine as long as you don't help. Who dares to expect you to help?" Pa, without waiting for Sun Zifen to refute, Mrs. Sun was unhappy. She knocked on the bowl with her chopsticks and said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Our family's Zifen is also a student of Yanhuang College. His grades aren't among the best, but he's still above average. He's not bad compared to the other officials' children. How can he be ignorant and incompetent in your eyes?" Sun Fujia was stunned by the question. In order to eat as soon as possible, he quickly begged for mercy. Okay. Madam, you're right. My family's Zifen isn't ignorant and incompetent. He's a pillar of the country. Can this old man eat now? If you want to eat, then eat. Who's holding your hand and not letting you eat? Mrs. Sun rolled her eyes in annoyance and said softly. Sun Fujia suddenly choked. However, he had worked overtime at the yamen for so long. At this moment, his stomach was growling with hunger. He didn't have time to talk back. He could only turn his grievances into appetite. Sun Zifen, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but secretly give his mother a thumbs up. He thought to himself that his mother still loved him. After Sun Fujia ate a few mouthfuls of food, he didn't feel as hungry as before. At this moment, Sun Zifen said, "Father, can you tell me what happened in the Supreme Court?" Sun Fujia thought for a moment. Although under normal circumstances, the Supreme Court's cases couldn't be revealed to outsiders. That was only to prevent people related to the case from knowing the news in advance. Sun Zifen was obviously not one of them. So, after hesitating for a moment, Sun Fujia said, "Speaking of this case, it has something to do with the Yamacho." "Oh, it has something to do with the Yamacho?" Hearing this, Sun Zifen immediately became alert. Sun Fujia nodded and said, "A few days ago, your Yamacho brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Xinfeng County and discovered that the manager of Yanhuang Bank, Jin Wanfu, had violated the rules by accepting bribes and lending money to local grain merchants. Hence, Jin Wanfu was arrested by the Xinfeng County magistrate and escorted back to the capital. Originally, Dai Xiaoqing thought that Jin Wanfu was only guilty of this one crime. However, when Dai Xiaoqing asked an expert from the Ministry of Revenue to investigate, he discovered that Jin Wanfu's account book actually had 30,000 Tang yuan missing. With such a huge sum of money, the whereabouts of it had to be investigated thoroughly. Thus, Dai Xiaoqing reinterrogated Jin Wanfu. However, Jin Wanfu refused to reveal the whereabouts of the 30,000 Tang yuan. Dai Xiaoqing could only lock him up in the Supreme Court's prison and slowly interrogate him. But who would have thought that last night Jin Wanfu would suddenly die in his cell? Sudden death? Father, how did he die? Could it be that his accomplice went to the Supreme Court's prison last night to silence him? Sun Zifen hurriedly asked. Sun Fujia ate another mouthful of food and continued. At first, we all thought that Jin Wanfu had choked to death, but then Xinfeng County Tianlong Temple. Speaking of which, this temple was originally not called Tianlong Temple. It used to be called Tian Fo Temple. It was a temple that had been abandoned for a long time. However, ever since the people of Tianlong sect came over, this temple had been tidied up and became livable again. Furthermore, it had changed its appearance and became Tianlong Temple. It was considered a small stronghold of Tianlong sect in Chang'an City. Venerable One, Someone has sent a letter saying that it's for you. A man wearing a red shirt and a red headscarf came to the room where Sakya and Du-yi were. He took out a letter from his bosom and bowed. Du-yi, who was meditating, opened his eyes and said lightly, "Put it on the table." "Yes, Venerable One." The disciple respectfully placed the letter on the table next to him and then retreated quietly. Du-yi returned to his meditative state. After reciting a round of Buddhist scriptures, he finally opened his eyes. At this time, he got up and walked to the table. He picked up the letter and opened the envelope. Sakya held the letter in his hand with a calm face and began to read it carefully. However, the calmness on his face instantly disappeared without a trace and was replaced by surprise and panic. The Supreme Court's people found out the cause of Jin Wanfu's death. How is this possible? Sakya's face was filled with disbelief. Humph, this Venerable One had already told you to be careful and not leave any evidence. Now, it was really found out by the Supreme Court's people. You caused this disaster yourself, so clean it up yourself. At this moment, a man wearing an iron mask walked in from outside the house and said coldly, without mercy, "Who else could this man be other than the dragon head of the dragon sect?" Sakya's expression froze, and his face no longer had the confidence and indifference from before. He bowed slightly and said, "Dragon head, this poor monk really didn't expect the Supreme Court's coroner to be so meticulous in his autopsy. He could even find 2 needle-sized wounds in Jin Wanfu's body. Dragon head, please calm down." "Calm down? Humph. How do you want this Venerable One to calm down?" The iron masked man snorted angrily and said, "You are the Venerable One of my dragon sect, and you represent the dragon sect. If this matter is found out by the imperial court, the dragon sect will suffer a disaster. Now, this Venerable One's layout has not been completed yet, but you have caused such a big mess. Humph, this Venerable One did not kill you, which is already extremely benevolent to you." Sakya's body trembled, and he cupped his hands and said, "Dragon head, this matter may not have reached the point of no return. First of all, the Supreme Court only found 2 needle-shaped wounds in Jin Wanfu's body, but they don't know who killed Jin Wanfu or what weapon killed him. In addition, this letter was sent to this Venerable One by the Supreme Court's warden Yi Hong, proving that he has not betrayed the dragon sect. And the only one who knows this Venerable One's identity is him. So, hearing this, the iron masked man turned to Sakya and asked, "So, you want to silence him again?" "Dragonhead, this Yi Hong is extremely loyal to the dragon sect. If this Venerable One asks him out of the city, he will definitely come out. At that time, this Venerable One will kill him. Then, no matter how smart the Supreme Court is, they won't be able to trace it back to us." Sakya hurriedly said, "It was hard to imagine that such bloodthirsty and ruthless words came from the mouth of the venerable monk in the hearts of the people. If the dragon sect members were present, their faith would have collapsed immediately." The iron masked man stood with his hands behind his back, frowning silently. After a moment, he said, "Although Yi Hong is loyal to the dragon sect, his sacrifice is worth it for the sake of the dragon sect's success. This matter will be handled according to your plan, but as long as you ask him out, this Venerable One will arrange for the assassins of the Earth Fiend group to do the rest. You don't have to worry about it." Sakya knew that the iron masked man did not trust his ability to do things, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. But at this moment, he could not refute. He could only bow slightly and said, "This Venerable One obeys the dragon head's order. Ziffin, you brat, it's the weekend. Why don't you go out to have fun and stay at home? Let's go out and have some fun with our brothers." The next day, Di Jishuan, Li Tai, and Yuchi Bao Lin came to the backyard of the Sun residence and said to Sun Ziffin, who was lying on the armchair, This armchair was originally created by Li Zishuan. Later, after people close to Li Zishuan experienced the comfort of the armchair in the Li residence, they all found craftsmen to imitate it. In fact, they also wanted to buy it directly, but there was no place to sell it, so they could only encroach on Li Zishuan's intellectual property. Li Zishuan did not intend to use these things to make money. After learning about the situation, most of them just laughed it off and did not take it to heart. Jishuan, Qingke, Baolin, why are you all here? Hearing this, Sun Zifan hurriedly stood up and looked at the people in front of him and asked, "Of course, we're here to have fun with you." Li Tai closed the folding fan in his hand very showily and then found an armchair nearby. After sitting down, he said, "Zifan Chong, and city has been very lively recently. I heard that a divine monk called Du Yi, who is the reincarnation of God and Buddha, has come here. He can use all kinds of magic. The people are talking about him like a god." Sun Zifan said with a look of disbelief, "Qingke, Yamacho said that there are no immortals in this world. This divine monk Du Yi must be a liar. The reason why so many people believe him is that his deception skills are better. Qingke, Jishuan, do you still believe this?" Li Tai said carelessly, "It's not about whether we believe it or not, but the people have already talked about this divine monk Du Yi like a god. Isn't it a pity if we don't go and see for ourselves? Besides, if Du Yi is really a liar who fooled the people, we can expose him on the spot. Let's see if he dares to pretend to be a god and fool the people in the future." Di Jishuan nodded and said, "Qingke is right. We are all disciples of engineering. Naturally, we don't believe in the reincarnation of God and Buddha. This Du Yi either wants to use this trick to cheat money, or he wants to use the identity of the reincarnation of God and Buddha to bewitch the people for his use. No matter what the situation is, we can't sit by and let him continue to pretend to be a god." Sun Zifan frowned and said, "If you want to expose Du Yi's deception, you can go. Why do you have to drag me into it?" Li Tai and Di Jishuan looked at each other and wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Yuchi Baolin was more straightforward. He scratched his head and said, "Zifan, we are here to find your father. Lord Sun is the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court and is very good at judging cases. He can definitely see what kind of trick Du Yi is playing at a glance." As it turned out, these people were not here for him, but for his father, Sun Fujia. At most, he could be considered as a dispensable accessory. When Sun Zifan heard this, he immediately received a critical hit of 10,000 points. "Hey, you are bad friends. Sun Zifan, am really careless in making friends." Sun Zifan pointed at Li Tai and Di Jishuan. Then he changed the topic and said, "But if you want to find my father, maybe it's not the right time. An important case happened in the Supreme Court yesterday. My father is so busy investigating the case that his feet don't touch the ground. How can he have time to care about that monk Du Yi? An important case happened in the Supreme Court. What important case?" Di Jishuan was stunned and asked subconsciously. Li Tai said in a deep voice, "It should be the case of Jin Wanfu's sudden death in prison, right?" Sun Zifan asked curiously, "Qingke, how did you know?" This was the information he had asked his father with great difficulty yesterday. But where did Li Tai find out about it? Li Tai shook his head and said softly, "This morning I went to the palace to pay my respects to Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother told me. She said that Imperial Father has been worried about this matter since yesterday." Di Jishuan was speechless. "What are you talking about? Why do Baolin and I not know anything? Can't you tell us more clearly?" Li Tai looked at Sun Zifan and said, "Zifan should know more about the situation. It's better for Zifan to tell us." Sun Zifan thought for a while and then nodded. "Okay, I'll tell you about it, but you mustn't tell anyone else about it. Di Jixuan and Li Tai couldn't help but frown as Sun Zifan spoke. Yuchi Baolin, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. His expression was still normal. There were no external injuries and 5 internal poisons. Only a needle-sized hole was found in Jin Wanfu's throat. Moreover, the hole didn't completely penetrate the back of his head, so no wound could be seen from the outside. More importantly, the wound was found in the body, but the murder weapon was not found. Hiss! This case is really strange. Di Jixuan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Li Tai had only learned from Empress Zhongsun that Jin Wanfu had suddenly died in the Supreme Court's prison, but he didn't know the details. After listening to Sun Zifan's story, he was also very shocked. After a moment of silence, he said, "The murderer's method is really strange. If it weren't for Dai Xiaoqing's keen observation and the Supreme Court's coroner's autopsy, I'm afraid Jin Wanfu would have really choked to death." Di Jixuan's eyes lit up as if he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Li Tai and hurriedly said, "Qin-Ke, don't you feel that the murderer doesn't seem human?" Li Tai was inexplicably stunned. He was also a smart person. After a moment's thought, he nodded and said, "Indeed, he doesn't seem human. He killed without leaving a trace, and there was no murder weapon. He didn't make a sound and treated the Supreme Court's prison guards as if they didn't exist. Such methods and abilities are really inhuman." Clap! Di Jixuan clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Ha! That's right." Sun Zifan was confused. He couldn't help but jump up and down and said, "What do you mean, right? What's right? You just said that you don't believe in ghosts and gods in the world. Why are you saying that the murder doesn't seem human now?" Di Jixuan laughed and said, "Ha! Zifan, there's no contradiction between what you said and what you said. We only said that the murderer doesn't seem human, but we didn't say that he's not human but a god. Also, think about it carefully. What kind of person doesn't seem human?" Sun Zifan's face was full of black lines. He said angrily, "I say, Jixuan, just say what you want to say. Don't keep me in suspense." "Hee. All right then. I won't keep you in suspense." Seeing that Sun Zifan was about to go berserk, Di Jixuan smiled and explained, "What I mean is that the murderer's modus operandi is strange and doesn't seem like something a mortal can do. Isn't there a person who doesn't seem human near Chang and City right now? There might be some connection between the two." "You mean that monk Du-yi?" Sun Zifan thought for a moment and understood. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 1506. That's right. The murderer of Jin Wanfu, in order to conceal his identity, deliberately mystified and made the case unpredictable and confusing. This action was somewhat similar to that of Du-yi, who pretended to be mysterious and mystifying. Of course, this is just our initial suspicion. There is no evidence, but it may not be impossible. It just so happens that we are going to meet Du-yi. If we can really find evidence that he is related to the case, wouldn't it be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? In the backyard of the Sun Mansion, seeing Sun Zifan's shocked expression, Di Jixuan nodded slightly and explained. Hearing this, Sun Zifan couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. He wanted to investigate the case with Li Tai and Di Jixuan. If Du-yi was really related to Jin Wanfu's murder, he would be helping his father, right? He wanted to see if his father would still say that he was ignorant and incompetent in the future. Once this idea was born, it spread and grew crazily in Sun Zifan's heart like weeds. Therefore, Sun Zifan looked at Di Jixuan and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's go and see if Du-yi is playing tricks on us." Di Jixuan was speechless. "Are you interested in investigating the case?" They didn't come to the Sun Mansion to look for Sun Zifan. They wanted to ask Sun Fujia for help. Now, that Sun Ziffin wanted to take the initiative to join them. To be honest, they were a little disgusted. After all, they were going to investigate the case, not go out for a meal. Sun Ziffin heard the disdain in Di Jishuan's tone. He couldn't help but raise his head and say proudly, "What? It is said that a son inherits his father's work. Like father, like son, like son. My father is the deputy minister of the Supreme Court. He can solve cases like a god. I am his son. In this aspect, I am much better than you, right?" Uffed. Ha ha. So, Ziffin, you also want to be the deputy minister of the Supreme Court in the future? Hearing this, Di Jishuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sun Ziffin rolled his eyes and said, "Jishuan, don't tease me with these words. I say, are you going to find Du Yi or not? If you want to go, hurry up." Li Tai smiled and said, "What's the hurry? We've received news that Du Yi will hold a lecture in front of the Daxingshan Temple at 9 in the morning today. At that time, he will perform the immortal technique on the spot. It's still early now. We can make it in time." Sun Ziffin nodded and said, "All right then. I'll get someone to prepare the horses. Let's go to Daxingshan Temple together later." Di Jishuan laughed and said, "What horse? Just ride a bike there. The three of us came here by bike." Bicycles, second-generation bicycles. Ji-sun, you also got a second-generation bicycle? Sun Ziffin was stunned and a little surprised. Yuchi Baolin had a second-generation bicycle because Li Zishuan gave one to Yuchi Jingda. As for Li Tai, Li Zishuan didn't let Li Tai go out to help with the disaster this time. Instead, he stayed behind to send and receive telegrams. In addition, Li Tai was the absolute main force of the two killer projects launched by the Academy. Therefore, Li Zishuan also gave Li Tai a variable speed bicycle before leaving. But where did Di Jishuan get it? Sun Ziffin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Di Jishuan said proudly, "Hey, 2 days ago, the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce launched another batch of second-generation bicycles. I asked all the servants to line up in the shops of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce and finally got one. But it's not as good as Qingchue's variable speed bicycle." Sun Ziffin was speechless and said, "You should be grateful. I still don't have one." Di Jishuan laughed and said, There will definitely be one after a while. According to the situation of the first-generation bicycles, the production of the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop will definitely increase soon. Then, Ziffin, you should be able to get one easily. When the first generation of bicycles was first introduced, the demand could not meet the demand. However, as the factory bicycle production line opened up, the production capacity quickly increased. Families who could afford bicycles could basically buy them later on. Now, with the second generation of bicycles, the production capacity would definitely increase greatly in the future. Li Tai waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Ziffin, quickly pack up. We should go." Sun Ziffin was speechless and said, "Pack my ass. Chinke, your variable speed bicycle can carry people. You can carry me." Li Tai's little face darkened and said, unhappily, No, you're so heavy. How can I carry you? Go find Bao Lin." Sun Ziffin was furious. "Damn it, Chinke, touch your conscience and tell me which one of us is heavier." "Of course you're heavier. I can't feel it if I'm heavy. Divine Monk Dewey actually came to Chang and to preach. That's great." "Yes, last time Master Du Yi preached in Xinfeng County, I had something to do and missed it. What a pity. Today's scripture conference can also be attended by ordinary people. It's not like last time when only the members of the Sky Dragon Society could attend. After this scripture conference, I want to join the Sky Dragon Society. My neighbor Old Wang got a bowl of Jasper Lake, holy water from the Sky Dragon Society. After drinking it, I heard that his legs and feet no longer hurt. That's amazing. I also want to join the Sky Dragon Society, but I don't know if Master Du Yi will accept me. Outside of the temple, there was a temporary altar with a big red curtain on top of it. It actually blocked the entrance of the temple. If an ordinary shop encountered someone causing trouble in front of their door, they would have directly torn down the platform because this was simply destroying the business. However, the Daxingshan Temple was a Buddhist temple. The monks inside were all from the Tantric sect and were of the same origin as Sakya Du Yi. Although it was excessive for Sakya Du Yi to set up an altar and preach in front of other people's temples, the monks of the Daxingshan Temple did not come out to tear down the platform. Wow, it's still more than half an hour before 9, and there are already so many people here. When Li Tai and the others came to the Daxingshan Temple from the Sun Mansion, they saw that the altar was surrounded by people. Di Jishuan could not help but be surprised. Li Tai said in a deep voice, "This shows that Du Yi is good at bewitching people. I heard that in just a few days, tens of thousands of people have joined the Sky Dragon Society. It's enough to see how terrifying the expansion of the Sky Dragon Society is. The rapid expansion of the Sky Dragon Society is not good news for the Imperial Court. Based on the current situation, Du Yi is only a venerable of the Sky Dragon Society. There is also a mysterious dragon head behind him. If this person has bad intentions and incites these people to revolt, it will be troublesome." Di Jishuan's eyes darkened as he analyzed. Li Tai nodded and said, "Jishuan, what you said is not without reason. These days, my imperial father has been troubled by this matter. It's fine if the dragon head of the Sky Dragon Society is wholeheartedly kind. If he has other intentions, we must expose his true face as soon as possible to prevent more people from being deceived. I think we should squeeze to the front first. Otherwise, we won't be able to see how Du Yi uses the immortal art." "Son," Ziffin said at this time. Yes, that's right. Ziffin, you have a strong physique. You take the lead." Di Jishuan joked. Sun Ziffin said angrily, "Nonsense! If we want to take the lead, it should be Bao Lin. Who among us is stronger than Bao Lin?" Then I'll take the lead." Yuchi Bao Lin gave a simple and honest smile and went to lead the way. He was such an honest person. As long as his friends treated him sincerely, he did not mind taking a small loss for them. With Yuchi Bao Lin, the human tank, opening the way, they finally squeezed to the front. "Hey, look at the arrangement of the immortal art altar. It really looks like it. I wonder what kind of immortal art Du Yi will perform today." After seeing the arrangement of the immortal art altar, Di Jishuan could not help but sigh. Before Li Tai and the others could say anything, a big man beside them could not help but say angrily, "Kid, you don't know how to be polite. How dare you call the Master's Dharma name directly? Be careful that the heavens punish you." "That's right. How can you call the Master's Dharma name directly? I wonder which family this kid is from. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." It was Di Jishuan's unintentional words that had aroused the anger of the surrounding Heavenly Dragon sect disciples. They were all glaring at Di Jishuan as if they were going to beat him up if he didn't admit his mistake. Seeing this, Di Jishuan shrunk his neck and decisively admitted defeat. I just came from another place, and have only just heard of the Master's reputation. Please don't blame me." Hearing this, the believers finally let Di Jishuan go. Phew! Di Jishuan heaved a sigh of relief. For a moment, he felt like a little lamb that had fallen into a pack of wolves. It was too frightening. "Ha! Jishuan, the people here only know the divine monk. No one knows you. You must be careful with your words and actions," Li Tai said softly. Di Jishuan said softly. Qingke, these believers are too crazy. Once the dragon head of the Sky Dragon Society has evil intentions, with these crazy believers, the destructive power they bring to the Tang Empire is too great. Li Tai said worriedly. Indeed. I guess my father is also worried about this. Let's keep our eyes open and see if we can find any flaws in Du Yi's plan. Di Jishuan, Sun Zifen, and Yuchi Bao Lin all nodded seriously. Dong, creak. After waiting for more than 15 minutes, a dull sound suddenly came from the altar, followed by the creaking sound of a door opening. Yes, it was the sound of a door opening, but it wasn't an ordinary door. The wooden planks in the middle of the altar suddenly opened to both sides, and a monk in a red and golden cassock rose from the ground to the surface. Moreover, he was still rising slowly. The monk held a staff in his left hand, and his legs remained in a cross-legged position. Just like that, he rose from the ground and rose higher and higher. Finally, the wooden planks in the center of the altar closed again, and the monk sat cross-legged in midair, holding a Buddhist staff in his left hand and a Buddhist salute in his right hand. It looked like he was chanting sutras, and he had the demeanor of a deity in heaven. Whoosh! The onlookers were in an uproar. After all, in their eyes, only the deities in heaven had the ability to rise in the air. The divine monk is here. The master is indeed the reincarnation of a deity in heaven. It's amazing that he can rise in the air directly. Greetings, divine monk. Without anyone leading them, the onlookers almost spontaneously knelt and saluted Du Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the air. Qingke, this Du Yi is really a deity. He can actually float in the air. This. Sun Zifen widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Don't talk nonsense. Li Tai frowned and said, Du Yi's move looks amazing, but I don't believe that this is his true ability. He might have done something behind the scenes. Qingke, are we kneeling or not? Yuchi Baolin, who was standing beside Li Tai, asked a more realistic question. Everyone looked at each other, but after feeling the angry gazes of many believers around them, Li Tai gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Kneel! The big picture is more important. After saying that, the little fatty actually took the lead and knelt down. In his life, he had only knelt to Li Er and had never knelt to an outsider. It had to be said that Sakya and Du Yi had profited greatly this time. To be ruthless to others and to himself. This was the nature of King Wei. Since Li Tai had knelt, Sun Zifen, Di Jishuan, and Yuchi Baolin had no reason to not kneel. The three of them followed behind Li Tai and knelt down as well. Amit Ba, benefactors, please rise. This poor monk is just a monk, and I can't accept your great bow. At this moment, Sakya, who was floating in the air, spoke in a booming voice. Thank you, Master. The surrounding people stood up and said in unison with a respectful expression, F***CK, if you can't accept our great bow, you should have said so earlier. You made me kneel for nothing. Li Tai cursed in his heart. Amit Ba, last night, this poor monk dreamt of Buddha. Buddha passed down the levitation technique to this poor monk. After this poor monk woke up today, this poor monk tried to use the levitation technique taught by Buddha in the dream. I didn't expect that I would really float in the air. Amit Ba, this disciple thanks Buddha for your blessings. Sakya looked at the surrounding believers with a benevolent expression and then spoke in a booming voice. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but be surprised. Master is actually a personal disciple of Buddha. Doesn't that mean that Master is a personal disciple of Buddha? First, there is the clear water lotus technique, and now there is the levitation technique. Master is indeed the reincarnation of Buddha. I am willing to become Master's disciple and seek Master's guidance on Buddhism. Sakya's words directly made the surrounding people even more fanatical. They believed that if Sakya asked these people to kill people now, these people probably wouldn't even hesitate. This was the power of faith. Did Sakya really dream of Buddha? Sun Zifen swallowed his saliva and said with a look of surprise. Li Tai and Di Jixuan were silent. Obviously, they were also shocked by Sakya's move. Although they didn't believe that there were gods and Buddhas in this world, they really couldn't explain why Sakya could sit cross-legged in the air when there was nothing below him. If it wasn't an immortal spell, there was really no other explanation. Humph, I can even play this levitation trick. This monk is really boasting shamelessly. Unexpectedly, just when they were shocked and speechless, a little girl next to them whispered at this time. Chapter 1507. Little girl, you said you know how to levitate? Is that true? In Chong and City, at the altar in front of the Daxing Shan temple, Di Jixuan's eyes lit up. He quickly found the little girl who had spoken arrogantly, squatted down, and asked in a low voice, "Of course it's true. I knew how to levitate when I was 7 years old." The little girl was wearing patched clothes made of coarse cloth. She was not shy, but she still looked at Di Jixuan warily. After a moment of hesitation, she said in a clear voice, "Ha, that's great." Hearing this, Di Jixuan could no longer hide the excitement on his face. Li Tai, Sun Zifen, and Yuchi Baolin also hurriedly squeezed over. Di Jixuan then asked, "Little girl, can you tell me how to levitate?" This guy was like a strange uncle. If it were modern times, he would probably be arrested by the people and sent to the police station. "I won't. Why should I tell you?" The little girl rolled her eyes, then pouted, and said arrogantly. Di Jixuan was instantly choked. He thought to himself, why are children nowadays so difficult to talk to? "Little girl, if you tell us the secret of levitate, I will buy you a lot of delicious food." Li Tai also bent down and whispered at this time. The little girl's height was less than Li Tai's armpit. In order to ensure that his voice could be heard by the little girl and not by the people around him, he could only bend down. "Are you rich?" The little girl looked at Li Tai with her big, watery eyes, and then asked weakly. Li Tai's face froze when he heard this. After a moment, he laughed dryly and said, "You can say that." The little girl supported her chin with her hand and thought seriously. Then she raised her head and said, "Then I don't want delicious food. I want money. How much can you give me?" This was a difficult question for Li Tai. If he said too little, the little girl might turn around and leave. If he said too much, wouldn't he be a fool who would be slaughtered? After pondering for a moment, Li Tai stretched out a finger and asked, "How about money?" He saw that the little girl in front of him was dressed shabbily and was only about 8 or 9 years old. Money should be a huge sum of money to her, so he said that. The little girl wrinkled her nose and snorted. She did not say anything, but it was obvious that she was not satisfied with the price. Li Tai couldn't help but be speechless. He thought that this little girl's appetite was really big. After a pause, he said, "How about 10 strings of cash?" The little girl's eyes lit up slightly, but she was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, she sized up Li Tai seriously and said, "Humph, you are so insincere. Just based on the jade pendant on your body, it's more than 10 strings of cash." Li Tai couldn't help but look at the green jade pendant on his waist. He thought to himself that this little girl had some eyesight. She actually knew that this jade pendant was expensive. As the king of Wei, all the accessories on his body were expensive, and this jade pendant was no exception. "Then how much do you want? Name a price." After being rejected one after another, Li Tai became impatient. He simply asked the other party to name a price. The little girl thought for a moment. After a moment, She also stretched out a finger. There was some hesitation in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. She said, I want 100 strings of cash. Is that okay? It was obvious that she did not have much confidence in this 100 strings of cash, but for some reason, she still named this price. 100 strings of cash. Li Tai couldn't help but frown. With his status and wealth, he naturally wouldn't take a mere 100 strings of cash to heart. However, this little girl in front of him wanted 100 strings of cash just for a piece of information. Wasn't she asking for too much? Furthermore, it gave people the feeling that she was insatiable. Li Tai couldn't help but have a bad impression of the little girl. Yes, 100 strings of cash. Can you give it to me? As long as you give me 100 strings of cash, I'll tell you everything. The little girl hurriedly said. Her eyes were filled with emotions. There was nervousness, uneasiness, excitement, and agitation. There was so much more. Even if I give you 100 strings of cash, aren't you afraid of encountering bad people with so much money? Li Tai frowned. A trace of fear flashed in the little girl's eyes, but she immediately insisted, You don't have to worry about that. You just have to give me the money. Li Tai was helpless. He could only take out 100 Tang yuan from his sleeve and hand it over. This is 100 Tang yuan. It can be exchanged for copper coins in the Yanhuang Bank of the Tang Dynasty. If you want to get this 100 strings of cash, you have to first tell me the secret of the levitation technique. Previously, he had planned to ask the little girl's name, but after this conversation, he couldn't even be bothered to ask her name. This was because, in his opinion, this little girl was too greedy and not worth his asking. Li Tai only wanted to quickly understand the levitation technique and send her away. The little girl blinked and shook her head. That won't do. If I tell you the secret of the levitation technique, and you don't give me the money, then what should I do? You have to give me the money first. Li Tai was speechless. Then, if you don't even know the secret of the levitation technique and run away after getting the money, wouldn't I be the one at a disadvantage? The little girl frowned. There are 4 of you and only 1 of me. If I run, how can I outrun all of you? Big brother, can you use your brain when you speak? Can you use your brain when you speak? Hearing this, Li Tai almost vomited blood on the spot. However, to a certain extent, he had to admit that the little girl's words did make some sense. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, All right, I'll believe you this time. Here, this is 100 strings of cash. Keep it safe. After that, he handed the 100 strings of cash in his hand to the little girl. Swoosh! The little girl quickly snatched the string of cash from Li Tai's hand and then carefully examined it in front of her eyes. She was probably trying to determine if the string of cash was real or fake. Seeing this, Li Tai found it funny. Can you tell if the string of cash is real or fake? Why don't I help you? The little girl ignored Li Tai and looked at the string of cash for a while. Then, she carefully put the 100 string of cash into her pocket. Seeing Li Tai looking at her with a burning gaze, she put her guard up and said softly, Since you're so straightforward, I'll teach you the secret of the levitation technique. All of you come closer. I'll only say it once. If anyone doesn't hear it clearly, then I won't care. Hearing this, Li Tai, Sun Zifen, Di Jixuan, and Yuchi Baolin quickly bent down and moved their heads closer. The little girl said softly, Actually, that monk Dewey isn't floating. He's sitting on a piece of metal. Do you see the monk's staff in his hand? The bottom of the monk's staff is fixed to the platform of the altar. The top of the monk's staff is also connected to the chair. However, the iron rods that are connected to the chair are hidden in his sleeves and clothes. The piece of metal that he's sitting on is connected to the monk's staff through these hidden iron rods. Because he's wearing a very loose monk's robe and Kasaya. With these things blocking the view, others would think that he's floating in the sky. But this is just a smokescreen that can only deceive young masters like you, who are inexperienced in worldly affairs. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be enlightened. However, when they heard the little girl's last sentence, "It can only fool you inexperienced young masters," the four of them were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. They, the young masters of the capital, had actually been collectively ridiculed by an unknown little girl. If this were to spread out, many people would definitely laugh their heads off. I see. I didn't expect this to be so cunning. Just by using this little trick, he's able to make the people believe that he's the reincarnation of a Buddha. He even almost tricked the four of us. How hateful. Jishuan couldn't help but sigh at this time. Li Tai nodded and said, "Now, it seems that the clear water lotus technique that he used before must be a lie. I just don't know how he did it." Ha ha. Wouldn't it be easier to just ask this little lass, where's that little girl? Jishuan was just about to say, "Just ask this little girl." But when he looked down, there was no trace of the little girl around. Hey, this little girl actually took the money and ran away. What a little money grubber. Jishuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Obviously, he had heard the conversation between the little girl and Li Tai just now. Humph, who are you calling a little money grubber? As soon as Jishuan's voice fell, he suddenly felt a small fist hitting his back, followed by the crisp voice of a little girl. Who else could it be but the little girl from before? Yo, little girl, you didn't leave? Jishuan turned around and laughed in a low voice. The little girl curled her lips and said, "I wanted to leave, but I couldn't. Who would want to stay with you idiots?" Idiots? Jishuan had a strange look on his face when he heard this. The four of them were students of Yanhuang Academy, and Li Tai and he were both ranked in the top 50 of the academy. No matter how he looked at it, they were not idiots at all. Humph, you can't even see through such a simple trick. What else can you be if you're not idiots? The little girl pouted and said matter-of-factly. Everyone was speechless. If it weren't for the occasion, Sun Zifan even wanted to stuff the little girl's mouth with a rag and ask her fiercely, "What kind of education did you receive? Why are your words so hurtful?" Buzz, the master is going to perform the celestial magic again. Great. We're really going to feast our eyes today. We can actually see too celestial magic. At this moment, the onlookers suddenly cheered loudly, which woke up Li Tai and the others instantly and turned their attention to the spiritual altar. He put his palms together and said loudly like an eminent monk, "Amitabha, the Buddha not only taught me the levitation skill, but also the skill of turning water into ice. It's just right to bring some coolness to all of you in this hot summer." Is trying to make ice with water? What kind of celestial magic is that? The Yamacho has long known how to make ice with water. Li Tai couldn't help but frown. There was no ice cellar in the Drunken Immortal Inn, but there was always ice and warmth. Therefore, Li Zishuan's ability to make ice in summer had long been an open secret. Let's see what tricks is going to play this time. Let's play it by ear. Jishuan said thoughtfully, "Dear benefactors, please take a look. I'm holding a bottle of water in my hand, a bottle of water that can flow. Next, I'll use the skill of turning water into ice. Dear benefactors, please take a look." At this moment, Du-Yi took out a bottle of water from somewhere on the stage. It was a glass bottle, and the freely flowing water could be seen through the glass bottle. Then, Du-Yi opened the bottle and held the bottle in his left hand and a transparent glass cup in his right hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Du-Yi slowly tilted the bottle of water, and the crystal clear water immediately flowed down and hit the transparent glass cup. the expected scene of water splashing didn't happen. Instead, a shocking scene appeared. The flowing water on the glazed cup quickly turned into dark gray ice cubes. As more and more water flowed down, more and more ice cubes appeared in the glazed cup. Under the sunlight, people who were close to the glazed cup could even see the cold air coming out of it. Obviously, it was really ice cubes. Buzz, it really turned into ice cubes. This is amazing. The water actually turned into ice cubes on such a hot day. This is really amazing. The reincarnation of a Buddha. Master is the reincarnation of a Buddha. It's really the work of a god. I'm really lucky to be able to see it. Shakyamuni grinned when he heard the compliments that came from all directions. And then he passed the plate of ice fragments to a young monk and asked him to distribute it to his followers. In an instant, the plate of ice fragments was fought over by the crowd. Chinkei, this time, you shouldn't be lying, right? He turned water into ice in front of everyone's eyes. Sun Ziffin's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "It's not a lie, but it's definitely not a god's skill. I'm guessing that Yamacho must know the principle behind it," Li Tai said faintly. Sun Ziffin frowned and said, "Although Yamacho knows how to turn water into ice, it's impossible for them to turn flowing water into ice in an instant like Do-E, right?" Li Tai said with a serious face, "I believe that Yamacho must know. When we go back later, I'll send a telegram to ask him." Sun Ziffin nodded and said, "Well, that's for the best. Chinkei, I have an idea." All of a sudden, Di Jishuan said this without any reason, which gave them a great shock. Then, he realized that his words could easily cause misunderstandings, so he hurriedly added, "As for the murderer, I have an answer in my heart." Chapter 1508. What? Jishuan, do you know who the murderer is? Hearing Di Jishuan say, "I'm pregnant," Sun Ziffin was both surprised and excited. He had always wanted to help his father solve the case. It was just that this guy was too agitated, causing his voice to be a little too loud, causing the surrounding people to hear him and cast angry gazes in his direction. "Damn it! Kid, keep your voice down." Feeling the malicious gazes of the surrounding people, Li Tai panicked and hurriedly covered Sun Ziffin's mouth. Suddenly, Li Tai caught a glimpse of Du-E, who was sitting high up on the spell altar. At this moment, he suddenly turned his gaze towards them. Li Tai was instantly alarmed. He hurriedly lowered his head and whispered to the few people around him, "Let's go quickly. That monk, Du-E, seems to have noticed us." "No way. He's so far away from us. How could he have heard us?" Di Jishuan's heart tightened. He subconsciously wanted to look up at the altar, but Li Tai stopped him. "Don't look up. Let's get out of the crowd." Seeing Li Tai's solemn expression, they all nodded. Then, with Yuchi Bao Lin taking the lead, the four of them finally squeezed out of the crowd after much effort. Phew! Fortunately, that Du-E didn't force us to stay. When they arrived at a herbal tea stall on the east side of the Daxingshan Temple, Li Tai panted and rejoiced. "Chinkei, you're the king of Wei. Are you afraid of a monk?" Sun Ziffin felt that Li Tai was making a fuss over nothing and couldn't help but complain. Li Tai said faintly, "Kid, don't you see how fanatical those people are looking at Du-E? If Du-E wanted to keep us here, he only needed to give the order. Those people wouldn't care whether I'm the king of Wei or not. They would definitely tie us up directly." You're the king of Wei?" At this moment, the surprised voice of a young girl came from behind them. Li Tai and the others turned to look. Who else could it be but the little girl who had exposed the scam of the calamity-avoiding levitation technique? "Little girl, I've already given you the money. We should be considered even now, right? Why are you here again?" Li Tai frowned and said with an ugly expression. The young lady was not frightened by the ferocious look on Li Tai's face. Instead, she asked seriously, "Are you really Prince Wei?" Li Tai said exasperatedly, "No, they're just talking nonsense." Oh, the little girl was a little disappointed. Then she said unhappily, "I knew it. How could you be the King of Wei? Legend has it that the King of Wei is much fatter than you." After saying that, the little girl turned around and left. Li Tai opened his mouth. At this moment, he really did not know whether to cry or laugh. On the one hand, the little girl's words proved that his weight loss during last year's military training was very effective. On the other hand, the little girl's subtext was saying that he was fat in the past. He was still himself in the past. How could he be happy when others said that? "Little girl, what's your name?" Suddenly, Li Tai shouted at the little girl's back. The little girl stopped in her tracks. She stood there and thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because Li Tai had given her 100 strings of coins. Finally, she replied, "My name is Chen Shuozhen. Remember to call me if there's such a good thing next time." After saying that, she waved the 100 Tang yuan in her hand and said to Li Tai behind her, "Chen Shuozhen." Li Tai muttered these 3 words under his breath. Di Jishuan could not help but laugh evilly. "Hey, Qingke, you're not interested in this little girl, are you? In ancient times, people got married early. They got engaged at the age of 7 or 8 and got married at the age of 11 or 12. That was why Di Jishuan was joking like this. Get lost. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Li Tai's little face darkened. He could not help but say angrily, "You just said that you know who the murderer is. Why don't you tell us now?" "That's right. Jishuan, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly." Sun Zifen could not wait to echo. Di Jishuan put away his smile and said seriously, "There are too many people in this place. If someone overhears us, we'll be in trouble. Qingke, Zifen, I want to go to the Supreme Court and check Jin Wanfu's body to confirm my guess. Then I'll tell you who the murderer is." Although Sun Zifen was anxious to know the result, he knew that Di Jishuan was right, so he suppressed his curiosity and nodded. "I'm familiar with the Supreme Court. I'll take you to my father. As for whether he'll let you check the body, it's hard to say. Don't worry. I'll persuade Sun Shaoqing," Di Jishuan said confidently. "Good. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Supreme Court now." Sun Zifen nodded and said. Then he led the crowd to the Supreme Court in the west. "What? You know Jin Wanfu's murderer?" In the Supreme Court, Sun Fujia, Daizhou, and Lu Dui had just returned to the Supreme Court after the morning court when they saw 4 young men standing at the door. They stepped forward and saw that they were all familiar faces, a group of second-generation officials. After asking the purpose of their visit, Sun Fujia frowned and said suspiciously, "I'm 90% sure that I know the real murderer. The remaining 10% can only be confirmed after I check Jin Wanfu's body. So I hope that Minister Lu and the 2 Shaoqing can make it convenient for me to check the body." Di Jishuan cupped his hands and said with a serious face. Lu Dui, Daizhou, and Sun Fujia were shocked speechless. Jin Wanfu's case had been bothering them recently, but now a group of teenagers suddenly came to the Supreme Court and claimed that they knew who the murderer was. If Di Jishuan didn't look serious and didn't seem to be joking, Lu Dui would have asked the Yamen runners to drive them away. "You're Minister Di's son, aren't you?" Lu Dui didn't agree or disagree. He stepped forward and looked into Di Jishuan's eyes with a smile. Di Jishuan's father, Di Xiaoshu, was a minister in the imperial court. "Yes, but today I just want to solve this case for the Supreme Court with my own ability. It has nothing to do with my father." Di Jishuan didn't avoid Lu Dui's eyes and said, "Ha ha, good. upright and courageous, brave and resourceful. Like father, like son, Minister D gave birth to a good son. After a moment of silence, Lu Dui suddenly laughed. Then he looked at Di Jishuan with appreciation and said, "Guards, take Prince Wei, young Master D, and the others to examine Jin Wanfu's body." Yes, the two Yamen runners at the door immediately bowed and received the order. "Thank you, Minister Lu." Di Jishuan cupped his hands and then followed the Yamen runners with Li Tai and the others. Minister Lu, Daizhou couldn't help but want to dissuade them. He was proud and arrogant, so he naturally didn't think that the unresolved case that had troubled the Supreme Court for so many days could be solved by a few kids. But before he could voice his doubts, Lu Dui reached out and interrupted. "There's no need to say more. Sometimes us old fellows should give these young people some chances." Daizhou frowned and didn't say anything. After a while, he was still worried and said to Lu Dui, "I'll go and take a look." "I'll also go and take a look." Sun Fujia also cupped her hands and said, "Oh, what's that smell? It's so smelly." When they arrived at the mortuary, the stench hit them in the face. Everyone couldn't help but cover their noses and step back. Jin Wanfu has been dead for 2 days, and the weather is hot now. It's normal to smell like a corpse. If you can't stand the smell, you can wait for me outside. Di Jishuan took out a handkerchief from his bosom and covered his nose. Then he calmly said to Li Tai and the other two. Li Tai thought about it and felt that it would be disloyal to him if he left like this. So he insisted, "No, we're here to investigate this case together. What's this little stench to us?" "That's right. You're right. Yes, yes, yes." Jishuan, stop talking nonsense. "Let's go in together." Sun Zifen pinched his nose and shouted. After that, the three of them followed Di Jishuan into the mortuary without hesitation. However, when they saw Jin Wanfu's fragmented corpse on the corpse bed, they couldn't help but vomit. "Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Jishuan, I'm going out to get some fresh air." Li Tai covered his mouth and ran out of the door in a sorry state. He was the Prince of Wei. He had lived a life of luxury since he was young. When had he ever seen such a horrible and disgusting scene? It was already a miracle that he didn't wet himself on the spot. Sun Zifen ran even faster than Li Tai. When he reached the mortuary, he couldn't help but vomit. Yuchi Bao Lin was the last of the three to come out. He didn't look any different. "Qingke, Zifen, are you okay?" The honest Bao Lin came forward and asked with concern. "Ugh, how can I be okay? Ugh, it's too disgusting in there. I can't take it anymore. Let me vomit for a while more." Li Tai rolled his eyes and started vomiting again. "Prince of Wei, how can you come to a place like the mortuary? You'd better rest in the side hall." At that moment, Daizhou walked over and looked at Li Tai with concern. Although he said that he was concerned, he was actually looking down on them. In his opinion, how could these 4 brats who had never investigated a case solve this case? Li Tai was someone like him. How could he not hear the slight contempt in Daizhou's voice? He resisted the urge to vomit and stood up straight. He looked at Daizhou and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Dai, but my friends are still inside. I'm not going anywhere. We will definitely solve this unsolved case of the Supreme Court." Daizhou's expression changed slightly. Then he smiled and cupped his hands. "Prince of Wei, you are so bold. Let's see if young Master D can find the real murderer today. Let's wait and see." Li Tai raised his chin and said without backing down. Sun Fujia secretly shook his head. Although he didn't believe that Li Tai, Di Jishuan, and the others could solve this case, he didn't agree with Daizhou's personality from the bottom of his heart. Daizhou was too competitive. Sun Fujia, believed that Dai Zhou would suffer a great loss sooner or later. They stood outside the mortuary and waited for Di Zhixuan to come out. After about 15 minutes, Di Zhixuan finally came out of the mortuary. Sun Zifen hurried over and asked, "Zhixuan, how is it? Did you find anything?" Both Li Tai and Dai Zhou shifted their gazes to Di Zhixuan at this moment. Di Zhixuan nodded and said, "Now I can basically confirm how Jin Wanfu died and who killed him." Hearing this, Dai Zhou and Sun Fujia's expressions changed slightly. Lu Dui walked over and asked, "Oh, young Master Di, can you tell us how Jin Wanfu died?" Di Zhixuan cupped his hands towards Lu Dui and then said, "Jin Wanfu's fatal injuries are the 2 needle-sized wounds on his throat. I'm sure the coroner of the Supreme Court has already informed the 3 of you. However, the Supreme Court hasn't found the murder weapon, so we haven't come to a conclusion about the way the murderer killed Jin Wanfu. Actually, what I want to say is that the murderer's way of killing Jin Wanfu was very simple. He just used 2 thin needles and injected them with powerful genuine qi. He pierced them through Jin Wanfu's mouth and pierced the back of Jin Wanfu's head, killing him instantly." Dai Zhou couldn't help but refute. Since the murderer used thin needles, why didn't we see any needles in the body or at the scene of the crime? Could it be that the murderer took the needles out of the body after killing Jin Wanfu? Lu Dui nodded, obviously agreeing with Dai Zhou's point of view. Di Zhixuan smiled and said, "Of course not. I just checked the 2 wounds on Jin Wanfu's throat. The flesh on the inner walls of the wounds were all facing inwards, which proves that the murderer didn't take the murder weapon out of the wounds. Therefore, Minister Dai's hypothesis is not valid." Dai Zhou was speechless and said, "Then why did the murder weapon in the body disappear?" Di Zhixuan said in a low voice, "Because the murderer didn't use thin needles made of ordinary materials, but ice needles. Ice needles hurt people, and after the victim died, the ice turned into water. Naturally, you can't find the murder weapon." "Ice needles? Where did the murderer get ice on such a hot day? Besides, even if the murderer had an ice cellar in his house, the ice needles would have turned into water by the time he brought them to the Supreme Court. How did he kill Jin Wanfu?" Dai Zhou couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. A hint of hesitation flashed across Lu Dui's face, but he didn't say anything to refute. Li Tai couldn't help but interrupt at noon. "Minister Dai, you're wrong. Who said that the ice in summer can only be obtained from an ice cellar? Even if some people don't have an ice cellar, they can still make ice cubes and ice needles at any time and place." When he heard Di Zhixuan say that the murderer killed people with ice needles, Li Tai suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder they couldn't find the murder weapon in the murderer's body or outside of his body. No wonder Di Zhixuan suddenly shouted excitedly, "I know who the murderer is." When he saw Du Yi perform the ice-turning water immortal technique, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "I know who the murderer is." With so many coincidences, they were getting closer to the truth of the case step by step. "Your Highness, please be careful with your words. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I won't believe that you can make ice on a hot summer day." Dai Zhou thought that Li Tai was teasing him. His face couldn't help but fall as he said, unhappily. Li Tai smiled and said, "Minister Dai, please wait a moment. After I ask someone to get the telegraph, I'll ask Yamacho to tell us how to make ice on a whim." Chapter 1509. Provincial Governor Zhou, County Magistrate Wang, and father-in-law, "You don't have to see me off anymore. Go back." Lan Province. In less than 3 days, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had wiped out all the locusts. After breakfast, Li Zishuan set off with the children again, intending to meet up with Li Ku and Cheng Chumo's team in the east. Zhou Wenfang, Wang Qingxing, and the other officials who had rushed over after hearing the news personally saw them off. They walked all the way to a pavilion 5 kilometers away from Yifang County. At this moment, Li Zixuan turned around and cupped his hands to the crowd. To be honest, he didn't like others to send him off, because it would affect their journey too much. If no one sent them off, he and the children would have at least ridden a horse or a bicycle. They would probably have already left Yifang County by now. If that's the case, please take care of yourself, Marquis. On behalf of the 360,000 people of Lan Province, I thank Marquis for saving our lives. When Marquis comes to Lan Province again in the future, the people of the province will definitely line the streets to welcome him. The provincial governor of Lan Province, Zhou Wenfang, bowed deeply to Li Zixuan. Thank you, Marquis, for saving our lives. We welcome Marquis to Lan Province again. Someone among the people on the roadside shouted, and the rest followed suit. Thank you, Marquis, for saving our lives. We welcome Marquis to Lan Province again. Those who came to see Li Zixuan off today weren't only the officials of the provincial government, but also the people of Lan Province. In the past few days, the children that Li Zixuan had brought with him led the Sky Pheasant Brigade in the fields, sweating profusely as they exterminated the locusts. The people had all seen it and remembered it in their hearts. Now that Li Zixuan and the children were leaving, how could they not come to see them off? As a result, both sides of the pipeline from Yifang County to Jingle County in the east were densely packed with people who came to see them off. It was a mighty and endless parade. There were at least 100,000 people, with over 100,000 people shouting at the same time. How majestic would that sound be? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the earth was shaking and the sky was shaking. Li Zixuan originally wanted to say a few words of farewell to his father-in-law, but the surroundings were so noisy that it was impossible to say goodbye. He could only wave his hand, not taking away a single piece of cloud. Then he mounted the horse and led the children towards the east. Beep, beep, beep. After nearly an hour, Li Zixuan finally led the large group out of the Lan Province. At this moment, a series of beep, beep, beep sounds suddenly came from a wooden box carried by a child not far from him. Young master, the telegram is here. When the child heard the sudden beeping sound, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly jumped off the bicycle and ran towards Li Zixuan with the box on his back. At the very beginning, the telegraph machine was managed by Li Zixuan. However, ever since they split up in Xianyang, Li Zixuan handed the telegraph machine over to the children in his group. He picked 16 strong children, and each of them took turns to manage the telegraph machine for half a day. The children only needed to inform him when the telegraph machine rang. Go and tell Uncle that everyone should find a shady place to rest. We will set off in half an hour. Li Zixuan got off the horse and took the telegraph machine from the child's hands. He casually gave an order. Then he saw that there was a huge rock by the side. He placed the wooden box on the huge rock and took out the telegraph machine and placed it on top of the box. Yes, young master, the naughty brat answered, and then ran off into the distance. Li Zixuan focused on listening to the telegram. As the Academy's telegram technology became more and more mature, a set of standards for telegram communication gradually formed. At the beginning, the code was just a test code. There wasn't much substantive content. It was just to wait for the other party to reply and confirm the other party's identity. Then, the sender on the other side would send the official message. This way, 1, it could prevent the receiver from missing the first message. 2, it could more or less increase the safety of the telegram transmission. Got it. Yanhuang 001. After putting down the telegraph machine, Li Zixuan quickly sent out a message. Yanhuang 001 was his temporary code name. Also, he didn't need to refer to the code book when sending telegrams. This was because he had already memorized the code. After about half a cup of tea's time, the telegraph finally beeped again. Li Zixuan closed his eyes. Those messages of different lengths were quickly converted into Chinese characters after passing through his ears. Di-da-da, di-da-da-da. Yamacho. Jin Wanfu falsified the accounts, causing 30,000 strings of cash to go missing from Xinfeng County's Yanhuang Bank. During the Supreme Court's interrogation, Jin Wanfu suddenly died in prison 2 nights ago. His body was unharmed, and there was no poison in his body. His death was bizarre. Now, Tai has some clues. He suspects that Jin Wanfu was stabbed in the back of his head with an ice needle. However, he doesn't know where the culprit got the ice needle from, so he can't conclude the case. Tai knows that Yamacho definitely knows the art of making ice in the summer. I hope that Yamacho can teach me. It's urgent. In the message, Li Tai explained Jin Wanfu's case to Li Zixuan in a few words. After summarizing the information in his mind, Li Zixuan was shocked, speechless. He never thought that behind Jin Wanfu's case, there was actually a transfer of 30,000 Tang Yuan's assets. He also didn't expect Jin Wanfu to suddenly die in prison. From Li Tai's explanation, it was obvious that Jin Wanfu was killed to silence him. Who was the culprit? Why would they take such a huge risk to kill a Yanhuang Bank's shopkeeper? What kind of interests and schemes were behind this? In this short moment, Li Zixuan's mind was filled with many questions and a strong sense of vigilance. His intuition told him that this matter was unusual. However, he had too little information and couldn't verify it further. However, when he saw the word urgent at the end of the message, Li Zixuan almost laughed out loud. This was because he couldn't help but think of some of the urgent, waiting online memes on the internet in his previous life. After recovering from his thoughts, Li Zixuan began to send a telegram. Saltpeter soaked in water absorbs heat and lowers temperature. Water can be turned into ice. After that, Li Zixuan added, "Have you found the real culprit who killed Jin Wanfu?" Regarding the method of making ice with saltpeter, he didn't intend to hide it forever. This thing couldn't be hidden forever. In any case, he had entrusted it to his family last year. His father had bought a few saltpeter mines. When the time came, even if others knew that saltpeter could be used to make ice, he would still have the saltpeter mines in his hands. Chang and City Supreme Court. After translating the message sent by Li Zixuan into words, Li Tai was wild with joy. "Guards, quickly go to the nearest medicine shop and help this prince buy some saltpeter." "Yes, Your Highness." A Yamen runner looked at Lu Dui and saw him nod slightly. He quickly cupped his fist and accepted the order. "What does Wei Wang want to do with saltpeter?" Dai Zhou frowned and couldn't help but ask. "Xiao Dai, please wait a moment." Li Tai didn't have time to answer Dai Zhou's question at this moment because he had to reply to Li Zixuan's telegram. As for the identity of the murderer, Zixuan and I have already obtained some evidence. This person's identity is special. It's a long story. After the Supreme Court of the Tai Gang has solved the case, I will tell the Yamacho in detail. At that time, I will also have to consult the Yamacho on some matters. Beep, 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 beep. Seeing that Li Tai was skillfully operating the telegram machine but didn't answer his question, Dai Zhou didn't get angry. Instead, he became interested in the telegram machine in front of Li Tai. Li Zixuan was currently in the northwest of the empire doing disaster relief. This matter was known to everyone, but it was amazing that he could transmit information in real time across such a long distance. Dai Zhou had heard of telegrams before, but as the saying goes, seeing is better than hearing. Only when he saw it with his own eyes could he feel the shock. Di Zixuan? Is Di Zixuan helping Li Tai solve the case? On the other end of the telegram, Li Zixuan couldn't help but mutter to himself after receiving the news. Everyone knew about Di Renjia. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had watched countless movies and TV shows called Detective Di Renjia. He never expected that Di Renjia's father, Di Zixuan, also had a talent for investigating cases. Old Di's family had maxed out the talent for investigating cases. Supreme Court. After sending the telegram, Li Tai was finally free. He stood up and looked at Dai Zhou, saying, "Xiaoqing Dai, please don't be impatient. When the Yamen runners return, this prince will show everyone how to make ice in summer. This humble official will wait and see." Dai Zhou retracted his gaze from the telegram machine and cupped his hands. Time slowly passed. After a while, the Yamen runners returned with a small bag of saltpeter and handed it to Li Tai, saying, "Your Highness, the saltpeter you wanted." "Yes, all of you are dismissed. Without this prince's orders, no one is allowed to enter this courtyard." Li Tai took the saltpeter and said to the Yamen runners in a deep voice. Lu Dui was old and shrewd. He knew that Li Tai didn't want the method of making ice to be leaked. Therefore, he waved his hand and said, "Listen to His Highness. All of you are dismissed." "Yes, sir." The dozen or so Yamen runners in the courtyard hurriedly retreated out of the courtyard. Dai Zhou, Lu Dui, Sun Fujia, Sun Zifen, Di Zixuan, and Yuchi Baolin all looked at Li Tai. They wanted to see how he would make ice in summer. They saw Li Tai get a basin of water and a wooden bowl. The wooden bowl was half filled with water. When the wooden bowl was placed in the basin of water, it floated on the surface of the water. At this time, Li Tai took out the saltpeter and gently threw it into the basin of water. The saltpeter quickly released bubbles. Gradually, a shocking scene appeared. The water in the basin began to condense into ice. As time passed, the layer of ice became thicker and thicker. In the end, the water in the wooden bowl also condensed into ice. Dai Zhou and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't say a word. Li Tai was also shocked. After all, this was his first time using saltpeter to make ice. He didn't have much confidence in his heart. Now that the ice was successfully made, he was relieved. At the same time, his admiration for Li Zixuan increased by several points. "He, Dai Xiaoqing, how is it? Is this prince making ice in summer?" Li Tai took out the water from the wooden bowl and handed it to Dai Zhou with a smile. Gulp. Feeling the cold air above the wooden bowl, Dai Zhou couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He then cupped his hands and said, "Yes, of course. Your Highness is a genius and can do what others can't. This official admires you." Li Tai smiled with satisfaction and said, "This method of making ice wasn't thought of by me. It was taught to me by Yamacho. To be honest, this method is Yamacho's unique secret. Now that the Yamacho has offered it to us because of the murder case, Minister Liu and the two ministers are all virtuous people. I don't think you will spread the secret method, right?" This was a reminder and a warning. Li Tai was not only a student of Yanhuang College, but also the king of Wei. Lu Dui cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Your Highness, don't worry. The three of us will not mention today's matter to anyone." "Yes." Sun Fujia and Dai Zhou nodded. Li Tai smiled and continued, "He. Since you all believe that ice can be made in summer, then this case can be closed." Dai Zhou hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you're wrong. Even if the murderer can make ice with saltpeter and kill Jin Wanfu with ice needles, we still don't know who the murderer is. How can this case be closed?" Di Zixuan took over and said, "This junior might know who the murderer is." "You know," Dai Zhou frowned and didn't believe it. Di Zixuan said in a deep voice, "The murderer is the venerable of Dragon Sect, Divine Monk Du Yi." Once these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Lu Dui, Sun Fujia, and Dai Zhou were all shocked. Daizhou widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Do E? Young Master D, we need evidence to solve the case. The dragon sect has been making waves in Chang, and recently, and has attracted a lot of people. If Du E is really the murderer, the government will have to spend a lot of trouble to catch him." "Of course I have evidence," Di Jixuan said seriously. "Just recently, monk Du E preached Buddhism in front of Chang and's Daxingshan temple and used his magic. He turned a bottle of flowing water into ice in an instant in front of all the people. This shows that Du E is proficient in making ice. And Jin Wanfu was killed by ice needles. Isn't this coincidence enough to prove that Du E is the murderer? Turning a bottle of flowing water into ice in an instant? How did he do it?" Sun Fujia was puzzled. Li Tai replied, "We don't know yet. But anyway, the facts prove that it is possible to make ice in summer. Jin Wanfu was killed by ice needles, and Du E happened to be very good at making ice. The Supreme Court can use this evidence to arrest Du E directly." Lu Dui, Sun Fujia, and Daizhou all looked solemn and fell into deep thought. After a while, Lu Dui raised his head and said, "After what you said, this Du E is indeed very suspicious. But this alone can't prove that Jin Wanfu was killed by him. If we want to arrest him, we need more evidence." Di Jixuan smiled and said, "It's easy to get more direct and more sufficient evidence. The Supreme Court's prison was heavily guarded. If the murderer wanted to sneak in alone, it was no different from wishful thinking. Someone must be covering for him. As long as we find out the traitor, we can have enough evidence to arrest Du E." Chapter 1510. Xian Yin, did the jailers on duty interrogate Jin Wanfu on the night of his sudden death? After listening to Di Jixuan's analysis, Lu Dui looked at Daizhou and asked in a low voice. Daizhou's face turned solemn. He cupped his hands and replied, "I have interrogated all the jailers on duty for the past 2 days. They all said that no outsider entered the prison that night." Lu Dui frowned and couldn't help but say, "That's strange. If no outsider entered, how could Jin Wanfu be killed by the ice needle? If I remember correctly, there should be someone with profound internal strength among the jailers of the Supreme Court." Daizhou shook his head and said, "No jailers have such a profound kung fu. Moreover, there are only a few people in the world who know the method of making ice in summer. How could a jailer know?" Di Jixuan stepped forward and said, "I would like to ask Minister Dai if there is a possibility that the murderer put on the uniform of a jailer of the Supreme Court that night and entered the prison to assassinate Jin Wanfu under the guidance of a real jailer. The light in the prison is dim at night. If one doesn't look carefully, it shouldn't be easy to detect that the murderer disguised himself as a jailer and sneaked into the prison." Hearing this, Daizhou couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. There is indeed such a possibility. However, although there were less than 100 jailers on duty that night, there were still 60 to 70 of them. It's impossible that none of them noticed the murderer, right?" Now that things had developed to this point, Daizhou didn't have any contempt for Di Jixuan. He was a little arrogant, usually, but he wasn't arrogant. When he met someone with real ability, he was very willing to humbly ask for advice. And Di Jixuan was a person with real ability. At this moment, Di Jixuan frowned and thought for a moment. Then he cupped his hands and replied, "Is there such a possibility? The jailer who sneaked the murderer into the Supreme Court has a relatively high status. Even if some other jailers noticed something unusual, they didn't dare to tell you the truth because of this person's power. So, the traitor hasn't been exposed until now." Daizhou's face suddenly became serious. He snorted and said, "I'll go and interrogate all the jailers again." Dai Xiaoqing, please wait. Di Jixuan hurriedly stopped him and said, it's meaningless to use the same method again. The result will definitely be the same, and it will make the traitor more vigilant. Dairen paused and asked, then what do you think we should do? Di Jixuan thought for a while and said, reward. With great rewards, brave men are bound to emerge. He gathered all the prison guards on duty that night and gave each of them a pen and paper. He asked them to write down some clues that they thought were valuable and told them that the Supreme Court would reward the prison guards who provided valuable clues. This way, not only will I be able to hide my identity, I won't be retaliated against, and I will also be able to obtain a generous reward. I believe that the prison guards who know about this will definitely be willing to report the truth. Hearing this, Sun Fujia couldn't help but nod and praise, using benefits to divide, and letting the person providing the clues have no worries. This method was feasible. As long as there's a traitor in the Supreme Court, we can use this method to find the traitor. Lu Dui couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good, good. Xian Yin will act according to this method. We must capture the Supreme Court spy as soon as possible. This subordinate obeys. Dai Ren solemnly cupped his hands and said. Then he nodded slightly to Di Jixuan and turned to leave. Lu Dui looked at Di Jixuan and said, Secretary Di really has a good son. Jixuan, are you interested in being on duty in the Supreme Court in the future? The old man was eager for talent and was planning to poach Li Zishuan's corner. Li Zishuan, who was far away in the Lan State, couldn't help but sneeze. He put away the telegraph and frowned. Damn it, who's scolding me? Li Zishuan, who thought that he hadn't done anything immoral, was puzzled. In the end, he could only shake his head and say to Hu Hanyun, Uncle Hu, tell the children to set off. We'll try to get to Shirong County before noon. Earlier, Li Tai had said that after they solved the case in the Supreme Court, they would send the details of the situation in Chang and via telegram. He had to find a place to stay in advance. Yes, young master. Hu Hanyun nodded, then turned around and shouted to the naughty children who were sitting on the ground, Get up, all of you, let's go. The effect of today's sermon was good. Our dragon sect has an additional 3,000 followers. The next step of the plan can begin. In a secret room in the Dragon Temple in Xinfeng County, the dragon head of the dragon sect stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, standing behind him, was Sakya Du Yi. The next step of the plan? Dragon head, have the connections in Cham and been opened? Hearing the iron-masked man talk about the next step of the plan, Du Yi's face showed a look of surprise and hurriedly asked, Yes. The iron-masked man nodded and said lightly, The dragon sect has more than 10,000 followers in Cham, and among them, there are more than 200 officials. In addition, there are many old friends of mine in Cham, and wouldn't it be easy to get through those joints? Our great cause is about to be completed. At the end, the iron-masked man's body couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, he was still very excited. Amit Ba, congratulations to the dragon head for your great cause. Sakya Du Yi bowed with a face of joy. Ha ha ha. The iron-masked man heard and let out a burst of wild laughter. After laughing for 2 or 3 breaths, he finally calmed down and said in a deep voice, But before that, we still can't expose ourselves. The trouble you caused before must be solved today. How is it? Have you asked Yi Hong to come out? Yi Hong was the jailer who helped Du Yi sneak into the Supreme Court. At this time, Du Yi hurriedly replied, reporting to the dragon head, After the sermon, I met Yi Hong and asked him to wait for me at the 10-mile slope outside Chang and city before noon. I will bring him to meet the dragon head and use the Jade Lake holy water to help him to never rise again. He has already agreed. Humph, The world is indeed greedy. 10-mile slope? Good. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will arrange for the Earth Fiend group to get rid of him. The iron-masked man said in a deep voice. Yes. Sakia knew that he was in the wrong and hurriedly bowed. Why is one person missing? Where did Yi Hong go? In the Supreme Court, when Dai Zhou gathered all the guards who were on duty the night before and found that one person was missing, he couldn't help but frown and ask. The jailers couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. After a while, one of them walked out and cautiously cupped his hands, reporting to Dai Xiaoqing. Boss Yi said that her mother suddenly fell seriously ill and left the Supreme Court an hour ago and went home. His mother suddenly fell seriously ill? Dai Zhou couldn't help but frown. Inexplicably, he thought of Di Jixuan's hypothesis that the traitor had a very high status among the prison guards, so the others didn't dare to expose him. Dai Zhou shook his head and threw away these thoughts. Then he said in a deep voice, I've already told you what I need to say. Anyone who can provide valuable clues will be heavily rewarded. Now, everyone start writing. Yes, the jailers answered, lowered their heads, and began to write. Old Wu, do you think the person brought by Yi Hong that night is the murderer? At the back, a jailer couldn't help but whisper to another jailer beside him. How would I know? That person didn't look like Wang Ming, but I didn't see clearly at the time. If we were wrong and offend boss, we won't be able to survive in the Supreme Court. You have to think carefully. AI, that's true. But since we wrote it on a piece of paper, bossy shouldn't know that we wrote it, right? Besides, Yi Hong isn't here today. Should we write it? We'll be rewarded handsomely if we do. Right. Then write. Silence. I told you to write clues. What are you whispering about in private? At that moment, Dai Zhou, who was standing in front of everyone like an invigilator, couldn't help berating them. The jailers who had been whispering immediately quieted down and started to write at a high speed. Half an hour later, all the jailers had thrown their written notes into the wooden box that Dai Zhou had prepared earlier. After one note was thrown in, another left. A moment later, Dai Zhou was the only one left in the room in the Supreme Court. Dai Zhou picked up the wooden box and went out. When he arrived at the back office of the Supreme Court, Lu Dui and Sun Fujia were already waiting for him. Of course, Li Tai, Di Jixuan, and the others were also present. These 4 people had brought about a turnaround in Jin Wanfu's case, so Lu Dui didn't object to them staying behind to witness the progress of the case. It's all here. Hurry up and look through it. Dai Zhou said to the people around him as he turned the wooden box upside down on the table, and several dozen pieces of paper instantly poured out. Thus, the group of people gathered around the table and started to look for valuable clues in the vast pile of paper. I don't see anything unusual. As far as they could see, the paper was filled with similar words. However, they were not discouraged and continued to search through the paper one by one. I've got it. Suddenly, Di Jixuan shouted again. I've got it. This made Sun Zifen want to burst into laughter. Di Jixuan stood up with a note in his hand and said, Everyone, please take a look. A jailer named Wu Mengshan claimed that on the night of Jin Wanfu's sudden death, he saw the jailer, Yi Hong, enter the beast cell area with an unfamiliar, tall man in jailer's uniform. He even deliberately sent them away for a period of time. After reading the contents of the note, Lu Dui's expression turned ugly as he said, Yi Hong, I was the one who promoted this person back then. How could he be an accomplice to the murder? Men, summon Yi Hong to see me immediately. Minister Lu, there's no need to summon him. Dai Zhou shook his head and sighed softly. Yi Hong must have absconded by now for fear of punishment. Earlier, when I summoned all the jailers on duty that night, he was the only one who wasn't present. It's said that his mother suddenly fell seriously ill. From the looks of it now, he must have sensed that something was wrong in advance and fled immediately. Bam! Lu Dewey slammed the table angrily and stood up. Outrageous! Xianin, send out all 3 teams of Yamen runners from the Supreme Court. They must capture Yi Hong and bring him back to me. Yes, sir. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Dai Zhou cupped his hands and left immediately to carry out the order. Son, where are you taking your mother to? On the official road outside Chang and city, a carriage was speeding south. In the carriage, an elderly woman shouted to a middle-aged man who was driving a horse outside the carriage. Mother, didn't I say earlier? I'm taking you to a new place. There's Jade Lake, holy water, to drink every day. Your body will get better and better, and your son will also live to a ripe old age and never die. The middle-aged man turned his head and smiled at the old woman in the carriage as he steered the carriage. Son, then what about your job in Chang'an City? Mother remembers that Minister Lu treated you well. How can you face Minister Lu if you go? The old woman in the carriage said again. Hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent. After a moment, the hesitation in his eyes turned into determination. He said in a deep voice, Mother, after we drink enough Jade Lake holy water, it won't be too late for me to repay Minister Lu. Hiya! The speed of the carriage was very fast, and it had the momentum of leaving the dust in the dust. In addition, at noon, there were not many people on the official road. Therefore, after about half an hour, the carriage arrived at the 10-li slope north of Mount Zhongnan. Hush! Mother, let's wait here for a while. Master Du Yi will soon come to take us to the sacred ground of Dragon Sect to meet the dragon head. After driving the carriage to a shady place, the middle-aged man jumped off the carriage and said to the old woman in the carriage, Mother feels that this matter is a bit inappropriate. How can there be an immortal in this world? Mother just wants to see my son have a promising future and not go down the wrong path. Mother doesn't care whether you live to a ripe old age or not. The old woman walked down the carriage with Yi Hong's help and couldn't help but say, Mother, you can't not trust others, but you can't not trust Master Du Yi. He is the reincarnation of the Buddha in heaven. He can purify water lotuses and turn water into ice. He is very capable. If we follow him, we are following the Buddha. We will definitely live to a ripe old age. Yi Hong frowned and said impatiently, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 6 black-clothed masked men, wielding blades, suddenly came down from the side of the hill. Due to their speed being too fast, by the time Yi Hong heard the whooshing sounds, the 6 black-clothed men had already surrounded the small carriage. Who are you? Seeing these masked men in black, holding swords, Yi Hong panicked and subconsciously took 2 steps back and said, Humph, we are the people who will kill you. The leader of the masked men in black snorted coldly and was about to go forward and chop Yi Hong. Hearing this, Yi Hong was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He quickly said, Don't kill me. I have money. I can give you money. I can also give you Jade Lake, holy water. Drinking it can cure hundreds of diseases, and you may even live to a ripe old age. This guy thought that he was a bandit who robbed him. You can keep those things to drink in hell. The masked man sneered and didn't talk nonsense. He directly held his long sword and pounced on Yi Hong and his mother. Chapter 15:11. The suspect, Yi Hong, is heading towards the 10-li hill. Chase. He's right in front. At noon, at the entrance of Chang and city, a group of elite cavalry galloped out, with Dai Zhou leading the charge, shouting loudly. This group of elite cavalry naturally did not come from the Supreme Court, but from the right Wu Marquis government. After discovering the traitor and realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lu Dui made a prompt decision to let Dai Zhou request for Yuqi Jingda's right Wu marquis government to send troops for assistance, while he himself personally entered the palace to report this matter to Li Er. Bang, bang, bang. The cavalry whistled past, stirring up a trail of dust. The passers-by on the roadside could not help but discuss. Where did this happen again? It's the Wu marquis government's cavalry. Hi, who knows? Could it be that there are bandits again, somewhere? How is this possible? Today the world is peaceful. Where would there be so many bandits? I heard the leading official say something about a suspect. Looks like they're going to catch some criminal. What kind of criminal can make the Wu marquis government send out cavalry to catch him? Maybe it's someone who has committed a heinous crime. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Let's go home and eat. Your Majesty, this is what happened. Dai Xiaoqing, Wei Wang, and a few other students are now following the right Wu marquis government's cavalry to investigate the whereabouts of the criminal Yi Hong. Wei Wang insisted on following. I did not stop him. May your Majesty punish him. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er, who was about to go for lunch, was asked to stay by Lu Dui. Lu Dui told Li Er about the investigation results of Jin Wanfu's sudden death case. Old Li's brows instantly furrowed. In your opinion, what are the chances of the culprit being Sakya Du-i? Li Er frowned and asked. Regarding Li Tai's safety, Li Er was not worried. This trip was just to catch a small old man from the Supreme Court, not to raid the nest of the Heavenly Dragon sect. There were so many Wu marquis accompanying him. Li Tai would not be in trouble, so Li Er did not blame Lu Dui. In comparison, Li Er was more concerned about the mastermind and the Heavenly Dragon sect. The fact that the culprit behind the scenes might be related to the Heavenly Dragon sect was a pleasant surprise for Li Er. He had long wanted to deal with the Heavenly Dragon sect, but he didn't have a proper way to do so. Now that the case of Jin Wanfu's sudden death involved the venerable Shijayadu of the Heavenly Dragon sect, how could Li Er not be pleasantly surprised? Hearing Li Er's question, Lu Dui looked solemn and bowed. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that His Highness King Wei and Di Zhishuan's speculation is highly credible. According to the report of the Supreme Court's bailiffs, Yi Hong had recently become a believer of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Whenever the Heavenly Dragon sect's divine monk Du-i gave a lecture, Yi Hong would definitely be there. There is no enmity between Jin Wanfu and Yi Hong. This time, Yi Hong brought people to assassinate Jin Wanfu. It doesn't make sense. The only possibility is that Du-i wants to kill Jin Wanfu, and Yi Hong has no choice but to be his accomplice. Li Er pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, why would Du-i take such a huge risk to kill Jin Wanfu? Is it because of his personal grudge, or for the benefit of the entire Heavenly Dragon sect? And if I remember correctly, Jin Wanfu is also involved in a 30,000 Tang private bank case. Is there a connection between these two cases? Lu Dui's brows instantly furrowed. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty suspects that the 30,000 Tang yuan that Jin Wanfu got from the private bank ended up in the Heavenly Dragon sect. That's right. The Heavenly Dragon sect first gave out porridge and cured diseases in various places to win over the people. So how could it not be supported by a huge amount of money? I even suspect that there are many Jin Wanfu secretly sending money to the Heavenly Dragon sect. Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice. Lu Dui was silent for a moment before he solemnly cupped his hands and said, After Yi Hong is brought to justice, this old subject will definitely investigate this matter to the bottom. Li Er waved his hand and said, Capture Yi Hong first. If you want to capture him alive, I will mobilize a team of Imperial Guards for you. Minister Lu, you will personally keep an eye on him to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Lu Dui cupped his hands and accepted the order. This old subject obeys. After that, he turned and left the main hall. The main hall suddenly fell into silence. Ha ha! I didn't expect Li Zishuan's student to be so proficient in investigating cases. Interesting. Li Er leaned on the dragon couch and was silent for a long time before he chuckled and sighed. Zhao Song couldn't help but interject at this time. Di Zhishuan secretly ran away from home to participate in the Yanhuang College's entrance exam, which provoked Secretary Di to personally climb Yinshan and find Marquis Yang and to ask for him. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but recall that when he went to Yanhuang College to observe the entrance exam last year, he happened to bump into Di Xiaoxiu, who blocked the door. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Di Zhishuan is so outstanding now. I guess Secretary Di is secretly happy at home. He really took advantage of the situation and still acted innocent. Ah, don't kill me. I'm a guest invited by Master Du Yi. Are you from the Heavenly Dragon sect? You can't kill me. On the 10-mile slope, seeing 6 masked men with swords rushing towards him, he hurriedly shouted in horror. The masked men opposite him didn't want to talk nonsense and directly slashed at Yi Hong with their swords. Don't harm my Hong. My Hong, is an officer of the Supreme Court. If you harm my Hong, don't even think about running away. The old woman who came here with Yi Hong stood out at this time and opened her arms to stop the assassins and said in a trembling voice, "Humph, old thing, you're courting death." The masked men in black didn't know what it meant to respect the old and cherish the young. They only knew that if someone blocked them, they would kill them. Therefore, the masked men opposite the old woman mercilessly pierced the old woman's body with their swords. Puchi! The long swords were pulled out and blood gushed out. The old woman fell straight to the ground with her eyes wide open. She died with grievances. Mother! Yi Hong, who saw this scene, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. He was a filial person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken his mother out of the city this time to escape from Chang, and, seeing the old woman fall, Yi Hong rushed up to her and held her in his arms. He cried bitterly, "Mother, wake up! Wake up! Your son was wrong. Your son shouldn't have brought you here." At this moment, Yi Hong was suddenly remorseful. His heart was full of regret. He seemed to understand the situation in front of him. This was a killing trap set up by Du Yi to silence him. He regretted his greed, and regretted his ignorance. Humph! You should tell these words to the King of Hell. The leader of the assassins raised the long swords in his hands and was about to chop Yi Hong's neck. Yi Hong closed his eyes and didn't dodge because he knew that he couldn't avoid it. He might as well follow his mother to the netherworld to reunite with her. Feeling a gust of wind near the back of his head, Yi Hong knew that he was going to die. He lamented, "Mother, your son is coming to accompany you." Stop! At this moment, a loud roar came from not far away. Then, everyone heard the rumbling sound of horse hoofs. "Everyone put down your weapons and surrender." When Dai Zhou saw Yi Hong kneeling on the ground, as well as the masked man in black holding a sword behind him, he was instantly enraged and roared loudly. At this point, Yi Hong was the most crucial and effective breakthrough point in the entire case. If this lead was broken, then the whole case would return to square one. Dai Zhou would never allow it. Humph! Kill Yi Hong and run. Seeing the mighty imperial court army, the leader of the assassins didn't show any fear. Instead, the speed of his swords swinging down became even faster. "How dare you, brat!" Seeing this, Dai Zhou's eyes widened. He wanted to order the soldiers behind him to shoot, but he was afraid that the arrows would be inaccurate on the bumpy ride and accidentally hurt Yi Hong. For a moment, he actually didn't know how to give orders. "They want to silence him. Baolin quickly stopped them. Jishuan roared and said. Yuchi Baolin didn't have as many scruples as Daizhou. When he heard that, he directly snatched a horse lance from a right marquis soldier beside him and threw it fiercely at the assassin raising the sword. Whoosh! One had to know that Yuchi Baolin's other abilities might not be outstanding, but in terms of strength, there were very few people of his age who were stronger than him. This throw of his with all his might caused the lance to make a whistling sound in the air. One could only imagine how fast it was. At this speed, the horse lance would have already pierced through the assassin's body by the time he chopped off Yi Hong's head. If the assassin wanted to avoid this attack, he would have to give up on killing Yi Hong. Beautiful! Li Tai couldn't help but praise when he saw Yuchi Baolin throw the horse lance. However, what he expected didn't happen. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across the assassin's eyes. He still didn't dodge. Instead, he held his sword with both hands and slashed at Yi Hong's neck as fast as he could. Thud! Thud! The sound of the long sword piercing flesh and the horse lance piercing the body rang out one after the other. Right after that, Yi Hong's head fell to the ground and rolled forward for some distance. As for the assassin in black, he was sent flying by the powerful momentum of the horse lance. Then, he landed heavily on the ground and didn't move at all. Evidently, he had been killed in one blow. It was probably a life for a life. Daizhou gasped when he saw how ruthless and decisive the assassin was, willing to kill Yi Hong even at the cost of his own life. He was both shocked and furious. He shouted loudly, "Capture all of them! Don't let any of them escape!" Now that Yi Hong was dead, Daizhou could only place his hopes on these assassins in front of him. Capture them alive and interrogate them. Perhaps he might be able to find out what he wanted to know. Understood. The cavalry behind Daizhou shouted loudly. Then, the cavalry automatically split into two groups and quickly rushed forward, intending to surround the remaining assassins and capture them all in one go. Naturally, those with 2 legs couldn't outrun those with 4 legs. Even if the assassins wanted to escape, they were surrounded by the cavalry before they could even take a few steps. Capture all of them. Keep them alive. Daizhou had already rushed over on his horse. He waved his hand and ordered. Understood. The soldiers obeyed and began to wave their lances to reduce the encirclement. The 5 assassins stood back to back. Seeing that the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, the 5 of them looked at each other with a trace of determination in their eyes. Then, the 5 of them raised their long swords at the same time and slashed at their own necks. Quick! Don't let them kill themselves. When the assassins raised their long swords, Jishuan had already realized that something was wrong. He quickly shouted. Yuchi Baolin used the same trick again. He took a horse lance from the soldier beside him and threw it at the long sword in an assassin's hand. However, he could stop one person, but he couldn't stop 5 people at the same time. Therefore, although Yuchi Baolin's horse lance knocked away the long sword in an assassin's hand, the other 4 assassins had already cut their own throats. Their decisiveness in committing suicide sent chills down one's spine. Quick! Capture him! Don't let him kill himself! Seeing that only one of the 6 assassins was left, Daizhou was both anxious and angry. He hurriedly ordered the soldiers to pin the remaining assassin to the ground. Unexpectedly, the tied-up assassin gave Daizhou a devilish smile. Then, the assassin closed his eyes, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was dead. Dai Shaoqing, this person has a poison sac in his mouth. Once you bite it open, he will die instantly. A martial marquis stepped forward to check the breath of the assassin, and then looked at the mouth of the assassin seriously. Finally, he stepped forward and cupped his hands at Daizhou. Humph, this is outrageous. It was not easy to find a clue, but because they were too late, the key person was killed. Moreover, the assassins had decisively killed themselves. As a result, the clues of the case were cut off. How could Dai Zhou not be angry and furious? Bring all the corpses back to the Supreme Court. Check if there is anything on them that can prove their identities. Dai Zhou's face was gloomy as he ordered the Marshal Marquis. Yes, sir. Sigh, we were too late. This murderer is so cunning. He actually predicted that we would find out about Yi Hong. Then he killed him one step ahead of us. This way, no one will know his identity at all. Di Jishuan said dispiritedly. They had worked so hard to solve the case, but in the end, it was all for naught. Jishuan, it's my fault. It's my fault for not being strong enough and for not throwing the lance fast enough. Otherwise, Yi Hong wouldn't have died. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, Yuqi Baolin scratched his head and said apologetically. Hearing that, Di Jishuan quickly patted Yuqi Baolin's shoulder and said, Baolin, you have done very well. Don't blame yourself. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to Chang. And first, I don't believe that the murderer will be able to get away with it. After adjusting his mood, Dai Zhou said in a low voice. The group of people carried the corpses back to the city. On a hillside not far away, two middle-aged men dressed like farmers walked out from the bushes. They whispered a few words to each other, then mounted their horses and galloped toward Xinfeng County in the northwest. Chapter 1512. The imperial court actually mobilized the army for a small prison head. It seems that Li Shimin has noticed something. Xinfeng County, Tianlong Temple. The iron-masked man stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, Dragon Chief, you mean Li Shimin knows that I killed Jin Wanfu? Du Yi stood behind the iron-masked man and couldn't help but ask, Humph, it's all because of you. The iron-masked man snorted and turned around. Tianlong Temple is no longer safe. Let the core disciples withdraw with me first. When everything is ready, I'll give Li Shimin a big surprise. He. Yes, Du Yi's face froze, and he quickly bowed to accept the order. Sure. Xianin, what's going on? Where's Yi Hong? On an official road, not far from Chang. And Lu Dui led a group of imperial guards and just so happened to run into the right Marquis army led by Dai Zhou. Lu Dui hurriedly reined in his warhorse, but when he saw that Yi Hong was not in the group, Lu Dui's heart sank, and he asked, replying to the temple head, Yi Hong encountered a group of unknown black-clothed men at the Shirley Slope. We were a step too late, and he was killed. Those men in black all chose to commit suicide after being surrounded by us. Dai Zhou quickly jumped down from his horse, stepped forward, and bowed to Lu Dui with an ashamed expression. What? Yi Hong is dead. The assassins who killed him all committed suicide. Lu Dui's eyes widened in shock, and his face instantly sank. Previously, when he was in the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er had told him that Yi Hong was a key figure in whether or not they could get rid of the Heavenly Dragon sect, but in less than half an hour, this key figure was actually killed. The case that was supposed to be solved suddenly became confusing again. How could he explain this to Li Er? I'm willing to be punished for my carelessness in the pursuit. Dai Zhou bowed and cupped his fists. Now is not the time to discuss who's right and who's wrong. Lu Dui waved his hand and said, Are the bodies of those assassins still here? Dai Zhou replied, Sir, the bodies of Yi Hong, his mother, and the 6 assassins have all been brought back. Lu Dui waved his hand and made a prompt decision. Return to the Supreme Court immediately and examine the corpses to find out the identities of these assassins. Here. Dai Zhou cupped his hands and accepted the order. Then he led the group toward Chang and city. Lu Dui then looked at Li Tai, Di Jishuan, and the others and said, Jin Wanfu's case, it is all thanks to your highness and these young friends. As for whether the real culprit behind this case is Du Yi or not, this official will definitely investigate it clearly. Now that the Supreme Court has something important to do, this old man will hold a banquet to thank your highness and these young friends another day. If it weren't for Di Jishuan's quick-wittedness in solving the case, the spy would still be lurking in the Supreme Court. In the future, there might be an even bigger case. If that really happened, Lu Dui would have no choice but to resign. He was almost 50 years old this year and was about to retire and return to his hometown. If he were to resign, then his reputation would be ruined. Therefore, old Lu was truly grateful to Di Jishuan, Li Tai, and the others. Li Tai smiled and said, "Official Lu, you are too polite. Every one of us is responsible for getting rid of the traitors for the country." Di Jishuan also smiled and said, "Qing Ke is right. Lord Lu, you are too polite. Your official business is more important. You don't have to worry about us." "That's good. This old man will take his leave." Lu Dui took a deep look at Di Jishuan. Then he cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Alas, I didn't expect that after we finally found the accomplice, we couldn't find the real culprit. Now that Yi Hong is dead, even if we suspect Du Yi, we can't find any evidence." After saying goodbye to Lu Dui, Di Jishuan and the others returned to Chang and City unhappily. Walking on the main street, Di Jishuan sighed with regret. Thinking back to his journey this morning, he had painstakingly unraveled the cocoon layer by layer and finally found the real culprit. How wonderful was his reasoning! In the end, he fell at the last step. How could he not feel that it was a pity? Li Tai frowned and said, "Jishuan, don't you think that those assassins are very strange? Not only did they kill themselves when they were surrounded, they even killed themselves by swallowing poison after they were captured. They seem to be ready to commit suicide at any time. It's really strange." Di Jishuan's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, "These people want to kill Yi Hong. It's very likely that Du Yi ordered them to do so. Moreover, from the way they act, it's very likely that they are death warriors trained by the Dragon Sect. But how could the Dragon Sect have death warriors? What kind of ulterior motive do they have? Qing Ke, I think these problems must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Dragon Sect will be a disaster for the Tang Empire sooner or later." Li Tai agreed and said, "Jishuan, you are right. The Dragon Sect doesn't seem to be good people. I believe that my father will definitely send people to investigate this matter. With my father around, no one can overturn this country." At the end, Li Tai's face was full of confidence. If it had been in the past, he might have only felt that Li Er was a good father to him. However, after studying outside the palace for over a year, what he had heard, seen, and learned gradually made him understand that Li Er was also a skilled and iron-blooded emperor. No one was a match for Li Er in terms of power and strategy, in terms of stabilizing the country and maintaining peace. Di Jishuan didn't answer. After a moment of silence, Sun Zifen, who was following behind them, suddenly said, Qing Ke, Jishuan, what's the deal with the magic that Monk Du Yi used to turn water into ice? Have you figured it out?" Everyone was speechless. It turned out that the reason this guy didn't speak for a long time was not because he was thinking about the case, but because he was thinking about those tricks. After a long silence, Li Tai shook his head and said, "I don't know." Sun Zifen stared and said, "Then aren't you curious? Didn't you say you wanted to ask the Yamacho? Now that the case has been solved and the traitor has been caught, why don't you go and ask the Yamacho?" Li Tai thought for a moment. He had promised Li Zishuan that he would send the details of Jin Wanfu's case in the form of a telegram once the case was solved. Now that he was free, it was indeed time to send the telegram. I left the telegram machine in the Supreme Judiciary. I have to get it back. After sending the telegram to the Yamacho, I have to go back to the workshop. After a moment of silence, Li Tai opened his mouth. He was now the deputy director of the Trump Card Project. Even if it was the weekend of the academy, he still had to work overtime in the workshop's research base. This morning, he just went back to the palace to greet Zhang Sun. As for the investigation, it was just a coincidence. Beep, 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 beep. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in Prince Wei's mansion, the little fatty began to send a telegram to Li Zixuan in the study, while Sun Zifan, Di Jixuan, Yuqi Baolin, and the others waited expectantly for Li Zixuan's reply. Young master, there's a telegram. Shirong County. Li Zixuan, who had just settled down in the county's inn, suddenly heard a beeping sound and a young man's shout outside the door. He pushed the door open and saw that it was Erniu. Give it to me. Li Zixuan took the telegram machine and turned back into the room. After placing the telegram machine on the desk, he calmed himself down and began to send the telegram. Got it, Yanhuang 001. After confirming his identity, the telegram machine rang again. Li Zixuan's strong spiritual power turned his brain into a powerful and responsive code translation machine. Yamacho, the real murderer of Jin Wanfu, we suspect that it's the venerable Shajiadu of the Dragon Sect. This person is very good at illusions. After investigating that Yi Hong was the accomplice who brought the murderer into the Supreme Court's prison, Daizhou immediately led people to arrest Yi Hong. But in the end, we were still a step too late. Yi Hong was surrounded by a group of unknown black-clothed men on a slope 10 miles outside Chang'an City. In the end, Yi Hong was beheaded, and the assassins all committed suicide on the spot. After listening to Li Tai's narration, Li Zixuan learned that in less than half a month, so many things had happened in Chang'an City. Especially the new sect, the Dragon Sect, which aroused Li Zixuan's great vigilance. They used illusions and superstitions to confuse the people and recruit them into the sect, gradually increasing its power and prestige. Wasn't this a cult in modern times? Moreover, the Dragon Sect was very similar to the White Lotus sect of the late Ming Dynasty. The White Lotus sect had some White Lotus mother, but he didn't expect the Dragon Sect to create a venerable. If this wasn't a high imitation of the White Lotus sect, then what was it? What did the White Lotus sect do? They rebelled against the imperial court. Then the hidden intention of the Dragon Sect in front of him was obvious. Li Zixuan dared to conclude that the Dragon Sect absolutely wanted to rebel against the imperial court. Besides, this morning, Di Jixuan solved the case. After listening to Li Tai's description, Li Zixuan had to admire Di Jixuan's observation and reasoning skills. Di Jixuan was able to analyze such a hidden method of killing people with ice needles. It seemed that Di Renjia, who solved cases like a god in history, was likely to have inherited the talent from Di Jixuan. Yamacho, this morning in Chang'an City, Monk Du, he performed the levitation skill and the water to ice technique. The levitation skill has been cracked by a little girl we met named Chen Shuozhen. But as for the water to ice technique, we have pondered for a long time, but we still can't figure out the essence of it. I hope Yamacho can give us some hints. In the end, Li Tai still asked this question. After all, he was also very curious and wanted to know the answer. Li Zixuan, who was in the inn, was shocked after receiving the telegram. This was because he heard a familiar and extraordinary name. Chen Shuozhen? Qingke. Are you saying that the little girl who cracked the levitation skill is named Chen Shuozhen? Are you sure it's these 3 words? Li Zixuan's right hand tapped lightly, and a series of messages were sent out in an instant. On the other side, Li Tai, Di Jixuan, Sun Zifan, and the others who were guarding the telegram originally wanted to listen to how Li Zishuan cracked Du Yi's water to ice technique. They didn't expect that after the code was translated, it would be such an inexplicable question. Yamacho, what does this mean? It's obviously talking about the water to ice technique. Why did it mention the little girl we met this morning? Sun Zifan couldn't help but complain after reading the translated code. Could it be that Yamacho used to know that little girl? Li Tai frowned and guessed. As he spoke, he had already begun to reply to Li Zishuan's telegram. Yamacho, her name is indeed Chen Shuazhen. As for whether it's these 3 words, Tai isn't sure. The girl just said her name, but didn't say which 3 words it was. Li Zishuan, who was at the other end of the telegram, was silent. After a while, he frowned and muttered to himself, "It can't be so coincidental, right? The first female emperor in Chinese history has entered Chang, and city just like that? Shouldn't she be from Jiangsu and Zhejiang?" The Chen Shuazhen that Li Zishuan thought of was also known as Chen Shuazhen in history. She was from the Zi Tang Yuantian manor in Muzhou, and the female leader of the peasant uprising in Zhejiang during the Tang Dynasty. Around the first year of Yonghui, a rare flood occurred in Qingxi County. Not only did the imperial court not open the granary to provide relief, but they also imposed all kinds of taxes. As a result, the people had no way to make a living. They had to sell their children, homeless and starving. When Chen Shuazhen saw the suffering of the villagers, she remembered that she had received help from the villagers. Therefore, she ignored her own safety and secretly opened the granary of her employer to provide relief to the victims. In the end, she was discovered by her employer, tied up and beaten black and blue. The villagers saw this and were anxious. That night, many villagers spontaneously organized themselves and rushed into the woodshed where Chen Shuazhen was locked up to rescue her. In order to escape the search of the soldiers, Chen Shuazhen escaped to the junction of the 3 counties. While Chen Shuazhen was recuperating, she felt that only by overthrowing the imperial court could she let everyone live a good life. Chen Shuazhen decided to use Taoism and secret religions to develop believers as a force for future uprisings. Later on, when the number of believers was about to increase, Chen Shuazhen officially announced an uprising at the beginning of the 10th month of the 4th year of Yonghui to fight against the government. She imitated the official system of the Tang Dynasty and established a political regime. She appointed Zhang Xuan as her servant and was in charge of various affairs. She was called the Emperor of Wenjia. In the history of China, countless women participated in peasant uprisings. However, there were very few women who were leaders. Chen Shuazhen was the only woman who was a leader and also called the Emperor. She was called the Emperor even earlier than Wu Zetian. Therefore, many historians called her the first female emperor in the history of China. Li Zishuan did not understand why such a demonic woman would appear in Chang, and so early. Could it be that because of his appearance, the lives of the people in the Zhejiang region became better? Was that why Chen Shuazhen was able to travel to Chang? And beep, beep, beep. Yamacho, what is the meaning of the art of turning water into ice? At this moment, the telegraph rang again. It was Li Tai on the other end of the telegraph. After waiting for a long time, Li Zishuan did not reply, so he sent another telegram to urge him again. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and replied, "The water in the Dujia bottle is probably distilled pure water. Because there are no impurities attached to it, it lacks the coagulants needed to freeze. Pure water will remain in a liquid state at a low temperature below the freezing point of water. However, once it comes into contact with the outside world, it will quickly freeze into ice particles. Chinke, you can do an experiment to verify this point." Chapter 1513. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had encountered such a phenomenon. Sometimes in summer, the water in the freezer would not freeze for a long time, but when it was placed on the table or shaken by hand, it would freeze in 1 or 2 seconds. It was very magical. Later, Li Zixuan searched on the internet and found out that this kind of water was called supercooled water. It was because the water was too pure and lacked the required coagulants or other reasons that the water would not freeze when it was below 0 degrees Celsius. The state of supercooled water was very unstable. It would freeze instantly if it was disturbed slightly. This unstable state was called metastable state. If a small amount of solid matter was added, or the water was shaken gently, or the surrounding temperature was raised, the water would immediately crystallize and solidify. The purer the water, the more obvious the supercooled phenomenon. If it was high-purity water, it would only freeze when it was minus 40 degrees Celsius. In the same year as Li Zixuan, there was a cartoon called The Higher Brothers. In it, there was a segment about supercooled water. The 2 brothers came across a pond that did not freeze when it was below 0 degrees Celsius. The elder brother threw a stone into the water, and the whole pond quickly froze. Of course, this was only a theoretical situation. It was impossible in reality because the water quality of the pond was not that good. There would definitely be all kinds of impurities and plankton in the pond, which could be used as coagulants. Thus, the supercooled phenomenon would not appear. Therefore, when Li Tai asked this question today, Li Zixuan could answer it so quickly. On the other side of the telegraph, after the code sent by Li Zixuan was translated into Chinese, Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Di Zixuan, and the others all widened their eyes in astonishment. Today, not only did they know the secret of making ice in summer, but they also knew how to turn water into ice. If this had happened in the past, it would have been the means of immortals in the eyes of the world. I knew that Du Yi was bluffing again. Now, it seems that he was right. Li Tai shouted as he slapped his thigh. Di Zixuan frowned and said, "Now, we can be absolutely sure that Du Yi is not the reincarnation of some deity or Buddha. His so-called immortal arts are just some kind of clever magic tricks that can be explained with engineering knowledge, although we didn't catch Yi Hong alive this time. And we don't have sufficient evidence to prove that Du Yi is the real murderer of Jin Wanfu. We can expose the immortal arts that Du Yi showed to the world before, so that he can no longer deceive the world with the identity of the reincarnation of gods and Buddhas." One had to know that the Heavenly Dragon faction's members were spread all over the world. Some were businessmen, some were servants, and some were officials in the imperial court. The more members there were, the greater their ability to wreak havoc. This time, Du Yi took advantage of Yi Hongda's identity as the chief jailer of the Supreme Judiciary to sneak into the prison and kill people who knew whether or not he would enter the palace and assassinate under the lead of some palace attendants in the future. Therefore, the power of the Heavenly Dragon faction must be weakened. Otherwise, if we let it continue to develop, the influence of the Heavenly Dragon faction will spread all over the world, even to the various departments of the imperial court. That would be too terrifying. Hearing this, Li Tai's expression turned serious. After a moment of silence, he said, "Zixuan, you are right. Whether or not Du Yi is the real murderer of Jin Wanfu, we can't let the Heavenly Dragon faction continue to grow. I will report this matter to Father later and let him make a decision." Beep, beep, beep. Li Tai's voice fell, and the telegraph suddenly rang again. Sun Zifan quickly said, "Chinke, Yamacho is calling again. Quickly record the code." Without Sun Zifan saying anything, Li Tai had already picked up a pen and began to record the code that Li Zixuan sent over. The Heavenly Dragon faction sent out Sakyamuni Du Yi to use clumsy tricks to mislead the world. They are definitely not good people. Chinke, you must report this to His Majesty and let him be more vigilant. Jin Wanfu's case is likely just a wedge. The Heavenly Dragon faction must have a bigger conspiracy in the dark. 1,000 Li Dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. The followers of the Heavenly Dragon faction are like thousands of ants, infiltrating every corner of the empire. No one knows when, where, and how they will attack. The dangers hidden in the dark are the scariest. The most important thing for the imperial court now is to guard against Heavenly Dragon faction spies like Yi Hong. If any ministers or palace attendants join the Heavenly Dragon faction and work for them, His Majesty's safety will be threatened. Qingke, you must remind His Majesty to be fully prepared. On the other end of the telegraph, Li Zishuan sent a telegram worriedly. At this point, whether Jin Wanfu was killed by Sakyamuni Du Yi or where the 30,000 Tang Yuan Jin Wanfu swallowed went, these questions were no longer important. Through the murderer's method of killing, Li Zishuan saw an even greater danger hidden in the dark of the empire. The Heavenly Dragon faction made Sakyamuni Du Yi into a mortal Buddha to attract followers from all walks of life. If they wanted to launch a coup, there might be countless followers and soldiers in Chang, and to open the city gates for them. This was what Li Zishuan was most worried about. But at the same time, he had some doubts in his heart because according to the original history, there was no such thing as the Dragon God sect in the Tang Dynasty. Why would there be such a powerful Dragon God sect popping up now? Could it be that his appearance had caused a change in history that he could not control? Could this be the legendary butterfly effect? Zhishuan, it seems that Yamacho has the same idea as you. You wait here for a moment. I'll go to the palace. After translating the telegram and reading the contents, Li Tai stood up and said to Di Zhishuan and the others, "Well, let's get down to business. Qingke." Di Zhishuan and Sun Zifan said in unison. Li Tai made an obeisance and turned to leave. "Your Majesty, we did not find anything that could prove their identity. I asked the shopkeepers of the 108 workshops in Chang and to identify the bodies, but none of the assassins were from Chang. But according to the shopkeeper of the Chen's Carriage Company, Yi Hong went to the Chen's Carriage Company to hire a carriage at 4:45 in the morning. At that time, Yi Hong looked very excited and kept murmuring, 'I'm going to become an immortal and live forever.' So I suspect that Yi Hong must have been lured by someone to go to the Shirley Slope." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er sat on the main seat with a gloomy face. Lu Dui stood below the hall and carefully reported the case to Li Er. Li Er said coldly, "A small prison guard actually made the other party send men of sacrifice to kill him. How much strength does the mastermind have?" Lu Dui quickly made an obeisance and said, "I failed in my governance and did not maintain the security of the capital, allowing the mastermind to go unpunished. Your Majesty, please punish me." Li Er's eyes flashed and said, "Men of sacrifice actually appeared outside Chang and right under the emperor's feet. As the minister of the Supreme Court, of course you can't avoid the responsibility. But the most important thing now is to find the mastermind behind this and wipe out this hidden force in one fell swoop. I'll give you 5 days. You must give me a result within 5 days. I'll send a team of imperial guards to the Supreme Court for you to command." Lu Dui heard this and could not help but complain in his heart, because with Yi Hong's death, all the clues had been cut off. He really did not have the confidence to find the mastermind within 5 days, but he could not disobey the emperor's order. Even if he knew it would be difficult, he had to agree. Lu Dui, obey the emperor's order." Lu Dui bowed and said, "Well." Li Er nodded. At this moment, a chamberlain ran in and bowed. "Your Majesty, King Wei requests an audience." Qingke? Why did he return to the palace? Quickly, Li Er frowned and was puzzled because Li Tai had just entered the palace to greet Empress Zhang Sun in the morning. But thinking of Lu Dui saying that Li Tai, Di Jixuan, and the rest were involved in solving the case, Li Er suddenly realized something and hurriedly said to the chamberlain, "Yes." The chamberlain received the order and left. After a while, Li Tai walked into the main hall. "Your son greets Imperial Father." Li Tai walked to Lu Dui's side and bowed to Li Er. No need for formalities. Li Er waved his hand and asked directly, "Qin Ke, for you to enter the palace again. Do you have something important to report?" Li Tai nodded and said, replying to Imperial Father, "This son does indeed have an important matter. It's about the venerable of the dragon sect, Du Yi." Li Er's eyes lit up and hurriedly said, "Oh, quickly say it." Li Tai cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "This time, the Supreme Court came out of the city to capture Yi Hong. Although they were late and caused Yi Hong to be killed by the assassin, and all the clues were cut off, we have already obtained evidence that Du Yi deceived the people. He is not the reincarnation of some Buddha. The celestial arts he displayed before were all tricks to confuse the people into joining his dragon sect." Hearing this, Li Er's eyes narrowed and said with a serious expression, "Qin Ke, what you said, do you have any basis?" The reason why Li Er did not touch Dewey now was not only because there was no conclusive evidence, but also because Du Yi was a living Buddha in the eyes of the people. If he was rashly arrested, it might cause a revolt. Now that Li Tai said that Du Yi's celestial arts were all tricks to deceive people, Li Er saw some opportunities to break the situation. Li Tai nodded and said with a serious face, "Imperial Father, what your son said, of course, has a basis. The levitation technique and ice touch technique that Du Yi displayed to the people can all be explained by the truth of the world. As long as the method is right, any ordinary person can do it. For example, this levitation technique. He is just..." In order to make Old Li believe that Du Yi was a swindler who deceived the people, Li Tai explained the principles of the levitation technique and ice touch technique in detail. At the end, in order to increase the credibility, Li Tai even brought up Li Zixuan. He took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and said to Li Er, "Your son contacted the Yamacho 15 minutes ago and told the Yamacho about the dragon sect and Jin Wanfu's case. The Yamacho has a few words for your son to pass to Imperial Father." Li Zixuan, Li Er's heart skipped a beat, and he said to Zhao Song, "Quickly bring it up." There was even a hint of excitement in his tone. This was because when the dragon sect first came out to stir up trouble, Li Er wanted to hear Li Zixuan's opinion. After all, Li Zixuan was the real deal. Not only was he full of ideas, but he was also full of ideas. Therefore, Li Tai's telegram was timely. "Yes." Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order. He quickly walked to Li Tai and took the paper, then handed it to Li Er. Li Er eagerly opened it and read the contents carefully. The dragon sect sent Sakyamuni Du Yi, using clumsy tricks to claim to be an immortal technique. At this moment, Lu Dui was still in a state of shock. He was shocked that all of Du Yi's immortal techniques were actually deceptive tricks. Of course, he was even more shocked that Li Tai and Li Zixuan were actually able to break through Du Yi's immortal techniques so quickly. After all, he pondered over the immortal techniques that Du Yi had executed in private on more than one occasion, but he hadn't been able to figure them out in the end. After a moment of silence in the hall, Li Er finally finished reading the contents of the paper. At this time, his old face had become incomparably gloomy. Obviously, Li Zixuan's words had struck a sensitive nerve in Li Er. "Minister Lu, immediately bring people to seal up the dragon sect and arrest the dragon head of the dragon sect, as well as Sakyamuni Du Yi." Li Er said coldly. There was a hint of determination in his voice. At this moment, the iron-blooded emperor was back. Lu Dui raised his eyebrows and quickly cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this old subject does not have any evidence of Sakyamuni Du-Yi's crimes. I'm afraid that rashly arresting them will cause widespread criticism. Humph! How can there be no evidence? Regardless of whether Jin Wanfu was killed by Du-Yi or not, just based on his clumsy tricks, falsely claiming to be God and Buddha, and misleading the people to join the dragon sect, he should be arrested. Li Er snorted coldly. Now that the mysterious veil on Du-Yi's body had been removed, how could Li Er, who originally wanted to deal with the dragon sect, endure it? It was already good enough that he did not directly send an army to encircle and annihilate the dragon sect. How could he let Du-Yi of the dragon sect continue to get away scot-free and bewitch the people? Lu Du-Yi suddenly understood and quickly cupped his hands. This old subject obeys the decree. After saying that, he cupped his hands and left the hall. All right, Qing Ke, you can also leave. You have done well in this matter. As for the matter mentioned by Li Zixuan, you don't have to worry. This emperor will make arrangements. Rubbing the space between his eyebrows, Li Er looked at Li Tai and said warmly. Li Tai solemnly cupped his hands and said, Then this subject will take his leave. Imperial father and imperial mother must strengthen the guards in the palace and take care of yourselves. Li Er's heart warmed. He nodded and replied, En, you can go. Hearing this, Li Tai cupped his hands and left. Chapter 15:14. Your Majesty, General Li has infiltrated the Heavenly Dragon sect and is thinking of a way to bring back a bowl of Jade Lake, holy water for divine Dr. Sun. In the Sweet Dew Hall, after hearing Li Er's order, Zhao Song said with some difficulty, Not too long ago, Li Er had given Li Junxian a secret mission. He was to find a way to obtain the Jade Lake, holy water that the people of the Heavenly Dragon sect were going crazy over, and deliver it to the Great Tang Alliance Clinic for Sun Simiao to study. However, only the official disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect had the qualifications to obtain the Yaoqi holy water. Moreover, this kind of elixir that could cure all kinds of illnesses had to be drunk on the spot in order to maintain the best medicinal effect. Therefore, no matter how much money one had, one would not be able to buy a bottle of Yaoqi holy water. This was also one of the main reasons why those rich merchants and nobles fought to join the Heavenly Dragon sect. In order to complete Li Er's saint mandate and obtain the Jade Lake holy water, Li Junxian could only infiltrate the enemy camp and become a spy. Oh, we actually forgot about this. Li Er slapped his head in understanding and asked, Has Li Junxian already infiltrated the Heavenly Dragon sect? Zhao Song clasped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, General Li has already infiltrated the Heavenly Dragon sect, but according to the latest news he sent back, he is only an outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect and does not have the right to obtain the Jade Lake holy water. Outer sect disciple? What does that mean? Li Er frowned in confusion. Zhao Song hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Dragon sect did not have an outer sect disciple or inner sect disciple in the past, but as more and more people wanted to join the Heavenly Dragon sect, they began to divide into inner and outer sect disciples. Then what's the difference between inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples? How can an outer sect disciple become an inner sect disciple? Li Er asked with a frown. Zhao Song replied, Your Majesty, in the Heavenly Dragon sect, only inner sect disciples can enjoy the Jade Lake holy water once every 3 days. Outer sect disciples can only enjoy it once every half a month. As for how an outer sect disciple can become an inner sect disciple, I heard that the Heavenly Dragon sect has a judge in charge of this matter. As long as you pay enough money, you can become an inner sect disciple at any time. If you don't have the money, you can only slowly become an inner sect disciple by completing missions. A small sect like the Heavenly Dragon sect, is actually robbing the people of their wealth. Their greed is insatiable, and they have accumulated so much wealth. What are they trying to achieve? Li Er coldly snorted. Find a way to get in touch with Li Junxian and have him work with Lu Dui. Today, we must capture all the important members of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Xiao Song bowed and said, "This old servant obeys. You must also pay attention to the investigation of the officials and eunuchs. I don't want Chang and to be in chaos." Li Er added. "Here." Xiao Song's heart trembled as he replied, "Quick, surround the entire Heavenly Dragon Temple. Don't let anyone escape." At 4 p.m., Lu Dui led a group of Supreme Court runners and 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers to the Heavenly Dragon Temple in Xinfeng County. Lu Dui waved his hand and said coldly, "Here." More than 2,000 soldiers and runners answered in unison, then quickly divided into two groups and surrounded the newly renovated Heavenly Dragon Temple. Why would the army of the Imperial Court surround the Heavenly Dragon Temple? That's right. This Heavenly Dragon Temple has Master Du Yi, the reincarnation of a Buddha. Why are these soldiers surrounding the Heavenly Dragon Temple? This is disrespect to the Buddha. That's right. Why are you surrounding the Heavenly Dragon Temple? You will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Surprisingly, when the Imperial army surrounded the Heavenly Dragon Temple, the first to stand up was not the monks of the Heavenly Dragon Temple, but the people outside the temple, or rather, the followers of the Heavenly Dragon sect. If it was in the past, they would definitely not have dared to speak up against the Imperial army. However, at this moment, it was as if they were possessed. In their hearts, the Heavenly Dragon sect was their number one priority. They were willing to die for their beliefs. Lu Dui frowned and shouted, "This official is Lu Dui of the Supreme Court." Du Yi, the monk of the Heavenly Dragon sect, used secular tricks to confuse the people and claimed to be the reincarnation of a Buddha. He lured countless people to join the Heavenly Dragon sect. His intentions are punishable, and the evidence is irrefutable. Today, this official is under the orders of the Emperor to capture Du Yi and the head of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Hearing this, the people outside the Heavenly Dragon Temple were silent for a moment. Then, someone raised a question. What secular tricks? Master Du Yi used immortal magic. He is the reincarnation of a Buddha. Your Excellency, you can't be disrespectful to the Buddha. That's right. No one can be disrespectful to the Buddha, not even the Imperial Court. Yes. Withdraw immediately. The people who were silent for a moment soon became a pot of porridge. Lu Dui, who was at the center of the storm of public opinion, frowned deeply at this moment. Only when he experienced it himself could he understand the horror of the Heavenly Dragon sect. For the Imperial Court, for the Imperial power, the religious power must not be too great. Otherwise, there would be a situation like this, where the people openly went against the Imperial Court in order to protect their faith and religion. Now, they were just talking, but who knew if they would use knives in the future? Directly raise a rebellion? Silence! Lu Dui's face darkened and shouted with all his strength, whether Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon sect is using secular tricks to deceive the people, this official already has conclusive evidence. After he is arrested and brought to justice, there will be someone who will go to court with him. At that time, if he is really wronged, this official will naturally let him go. Now that the Supreme Court is handling the case, all unrelated people must stay away. Otherwise, don't blame this official for the crime of disturbing the public order. Lu Dui's face was stern and his voice was low. His shout frightened many people. At this moment, a carriage from the Wonderful Taste Pavilion drove over. Lu Dui glanced at it and saw the curtain open. Li Tai, Sun Zifen, Di Jixuan, and Yuchi Baolin came out of the carriage. Lu Dui quickly went up to them and asked, "Your Highness, why are you here?" Li Tai smiled and said, "This prince expected that someone would obstruct Minister Lu from handling the case, so I specially came here. I can take advantage of today's opportunity to expose Du Yi's deceit and let the people see the true face of the fake Buddha." Lu Dui's eyes lit up, and he said with surprise, "Oh, Your Highness is already prepared." If he could directly let the people see Du Yi's deceit, it would be the best for Lu Dui. After all, in many cases, blindly using force would not solve the problem. Li Tai smiled confidently and said, "Yes, this prince is ready." After that, he turned and took out an iron cylindrical object from the carriage. If the people present were from the Han village or Plum village, they would definitely recognize this object. That's right, this object was a loudspeaker, the workshop's newest secret product. "Baolin, help me hold the loudspeaker in a while. Jixuan, Zifen, bring the things and come with me. Today, we will let these people who have been deceived wake up." Li Tai waved his hand and arranged. "Yes, okay." Everyone answered and came to the place where Lu Dui was standing earlier. Yuchi Baolin placed one end of the loudspeaker next to Li Tai's mouth. Seeing that the people in front of him were looking at him and talking about him, Li Tai coughed softly and said, "Cough, cough. Silence, silence." From the calm tone of the words, one could tell that Li Tai was not shouting at the top of his voice. It was just like how he usually talked to people. However, the volume of this sentence was much louder than that of other people shouting at the top of their lungs. It really shocked the 100 people in Tianlong Temple. "Oh my, who is this? Why is his voice so loud?" "This is His Highness Prince Wei. I have seen him in Chang and City. Why is His Highness Prince Wei's voice so loud? It seems that he did not use much strength. Could it be that His Highness Prince Wei knows how to use celestial arts like Master Du Yi? Oh my God! His Highness Prince Wei is also an immortal?" The people could not help but talk about it. Li Tai continued to shout into the loudspeaker. "Okay." Everyone was silent. "I am the current Prince Wei. The reason why my voice is so loud may be that I know how to use celestial arts. Ha ha. Coincidentally, apart from this, I also know other celestial arts. Watch carefully." Li Tai did not care about the people's exclamations. Instead, he nodded at Di Jixuan. Di Jixuan hurriedly handed over a transparent glass bottle, which was filled with crystal clear water. Li Tai took it with one hand. Then he took a square glass cup from Sun Zifen. Then he looked at the people and said, "I think many people have seen this celestial art. Today, I will let you see it again." After that, Li Tai asked Di Jixuan to help him open the bottle cap. Then, under the eyes of the people, he slowly tilted the glass bottle. The crystal clear water slowly flowed into the glass cup below. However, the moment the liquid water touched the glass cup, it quickly turned into ice crystals. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim, "Celestial art! This must be a celestial art." His Highness Prince Wei is actually the same as Master Du Yi. They are both celestial beings. Other than turning water into ice, His Highness Prince Wei can also make his voice very loud. It feels like His Highness celestial art is even more powerful than Du Yi's. Such a simple trick made the people look at Li Tai with a feverish gaze. This made Li Tai somewhat worried. In his opinion, these people were simply too easy to fool. "Silence! Everyone, silence!" After clearing his throat, Li Tai loudly said, "That's right. The reason why this prince can amplify my voice by more than 10 times is not because this prince knows any celestial art, but because this prince has learned engineering and knows how to create tools that can amplify a person's voice by more than 10 times. Similarly, this prince used Du Yi's celestial art today, not because this prince is a celestial being, but because this prince knows engineering and knows that the celestial art is not a celestial art. It is just a trick that Du Yi specially prepared to trick the people into joining the dragon cult. This prince is only a mortal, not a celestial being. Similarly, Du Yi is only a quack, not a celestial being. The celestial art he showed is just a trick to confuse the masses. Everyone, don't fall for Du Yi's trick just because of some appearances. What? These are not celestial arts. Master Du Yi is not the reincarnation of a celestial being? How is that possible? Have we all been deceived by the dragon cult? Hearing this, the commoners couldn't help but widen their eyes. They found it hard to accept. After all, Li Tai's words had completely destroyed the beliefs in their hearts. The collapse of their beliefs wasn't something that could be recovered in a short period of time. Lu Siqing, quickly go in and search. While the people were in a daze, Li Tai gave Lu Dui a look and said in a low voice. This was the first time Lu Dui had seen this kind of technique with his own eyes. He was still in a daze. At this moment, when he heard Li Zixuan's reminder, he quickly recovered and said, "Your Highness's reminder is right. This official will send someone in to search." After that, he waved his hand to the left and right and decisively ordered, "Go in and search. Capture Du Yi and the dragon head of the dragon cult." Yes, 2 groups of soldiers immediately filed in from the main entrance of the Tianlong Temple. Now, no one jumped out to oppose. At this moment, the people were still in a daze. Get out. Stand properly. Be honest. Stand here. Line up. After about a quarter of an hour, the 2 groups of soldiers who had entered the Tianlong Temple earlier came out with some men and women whose hands and feet were tied. Report. Lu Siqing, the venerable Sakya Du Yi, and the mysterious dragon head of the dragon cult are not in the Tianlong Temple. We have searched every place in the temple and did not see any trace of them. The leader of the soldiers walked to Lu Dui and cupped his fists. They must have expected the imperial court to come here in advance, or receive the news in advance, and left the Tianlong Temple before us. Lu Dui frowned when he heard this. At this moment, a man whose hands and feet were tied suddenly ran out from the group of captured disciples and ran straight toward Li Tai. "Your Highness, be careful." Lu Dui was very anxious. He never thought that someone would choose this time to launch an attack. Moreover, it was against Li Tai, who had a special status. He wanted to jump over and block the attack for Li Tai, but due to his age, his hands and feet were not agile enough. So he gave up. Li Tai was also surprised. Although he was younger than Lu Dui, his physique and physical fitness were still there. This meant that his reaction time was not as fast. Seeing that the person was about to crash into him, Li Tai's heart was in a panic. However, when he saw the face of the person in front of him, his heart instantly calmed down. Qingke, Yuqi Baolin was very fast. When the person was about to crash into Li Tai, he reached out and pulled Li Tai to the side. Li Tai immediately dodged. However, that person still managed to break out of the encirclement. However, without anyone noticing, he secretly stuffed a piece of paper into Li Tai's hand. Impudent! Someone dares to offend His Highness? Men, arrest him! Lu Dui hastily ordered. Li Tai caught a glimpse of Lu Dui's faintly discernible smile and understood that Lu Dui also knew the man's true identity. He looked at the people and used the loudspeaker to shout, "Today, you have all seen that Du Yi's immortal arts are just tricks to deceive people. Now Du Yi and the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect have fled in fear of punishment. What does this prove? It proves that they have a guilty conscience. If they were the reincarnations of gods and Buddhas, how could they have a guilty conscience? So this king hopes that when you return, you will tell each other what happened today. Don't let others be deceived by the dragon sect again. Chapter 15:15. Boom. In front of Sky Dragon Temple, Li Tai's words caused an uproar among the people. Did Master Du Yi really abscond for fear of punishment? Impossible. Master Du Yi is the reincarnation of a deity. Why would he be afraid of the imperial court's army? Why would he flee? Master Du Yi must have left Sky Dragon Temple because of something. Reincarnation of a deity? Du Yi's ice freezing technique, and His Highness Duke of Wei have already shown it to prove that he's not the reincarnation of a deity. He wants to trick us into joining the Heavenly Dragon sect and then cheat us of our money. For the sake of becoming an inner disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect, our village's Wang Shihu squandered away all the wealth his father left him. Sky Dragon sect isn't a good thing. That's right. Sky Dragon sect isn't a good thing. Our neighbor Shi Dazhuang sold his family's land in order to join Sky Dragon sect. Du Yi is a quack. Sky Dragon sect is a liar. T. Why would Master Du Yi lie? My father's leg injury was cured by Sky Dragon sect's Jade Lake, holy water. That's right. My mother's lumbar pain was also cured by Jade Lake, holy water. Li Tai's performance and speech today had shaken the hearts of many citizens, but there were still many who still firmly supported the Heavenly Dragon sect. Very soon, the two groups of citizens were in a heated argument. Li Tai saw this and smiled in satisfaction. He didn't expect to make all the citizens abandon the Heavenly Dragon sect. Being able to make a portion of the citizens waver was enough to satisfy him. Many times, once a group had a crack, it was only a matter of time before the group disbanded. Minister Liu, I'll leave these Sky Dragon sect members to you. We still have something to do, so we'll take our leave first. Li Tai turned to Lu Dui and cupped his hands. Lu Dui returned the greeting and said, "Thank you for your help today, Your Highness." Otherwise, these commoners would definitely have clashed with the imperial army. At that time, things would be troublesome. There was a hint of respect in his tone. If this had happened in the past, it would have been impossible. Lu Dui was a third-rank official. Although Li Tai was a prince, he was still young. It was impossible for a third-rank official to respect him from the bottom of his heart. This was a matter of ability and experience. But now it was different. Facing these crazy Heavenly Dragon sect disciples, Lu Dui himself couldn't deal with them. Instead, Li Tai had come and conducted a small experiment. With just a few words, he had easily dealt with them. This ability, this quick-wittedness. Even if Lu Dui didn't want to admire him, he couldn't help but admire him. Li Tai smiled and said, "Minister Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. This prince is not here to help you, but to let the people wake up as soon as possible and not be confused by the Heavenly Dragon sect. Since the matter has been resolved, then we shall take our leave. Farewell." Di Jixuan, Sun Zifen, and Yuchi Bao Lin followed behind Li Tai and cupped their hands together. "Good, Your Highness, and these little friends, take care," Lu Dui said with a smile. The four of them nodded and turned to board the carriage. Lu Dui watched them leave, then waved his hand and said, "Bring all the Heavenly Dragon sect disciples back for interrogation." Yes, the bailiffs and 2,000 imperial guards cupped their fists and accepted the order. "Chinke, what did that escaped Heavenly Dragon sect disciple write on the note he gave you? Quickly take it out for us to see." In the carriage, Sun Zifen looked at Li Tai with an eager expression. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Li Tai pretended to be confused and said, "What note? Zifen, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Sun Zifen couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, Chinke, you're not being loyal enough. I clearly saw that Heavenly Dragon Sect disciples secretly give you a note. Don't play dumb. The four of us have solved a case together and gone through thick and thin together. What are you hiding from us for? Don't you trust us? Hey, you're the only one with sharp eyes. Li Tai glared and scolded with a smile. Then he seriously thought about it and said with a sincere face, "That person did give me a note, but I can't tell you the contents of the note, and I can't tell you the identity of that person. It's not that I don't trust you, but the less people know about this, the safer that person's situation will be. I hope you can understand." Di Jixuan was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he understood most of the situation. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, there's no need to talk about it. Qinke, we understand your concerns. You don't have to worry that we'll misunderstand." Qinke, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Otherwise, I'll have to keep it a secret for you. It's so tiring. Yuchi Bao Lin followed behind Di Jixuan and snorted. Sun Zifen helplessly rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to complain about Bao Lin's character. He turned to Li Tai and waved his hand. Okay. Then I won't ask. Qinke, are you going back to Chang and city or directly to the workshop? Li Tai pondered for a moment and said, "I have to go back to the palace first. There's something I have to report to my father. I can also send you guys home on the way." "Hey, that's great. Otherwise, I'll be burned to death if I get off the carriage on such a hot day." Sun Zifen leaned on the sofa in the carriage and said happily, "Dragonhead's prediction is amazing. The Imperial Court has indeed sent an army to surround the Sky Dragon Temple. If not for the Dragonhead ordering the core members of the sect to retreat first, we would have been surrounded." On a mountain peak, a man with an iron mask stood. Behind him, Shakyamuni bowed in admiration. Is this something to be happy about?" The man with the iron mask snorted mercilessly. This time, not only did the Imperial Court encircle our stronghold in Xinfeng City, they also exposed some of the immortal arts you used in front of everyone. We've lost the most in the hearts of the people. Li Shimin will definitely use the tricks that Li Tai showed us this time to make a big fuss. He has the Datang Daily in his hands, and it won't be long before our sect's followers dwindle. And all of this is because of you. At the end of his words, the man with the iron mask suddenly turned around. Through the two holes in his mask, one could see the cold light shooting out from his eyes. Compared to others, the Dragonhead's vision was indeed more long-term. He was more clear about the foundation of the Sky Dragon sect. He knew that once they lost the hearts of the people and followers, the Sky Dragon sect would immediately collapse. Shakyamuni trembled in the face of this cold gaze and powerful pressure. He quickly bowed and said, "This poor monk was careless and caused the Imperial Court to be vigilant against the Sky Dragon sect in advance. Please punish me." Punish? Do you think the situation will turn for the better if I kill you? The man with the iron mask raised his voice by an octave. A powerful pressure rushed towards Shakyamuni, making him breathless. He could only quickly beg for mercy. "Please forgive me, Dragonhead! Please forgive me, Dragonhead!" The man with the iron mask flicked his sleeves, then turned around and said coldly, "Now that things have come to this, the most important thing now is to act as soon as possible. The followers of the other 4 provinces will arrive in 2 days. Together, there will be 40 to 50,000 people. You will be in charge of receiving them. When the time is right, we will cooperate with the spies in Chang and city and directly attack Chang and city to take Li Shimin's head. At that time, even if the people know that your so-called immortal arts are tricks, so what? I will become their king, who dares not to submit to me." Ha ha ha! At the end of his words, The man with the iron mask opened his arms and laughed wildly at the cliff. Shakyamuni, who was standing behind him, did not kick him down the cliff. Instead, he bowed and said, "Dragonhead is wise. This subordinate wishes the Dragonhead to complete your great cause as soon as possible and rule the world." "Ha! I don't need you to flatter me. Yesterday, I asked you to calculate a good day. Did you calculate it?" The man with the iron mask stopped laughing and asked. Du-Yi quickly cupped his hands and said, reporting to the Dragonhead, 5 days later, the weather will change and thunder will roll. It will be a good day. 5 days later. Good. The man with the iron mask nodded and said with a trace of excitement, Zhang Liang has sorted out a list. You can rely on these people to prepare our plan in advance. When he spoke up to hear, he withdrew a bright yellow silk and a command token from his pocket and passed it to Du-Yi. He said, "Besides that, I have a list of names here as well. If you have no other choice, then take this command token with you and seek their help. They'll definitely assist you in completing my plan. This time, you can't make any mistakes, or I will tear you into pieces. You hear me?" Du-Yi's body trembled, and he solemnly took the silk and the token, saying, "This subordinate obeys. There won't be any mistakes." Good. The man with the iron mask nodded and turned to look at the towering mountains and precipitous cliffs in front of him. He could not help but sigh. Snake Spirit Mountain. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. This is really a good place. It's a pity that Een Batian and Snake King were courting death by provoking Li Zixuan. Such a good sect is wasted. Now, this place has become the temporary residence of our Heavenly Dragon sect. Snake Spirit Mountain, the core members of the Heavenly Dragon sect, had actually retreated to Snake Spirit Mountain. Du-Yi smiled. Dragonhead is wise. Last year, the Imperial Court sent an army to encircle Snake Spirit Mountain, and Li Zixuan used gunpowder to raise the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain to the ground. Now, no one will expect us to stay here. No matter how good the Imperial Court is, they won't be able to find us here. Kiki, the most dangerous place is the safest place. I will start from this Snake Spirit Mountain and conquer this world. The man with the iron mask laughed proudly. Report. At this moment, a Heavenly Dragon sect member behind the two ran over and bowed. Reporting to Dragonhead, there is an outer disciple of our sect in Waynon County who is inquiring about the whereabouts of Dragonhead and Venerable One. He said that he has something extremely important to hand over to Dragonhead and Venerable One. We have locked him in the Wu Manor at the foot of the mountain. Dragonhead, please make the decision. Something extremely important. Du-Yi frowned slightly, his face full of displeasure. Why don't you just snatch it from him? Can't you see what the situation is now? If we are not careful, we will attract the Imperial Court's army. The disciple looked troubled. Venerable One, that person said that he didn't bring that thing with him. He will only take it out after he is sure that he can see Dragonhead. Humph, this person is so cunning. It is very likely that he was sent by the Imperial Court. Let's kill him before he knows where we are. Hearing this, a trace of viciousness flashed across Shijiadui's face as he coldly said. The disciple hesitated, not knowing if he should obey the order. Then, the man with the iron mask said, "Wait." After a pause, the man with the iron mask continued, "Take my order and bring that person up the mountain." Dragonhead, what if this person is a spy sent by the Imperial Court? Won't our whereabouts be exposed? Du-Yi hurriedly said. The man with the iron mask snorted. If this thing is extremely important to our Heavenly Dragon sect, what should we do? Besides, even if he is a spy from the Imperial Court, I don't believe that he can send a message to the Imperial Court under my nose. You, hurry up and go. With that, the man with the iron mask pointed at the disciple who gave the order. Yes, Dragon Head. The disciple received the order and left. As the sun set, a few men in gray clothes suddenly came to a village outside the mountains. They walked to a small dilapidated house beside the village and asked, "Is that kid still inside?" The two young men guarding the door quickly said, "Still inside. Still inside. Brother Meng, wait a moment. We will bring that kid out." The man in the lead responded softly. The two young men pushed the door open and walked in. After a while, the two of them walked out with a handsome young man who was dressed somewhat shabbily. The man in the lead shouted, "Li Junjian, you brat, quickly hand over the thing, or don't blame me for being rude." The man named Li Junjian raised his head and looked at the man with the surname Meng indifferently. He said without fear, "I said, this thing is very important to me. I can only hand it to you, Dragon Head. I don't trust anyone else. You can kill me or cut me up, but it is impossible for me to hand over the thing." "Yo, you're quite tough, brat. This young master likes your temperament. Let's go. Take your thing and come back with me to see Dragon Head." The man with the surname Meng laughed and said. Li Junjian was unmoved and said indifferently, "Humph, how do I know if you're lying to me? If I take out the thing and you want to snatch it, then I won't have a share of the credit at that time. I'm not going." "Hey, you're quite cautious, brat." The man with the surname Meng laughed, then took out a token from his pocket and waved it in front of Li Junjian's eyes. He said, "See, this is Dragon Head's personal token. Seeing this token is like seeing Dragon Head. Now, do you believe that I was sent by Dragon Head to pick you up?" Li Junjian looked at it seriously. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Okay, I'll go with you, but I have to take the thing out first. You're not allowed to follow me." The man with the surname Meng thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then hurry up. I don't think you can escape from me." Chapter 15:16. Dragon Head, Li Junjian has arrived. The Heavenly Dragon Sect member, surnamed Meng, led Li Junjian to the iron-masked man's thatched hut and bowed. Last year, Li Zishuan had used gunpowder to flatten the summit of Snake Spirit Mountain, so the huts that the 7 cultivators of Virtue Sect had built on it were naturally gone. The Heavenly Dragon Sect had only moved in at noon today, so there was no time to repair the huts, so they could only erect a few thatched huts. You're dismissed." The iron-masked man nodded and said indifferently, "Yes, Dragon Head." The member surnamed Meng clasped his hands and left. "I hear that you have something very important that you wish to hand over to this god. Take it out." Once the member left, only Du Yi, the iron-masked man, and Li Junjian were left in the hut. The iron-masked man turned to Li Junjian and sternly said, "Correct, but how do I know that you're the Dragon Head of my sect?" Li Junjian fearlessly raised his head to the iron-masked man. In truth, his mind was already in turmoil. He had never imagined that the Heavenly Dragon Sect would choose to settle down on Snake Spirit Mountain. Yes, he knew that this place was called Snake Spirit Mountain because he had another identity, commander of the 100 Cavalry Department, Li Junxian. The name Li Junjian was just something he had made up on the spot to infiltrate the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Although Li Junxian had not personally participated in last year's Snake Spirit Mountain battle, he had sent people to help Li Zishuan find the location of the 7 cultivators of Virtue Sect. It had been nearly a year since the 7 cultivators of Virtue Sect's destruction, and Snake Spirit Mountain had long ago vanished from the memory of the people. For the Heavenly Dragon Sect to choose Snake Spirit Mountain as their base, Li Junxian had to admit that this was an excellent choice, as the people of the Imperial Court would never have thought of this place. "Impudent! You dare to disrespect the Dragon Head in front of you!" Du Yi, who was standing at the side, shouted. paying respects to the Venerable One. Li Junxian first clasped his fist and bowed to Du Yi, and then he bowed to the masked man. Since Venerable One says that Sir is the Dragon Chief, then Sir must be the Dragon Chief. This subordinate has never seen the Dragon Chief's true appearance, and the item in this subordinate's hands is of great importance. Thus, I had no choice but to confirm the Dragon Chief's identity. The metal-masked man gave Li Junxian a profound glance, as if he wanted to see through him. After a long while, he finally said, "Hand over the item. If it's really as you say, that it's an extremely important item, then I'll spare your life." Li Junxian hastily bowed. "Many thanks, Dragon Head." After saying this, he took out a book with a blue cover from his bosom and raised it over his head with both hands. Reporting to the Dragon Chief at noon today, Sir and Venerable One left in a hurry and left this account book in a secret room of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. After you left, the Imperial Court sent an army to encircle the Heavenly Dragon Temple. This subordinate felt that this account book must be of great importance, so I took it with me and charged out of the encirclement while the soldiers were unprepared. However, this subordinate was worried that something might happen to the account book with me, so I asked around for Dragon Chief's whereabouts, wanting to personally hand the account book to Sir. Now that I've finally met Sir, this subordinate can finally rest easy. The metal-masked man's eyes were like lightning bolts. He first coldly glanced at Du Yi, and then he turned to Li Junxian. "You're saying that the item in your hands is the account book of my sect?" Li Junxian bowed. Reporting to Venerable One, when this subordinate picked up the account book, I subconsciously flipped through a page and saw that it said that Jin Wanfu, the manager of the Yanhuang Bank of Xinfeng County, had paid a tribute of 4,000 Tang yuan in the second month and 5,000 Tang yuan in the third month. Thus, this subordinate guessed that this was probably the account book of my sect. But this subordinate did not intentionally flip through it. "Dragon Chief, please forgive this subordinate." "Humph! Hand it over." The metal-masked man could no longer suppress his anger. "Yes." Li Junxian carefully took the account book and walked up to the metal-masked man. As he got close, Li Junxian sensed powerful ripples of energy. He couldn't help but be confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the Dragon Chief of the Heavenly Dragon sect be a powerful martial artist? How else could he convince the masses? Or could it be that this person's cultivation had already reached the martial grandmaster level, so he couldn't sense any ripples of energy? While Li Junxian was confused, the metal-masked man took the account book from his hands and began to seriously read through it. "Humph! Someone! Bring Zhang Liang over." After a short while, the iron-masked man confirmed that the book in his hand was indeed the original version of the Dragon Sect's account book. He couldn't help but throw the book at Du Yi beside him. "Yes, Dragon Chief." The Heavenly Dragon Sect guard outside the thatched hut was confused, but he still bowed and received the order. A few moments later, a middle-aged scholar walked in and clasped his hands. "Dragon Chief, you were looking for me?" Although Li Junxian appeared unperturbed, his mind was in turmoil. He had met this Zhang Liang a few days ago, and this man had another identity. He was the judge of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, responsible for managing the affairs of the sect's disciples. Li Junxian had never imagined that the judge of the Heavenly Dragon Sect would be called Zhang Liang, and he found this name extremely familiar. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this the county magistrate of Lan Province's Yong County, wanted by the Imperial Court? Li Junxian didn't know if the two were the same person, but this was enough to make him take him seriously. "Humph! Du Yi, let him see. Let him see the foolishness of his actions." The iron-masked man angrily pointed at Zhang Liang. If he knew the modern term pig teammate, he would have mercilessly called Zhang Liang a pig teammate. This was because if this account book fell into the hands of the imperial court would be able to use the contents of the account book to search for a golden horse. Step by step, the heavenly dragon sect's wings would be cut off, and the heavenly dragon sect would become a bird without wings, unable to fly high even if it wanted to. Zhang Liang was at a loss. He didn't know why the iron-masked man was so angry. He came over and handed the account book to Zhang Liang. He whispered, "Magistrate Zhang, this account book is related to the life and death of Dragon Sect. You can't be careless in the future." Zhang Liang looked at the book in his hand in alarm, and when he opened it and saw its contents, he said in disbelief, "Impossible! Impossible! I clearly carried this account book with me. How could it be here?" "Humph! Even at death's door, you're still playing dumb with this god. If not for my sect's disciple, Li Junjian, this account book would have already fallen into the hands of the imperial court." Zhang Liang, "Oh, Zhang Liang, you bastard, are you thinking of using this chance to transfer this account book to the imperial court so that you can obtain an official position and continue to bully men and women?" The iron-masked man roared, his eyes brimming with killing intent. It was clear that he wanted to kill. "Dragonhead, this subordinate has been wrongly accused. This subordinate was born a member of the Heavenly Dragon Sect and will die as a ghost of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. This subordinate would never betray the Dragonhead and submit to the imperial court. Dragonhead, please judge clearly. This subordinate has always carried this account book with him, and this subordinate does not know how it ended up in the Dragonhead's hands. Dragonhead, please judge clearly." Sensing the cold, killing intent in the iron-masked man's eyes, Zhang Liang hurriedly got down on his knees and begged for mercy. "Humph! You still refuse to admit your guilt? Li Junjian, tell me, where did you find this account book?" The iron-masked man angrily harumphed as he turned to the silent Li Junxian. "Let's return to the Dragonhead. This subordinate found this account book in the basement of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Presumably, Lord Judge was careless and forgot to take it with him." Li Junxian stepped forward and clasped his fists. "Nonsense! You're speaking nonsense. You're lying. This old man clearly remembers that I took the account book with me when I left. Stop making false accusations, or else don't blame this old man for being rude." Zhang Liang was exasperated when he heard this. Li Junxian pursed his lips, a timid expression on his face, but he did not retort. What he said just now was naturally a lie. As a judge of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, Zhang Liang naturally could not have left something as important as the account book at the Heavenly Dragon Temple. He truly had taken the account book with him when he left, but he had bumped into Li Junxian as he was leaving the temple. What sort of expert was Li Junxian? Wasn't it easy for him to steal something from a weak scholar who didn't know any martial arts? Thus, Li Junxian had managed to steal the account book that Zhang Liang had taken with him. Fortunately, Zhang Liang had been in a hurry and had not had time to carefully examine Li Junxian's appearance. Otherwise, he would definitely have suspected that Li Junxian had stolen his account book. Enough! The iron-masked man saw that Li Junxian did not retort as fear of Zhang Liang's authority and did not dare to retort. Thus, the iron-masked man angrily said, "You left the account book at the Heavenly Dragon Temple and almost caused my sect to suffer an enormous loss. Seeing that my sect member Li Junjian brought the account book back, this god will not kill you this time. Although I can spare you the death penalty, you cannot escape punishment." Men drag Zhang Liang away and break 2 of his fingers as punishment. Yes, 2 Heavenly Dragon sect members walked in and dragged Zhang Liang off the ground. Zhang Liang began to weep. "Dragonhead, forgive me! Dragonhead, forgive me!" The iron-masked man waved his hand, indicating that the 2 Heavenly Dragon sect members should hurry and take Zhang Liang away. A few moments later, a wretched scream came from outside. "Aya, my hand! My finger!" Inside the room, the iron-masked man turned his gaze to Li Junxian. After a long while, he said, "Li Junxian, you said that you took the account book and escaped from the encirclement of soldiers. Does this mean that you know martial arts?" Li Junxian's heart trembled as he hastily bowed and replying to the dragon head, "This subordinate's family was poor when he was young, so he often followed his father into the mountains to hunt. As a result, he spent many years interacting with tigers and other vicious beasts. Thus, he has learned a few fighting techniques, but I don't think he knows martial arts." The iron-masked man chuckled, and then he glanced at Du Yi. Du Yi immediately understood, and then his staff howled toward Li Junxian's face. Li Junxian was already prepared. When the staff was less than a foot away, he rolled to the ground and narrowly dodged Du Yi's attack. Du Yi then smashed the staff at Li Junxian. Li Junxian seemed unable to dodge, but he leaped up from the ground like a carp and used both hands to meet the golden staff. Whoosh! The moment the staff touched Li Junxian's hands, Li Junxian vomited blood and dropped to one knee. The metal-masked man had been clenching his fists, his eyes flashing with killing intent, but when he saw Li Junxian vomit blood from being struck by Du Yi's staff, the killing intent in his eyes quickly dissipated. Not bad. You reacted very quickly." Du Yi chuckled as he helped Li Junxian up from the ground. That sudden probing just now had proved that Li Junxian truly did not know any profound martial arts. At most, his reaction speed was a little faster than an ordinary person's. This was completely in line with the physical constitution of a hunter. At the same time, it also proved that Li Junxian was not lying. Many thanks for Venerable One's leniency. Li Junxian wiped the blood from his mouth and then clasped his fist reverently at Du Yi. Cough, cough. In truth, he had not vomited blood because of Du Yi's attack, but because he had used his own internal energy to lightly injure his internal organs, causing him to vomit blood. Du Yi was very satisfied with Li Junxian's attitude. He turned to the iron-masked man and gave an almost imperceptible nod, indicating that there was no problem with Li Junxian. After a few moments of silence, the iron-masked man said, "Venerable Du Yi is fond of martial arts and likes to exchange pointers with anyone he meets. You must not secretly blame him for this." Li Junxian hurriedly said, "Dragonhead's words are too serious. To be able to receive Venerable One's guidance in martial arts is the fortune of this subordinate's last life. How could this subordinate blame Venerable One?" "Ha ha, good." The iron-masked man heartily laughed, and then asked, "Li Junxian, this one asks you, why did you join the Heavenly Dragon sect?" Li Junxian's face immediately darkened. After a few moments of silence, he replying to Dragonhead, "This subordinate joined the Heavenly Dragon sect only to ask for a bowl of Jade Lake, holy water, for my mother. When my mother gave birth to me, she fell ill and often suffered from abdominal pain. A few years ago, my father went hunting in the mountains and accidentally fell off a cliff. Now, only my mother and I are left in the family. I don't want my mother to be tormented by illness every day. Several days ago, this subordinate heard that the Jade Lake holy water of the Heavenly Dragon sect can cure all illnesses, and that one can obtain it by joining the Heavenly Dragon sect. Thus, I joined the Heavenly Dragon sect, but I have no money and cannot become an inner sect disciple. I can only wait for half a month when the sect distributes the Jade Lake holy water to the outer sect disciples." Li Junxian had naturally come up with this excuse before joining the Heavenly Dragon sect. The reason he had not spent money to become an inner sect disciple was that he was worried that he would attract too much attention and expose his true identity. The iron-masked man nodded and said, "Good. I didn't know that Li Junjian was such a filial son. Since you brought back the account book, this one will directly promote you to an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Are you willing?" Chapter 15:17. Many thanks, Dragonhead. Many thanks, Dragonhead. This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Heavenly Dragon sect. On the summit of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, Li Junxian excitedly bowed when he heard that the iron-masked man was going to promote him to an inner sect disciple. The iron-masked man nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Du Yi said, "According to the rules of our Heavenly Dragon sect, once the Jade Lake holy water is distributed, it must be drunk on the spot. It cannot be taken out of the sect, and it cannot be given to others." Li Junxian's face darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fists at Du Yi and said, "Venerable One, my mother is sick and in urgent need of the Jade Lake holy water. I beg of Venerable One to show mercy and allow me to bring some back home. This subordinate is willing to pay any price. I beg of Dragonhead and Venerable One to fulfill my wish." The iron-masked man remained silent. Du Yi unhappily said, "Li Junjian, the dragon had made an exception to promote you to an inner sect disciple on the basis that you returned the sect's account books. Don't forget yourself and not know what's good for you." Li Junxian hurriedly bowed and said, "This subordinate is not arrogant and forgetful. This subordinate only wishes to free my mother from her illness. I beg of Dragonhead and Venerable One to fulfill my wish." He spoke with sincerity, just like a filial son. For a moment, Shakyamuni and Du Yi found it difficult to reprimand him. Work hard in the Heavenly Dragon sect and make more contributions. Once you become a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect's Earth Fiend group, you will be able to obtain a lot of Jade Lake holy water. You can also bring it out of the sect. The iron-masked man finally spoke. "Earth Fiend group, this subordinate may be so bold as to ask, what is the Earth Fiend group?" Li Junxian couldn't help but ask in alarm. Du Yi's face chilled. "Humph. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Once you become an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect, you will slowly understand. This subordinate was rash. Venerable One, please forgive me." Li Junxian was slightly disappointed, but he still put on a fearful expression and hurriedly bowed. There's no harm in telling you." Unexpectedly, the iron-masked man explained, apart from the inner and outer disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect, above the inner disciples, there are the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. These people are all top experts, and each of them has a well-trained and strong team. If you can make outstanding contributions to the Heavenly Dragon sect, this seat will transfer you to the Earthly Fiends group. Li Junxian was flabbergasted. He had always believed that the Heavenly Dragon sect was just a bunch of superstitious believers, a motley crew. He had never imagined that the Heavenly Dragon sect would be hiding such an elite force. It was clear that this dragon head was planning something major. This subordinate will definitely lay down my life for the Heavenly Dragon sect. I will not disappoint the Dragon Chief. Suppressing his shock, Li Junxian clasped his fist and bowed feverishly. "Good. Then I shall wait and see." The iron-masked man chuckled and said, "I still have important matters to discuss with the Venerable One. Li Junxian, you can leave first." Li Junxian clasped his fist and said, "Yes, this subordinate will take his leave." With that, Li Junxian bowed and left. "Dragon Chief, you seem to have a different opinion of Li Junxian?" Du Yi couldn't help but ask after Li Junxian left. The iron-masked man's eyes flashed, but his expression couldn't be seen because of the mask. After a few moments of silence, he said, This person is filial and courageous. Although his martial arts aren't high, he can be a good seedling after some training. We're about to start a war, and we need people like him to fight for us." Shakyamuni's eyes narrowed as he clasped his fist and said, "This subordinate admires the dragon chief's wisdom." The iron-masked man glanced at Du Yi and sternly ordered, "Tomorrow morning, enter Chang, and in disguise and act according to the plan. If anything goes wrong, this seat won't be able to live, and neither will you." Shakyamuni's expression stiffened as he bowed and said, "This subordinate obeys." What a shocking sight! It was truly a ghastly sight. There are more than 100 merchants colluding with the dragon sect, and 8 of them are the shopkeepers of the Yanhuang Bank's branches. In just a few months, the dragon sect has obtained more than 300,000 strings of cash from these people. What is the dragon sect trying to do by amassing so much money? I'm sure everyone here knows what's going on even without this old man saying it, right? In the Ganlu Hall, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, Lu Dui, Xiao Yu, and several other core officials were gathered together. At this moment, Xiao Yu solemnly looked at everyone and sternly said, after Li Tai received the slip of paper that Li Junxian had secretly passed to him, he had passed it to Li Er. After reading it, Li Er was shocked and hurriedly summoned several trusted core officials to the Ganlu Hall for an emergency meeting. Wei Zheng stepped forward and clasped his fist. "Your Majesty, this old subject dares to ask, where did this information come from? Is it reliable?" Seated at the head of the table, Li Er waved his hand. "We will not divulge the source of this information, but this information is definitely reliable. Right now, the urgent matter is to discuss how to resolve the dragon sect's problem, not the source of this information." Li Er placed great importance on a young man like Li Junxian, so he did not want to reveal Li Junxian's true whereabouts in case Li Junxian was discovered in the dragon sect and met with misfortune. The slip of paper that Li Junxian had passed to Li Tai naturally didn't contain all the information in the account book. It only contained the main points, but even so, it was enough to shock Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling. "Your Majesty, the dragon sect has amassed so much money and used Du Yi's deceit to wantonly recruit believers. They have both money and influence, so there's an 80% chance that they are already disloyal to the imperial court. This old subject requests that your Majesty make a decision so that more people do not join the dragon sect and go astray." Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and sternly said, "This old subject concurs." Fang Xianling clasped his fist. "This old subject believes that your Majesty should immediately list the dragon sect as a disloyal sect and order the various provinces and counties to prohibit the dragon sect from preaching. Otherwise, when the dragon sect grows stronger and has more and more believers, it will be too late for the imperial court to deal with them." This subject concurs. The other officials also clasped their fists in agreement. Li Er nodded and said, "All right, then we will write a decree and announce to the world that the dragon sect will become a rat on the street that everyone has the right to punish. However, the core members of Heavenly Dragon Cult are nowhere to be found. Assistant G, order the Ministry of Personnel to immediately send out official documents to the various prefectures. Order them to arrest Du Yi, find out where the core members of Heavenly Dragon Cult are hiding, and capture them all in one fell swoop. This old subject obeys the decree." Zhang Sun Wuji immediately clasped his fist. Lu Dui then said, "Preventing the people from talking is more important than preventing the river from flowing. This old subject believes that if we force the people not to join the dragon sect, it will likely cause the world to criticize us. Previously, His Highness King Wei publicly exposed Du Yi's deception of pretending to be a reincarnated Buddha, causing the people of Xinfeng County to be completely suspicious of the dragon sect. This subject believes that this method is the best way to completely wipe out the dragon sect. We should use Tang daily to publicize this and continue to imitate it. Li Er agreed. What Minister Liu said makes sense. Later, we will let Tang daily publicize this matter and continue to expose Du Yi's other deceptions. Your Majesty is wise, everyone said in unison. In addition to these merchants and the dragon sect, there are many officials in the imperial court who have secretly joined the dragon sect. We hope that from tomorrow onwards, you will carefully investigate which officials have joined the dragon sect. Before sunset tomorrow, you must give us a result. After a moment of silence, Li Er added. Everyone knew that Li Er was going to reorganize the court officials, and their hearts trembled. They clasped their fists and said, "This subject obeys the decree." Sold newspapers. The latest issue of Tang Daily. His Majesty has decreed that the dragon sect is a disobedient sect, and everyone has the right to punish it. From today onwards, the people are not allowed to join the dragon sect. Sold newspapers. Dragon sect's Shakyamuni Du Yi is not a reincarnated Buddha. His immortal techniques are all lies. Those who want to read, quickly buy a copy of the newspaper. The next day, early morning, the latest issue of Tang Daily was open for sale. The cries of the newsboys in the streets woke up one city after another. The people who woke up early were all shocked after hearing the contents of the newsboys' cries. What? His Majesty said that the dragon sect is a disobedient sect? Little doll, quickly give this young master a copy of Tang Daily. A young man who had just walked out of the shop with a somewhat lame leg heard the newsboy's cries and quickly stopped in his tracks and shouted at the newsboy. Speaking of which, he had recently planned to join the dragon sect to ask for the Jasper Lake holy water. He did not expect to hear the news that the dragon sect was defined as a disobedient sect by the imperial court. He could not help but be shocked. In fact, he was not the only one who was shocked. Recently, the dragon sect could be said to be incomparably popular around Chang and City. From 70 to 80-year-old people to 6 to 7-year-old children, there was no one who did not know about the dragon sect. It was precisely because more people knew that the dragon sect was being encircled and annihilated by the imperial court that the people were even more shocked and incredulous. Dragon sect is a disobedient sect. How is this possible? Little doll, quickly give this old man a copy of Tang Daily. Du Yi's immortal techniques are all lies? Little doll, quickly give me a copy too. In less than an hour on the streets and alleys, almost everyone who had the means had a copy of the newspaper. As more and more people read the contents of the newspaper, the discussions between the people became more and more intense. If the dragon sect is a disobedient sect, then we can't join them anymore. If you don't want to join, then don't join. The dragon sect isn't anything good. Didn't you read the newspaper? The dragon sect recruited the people just to accumulate wealth. I heard that many people squandered their family fortune in order to become an inner disciple of the dragon sect. The dragon sect deserves to die. Humph, a bunch of nonsense. The dragon sect's Yaoqi holy water has saved who knows how many people. How can you make sarcastic remarks here? That's right. My father's leg disease was cured by the dragon sect's Yaoqi holy water. Then what about the newspaper saying that Du Yi's immortal techniques are all lies? What's going on? That's all nonsense. There's no proof. Bullshit. What nonsense was that? Yesterday, I heard that His Highness Wei Wang used Du Yi's touch water ice technique in front of hundreds of people in Xinfeng County. It's not as mysterious and difficult as you think. Therefore, the immortal arts that Du Yi had used earlier were all lies. The dragon sect wants to cheat everyone of their money. Humph, there's still no proof. These must be made up by the Tang daily. Which one of you saw His Highness Wei Wang use the touch water ice technique yesterday? Yes, I didn't see it. These things must be made up by the Tang Daily's reporters. Haha, I saw it. Not only did His Highness Wei Wang use the touch water ice technique in front of everyone, he also used an immortal instrument that can make the sound very loud. I think His Highness Wei Wang is the reincarnation of a Buddha. At that time, all the core disciples of Heavenly Dragon Temple had left in advance. If that's not running away, what else can it be? I believe in the Dragon Sect. I believe that the Venerable One is the reincarnation of a Buddha. I believe in the Dragon Sect. Fight the Dragon Sect. In a short period of time, the people expressed their opinions about the Dragon Sect. Some of the more radical ones almost started a fight, but without exception, there were people who stood firmly on the side of the Dragon Sect. Chapter 15:18. Greetings, Lord. At the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain, in the middle of the thatched hut, a burly middle-aged man in black walked in and bowed to the iron-masked man. Lord. He actually called the iron-masked man Lord. The iron-masked man's back was facing the door, but when he heard this, he quickly turned around and took 2 steps forward to personally help the middle-aged man up. We're all family, General Luo. There's no need to be so courteous. This attitude was completely different from before. Or rather, the iron-masked man's attitude was also very different from before. It was obvious that General Luo had a very important position in the iron-masked man's heart. Etiquette cannot be ignored. It's one thing for Lord to think highly of me, but that doesn't stop me from respecting Lord. The man surnamed Luo said respectfully. The iron-masked man said helplessly, General Luo's stubbornness is still the same as before. Since that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore. Have a seat. With that, he pointed to the bench at the side. Thank you, Lord. The man surnamed Luo cupped his hands and walked to the bench, sitting upright. After the iron-masked man sat down, the man surnamed Luo asked, What orders does Lord have for calling me here today? The iron-masked man chuckled. There are no orders, but there are some situations that I would like to understand from General Luo. The man surnamed Luo hurriedly cupped his hands. Please speak, Lord. The iron-masked man pondered for a moment before saying, I just received news that Li Shimin has already designated the Dragon Sect as a disobedient sect, and announced to the world through Tang Daily that the common people are prohibited from joining the Dragon Sect. As a result, the Dragon Sect can no longer expand rapidly like before. General Luo, what do you think? The iron-masked man was quite well informed. Snake Spirit Mountain was more than 30 miles away from the nearest county of Weinan County. The Tang Daily had just been released today, and he already knew about it. There must be someone in the city. Luo's face darkened, and he said, My lord, the only evidence the imperial court has is that Dui used spells to deceive the people. Why would they suddenly go to war and label the Dragon Sect as a disobedient sect? The iron-masked man shook his head. This king is also puzzled about this. I thought Li Shimin would wait until he had more evidence before making a move against the Dragon Sect. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. The man surnamed Luo frowned at first, then smiled in relief and said, My lord, there's no need to worry. Even if Li Shimin takes action in advance, it won't have much impact on our great cause. On my side, everything is ready. I'm just waiting for my lord's order, and the 20,000 troops can kill their way into Chang and city at any time. 20,000 soldiers. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Dragon Sect would secretly have 20,000 elite troops? It was no wonder that the Heavenly Dragon Sect would crazily amass wealth. After all, to raise 20,000 troops, the consumption of food and horses was not a small sum. Good. I've been waiting for General Luo, to say this. The iron-masked man suddenly stood up and clapped his hands. Since General Luo is so confident, then this king can rest assured. Once the join-in Chang and city is opened, we can directly drive in and attack Chang. But before that, this king wants to give Li Shimin a surprise that will make him lose the hearts of the people. The man surnamed Luo was not interested in the surprise. He cupped his hands expressionlessly and said, "The heavenly dragon army awaits my lord's orders at any time." The iron-masked man nodded. Actually, even if Li Shimin forbids the commoners from joining the Heavenly Dragon sect, those who have already joined may not be willing to leave, because those who drink the holy water of the Jade Lake can no longer leave. General Luo can integrate these people into the Heavenly Dragon army in the next 2 days. When we attack the city, we can use them as the vanguard. Although this sentence was expected to be ordinary, behind the words there was an endless amount of blood and evil. Luo Xian frowned and hesitated. "My lord, using the commoners as scapegoats, even if you win the country, I'm afraid it will affect your reputation. My lord, please reconsider." "Humph. Reputation? What bullshit reputation? History has always been written by the victors." Hearing this, the iron-masked man suddenly became angry. He pointed at the southwest direction of Chang and city and roared, "Li Shimin killed his brother's father and took over his brother's wife. Now, he is praised by the commoners as the eternal saint. Why? Isn't it because he is the victor? After this king kills Li Shimin and ascends to the throne, the history books will be dominated by this king. Who will care if this king uses the commoners' lives to attack the city?" The man surnamed Luo narrowed his eyes. Although he did not agree with the iron-masked man's words, he did not refute. The room was silent for a moment. The iron-masked man regained his composure and said, "It's settled then. The core members of the Heavenly Dragon sect in the other 4 states will be arriving in the next 2 days. The matter of recruiting them will be handed over to you, General Luo. This king believes in your ability. You will definitely be able to organize an army of at least 50,000 people." The man surnamed Luo stood up and cupped his hands. "This general obeys." "Good. General Luo, please go ahead." The iron-masked man waved his hand and said, "Yunshan." The discussion of the Heavenly Dragon sect among the people could be said to be overwhelming. However, Yanhuang College seemed to be in a different world. This was because this place was not affected by the Heavenly Dragon sect at all. All the teaching tasks were carried out normally. In the past few days, the students of the college were basically busy preparing for the final exam. Of course, there were a few people who did not need to prepare for the exam, such as Li Ku, Iron Egg, Chung Chumo, and the other students who followed Li Zishuan to eliminate the locusts. Today was Sunday in Yanhuang College, a holiday. Even so, there were still some students in the college spontaneously revising in the classroom. This was because the college would hold the final exam in a week. This was the final exam at the end of the academic year. Everyone in the college, whether it was the teachers or the students, paid great attention to it. Li Zishuan even specially sent a message to the college last night to ask Li Gang about the college's preparation for the final exam. "Sigh, Dad is really too much. At least I helped him solve the case, didn't I?" Not only did he not appreciate it, but he also sent me to the college to review my homework. Am I really my dad's son? In the classroom, a teenager bit the end of a pen and muttered to himself with a bitter face. That's right, this teenager was Sun Zifen. Speaking of which, he was quite tragic. Originally, he had solved the case of Jin Wanfu's murder with Di Jixuan and Li Tai in the Supreme Court yesterday. No matter how you looked at it, it was a great achievement. However, the key witness, Yi Hong, was killed, making the whole case back to square one. In this way, Sun Zifen's contribution was not as great as before. In addition, on the way home, Sun Fujia accidentally heard someone say that his child was studying at Yanhuang College and did not go home on the weekend. After Sun Fujia went back, she took advantage of the dinner and suggested that Sun Zifen go back to the college a day earlier to review his homework. This made Sun Zifen angry. "What do you mean by biological? Zifen, what are you muttering about?" Li Tai walked into the classroom and happened to hear Sun Zifen's muttering. He could not help but stop and ask aloud, Chinke, you also came to the college today?" Looking up and seeing Li Tai, Sun Zifen was first surprised. Then he replied with a bitter face, "It's my dad. Yesterday I helped him solve the case, and today he wants me to go back to the college to review my homework. I even suspect that I'm not his biological son." Li Tai was speechless. "What are you talking about?" If Sun Shaoqing heard it, he would be furious. Besides, it was not you who solved the case in the Supreme Court yesterday. It was Jishuan, okay? Hearing this, Sun Zifen straightened his neck and said, "Chinke, you're wrong. It was the four of us who worked together to finally solve the case. We can't do without anyone." Facing this arrogant guy, Li Tai was too lazy to argue with him and went directly to his seat. Chinke, what do you mean by that? Am I wrong?" Seeing that Li Tai ignored him, Sun Zifen quickly stood up and followed Li Tai to ask. Li Tai put the book in his hand on his seat and said impatiently, Fine. You're right. You better go back. Don't disturb other people's revision." The reason why he said this was because there were a few other students in the classroom studying by themselves, such as Meng Wenhao and Wang Meng. "Hey, that's more like it." Hearing this, Sun Zifen lowered his voice. Then he asked curiously, "Chinke, why did you come to the college to review your homework today? Didn't the Yamacho say that? As long as you can complete the ACE project, well, you can get an excellent grade even if you don't take the final exam." When Li Zixuan appointed Li Tai as the vice president of the second and third ACE project, he conveyed to all the teachers in the college the idea of academics first, exams second. As long as one's research results were outstanding, it was fine even if they did not take the final exam. Under Li Zixuan's insistence, the college had set off a wave of research. Many students were actively involved in the research and development of the ACE project. Li Tai looked at Sun Zifen and said faintly, "I don't want to just get an excellent grade. I want to be first in the college." Sun Zifen was silent for a moment and said, "Damn, forget I asked. You can study by yourself." After that, he turned around and prepared to roll back to his seat. However, he was stopped by Li Tai and said, "Zifen, wait. I've missed a lot of classes in the past 2 months. You heard everything. Come and help me make up for it." Sun Zifen thought for a moment. If the student he taught ended up doing much better than him, then, as the master, wouldn't his face be very embarrassed? Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head and said, Who heard everything? I also skipped a lot of classes. Chinke, go find Wenhao." After saying that, this guy hurriedly slipped away. Li Tai gnashed his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do about this guy. Looking at the time, Yamacho should be back next week, right? In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai, the 3 giants of the college, gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, Li Gang sighed and said, Yen Silu frowned and said, "Yamacho should start to return next week. However, if they want to return to Yinshan, they will probably be delayed on the road for some time. Therefore, Yamacho probably won't be able to make it in time for the college's final exam." Li Gang nodded and said, "Since they won't be able to make it in time, then we old guys have to arrange the final exam for Yamacho. Kongue, Mr. Mo, let's call Ma Zhou and the others over and recheck the final exam papers to see if there are any mistakes. Mo Huai nodded and said, yes, that's how it should be. After a moment of silence, Li Gang suddenly sighed and said, before Yamacho left, he entrusted the college to this old man. Although this old man didn't make any great contributions these days, I didn't let anything happen to the college. Seeing that Yamacho is about to return, this old man has been feeling uneasy recently. I have the feeling that something is going to happen to the college these days. Maybe it's because I'm old and have nothing to do, so I can't help but let my imagination run wild. After the students finish their final exam next week, this old man will officially retire. In the future, I will live in the Yunshan residence. If I have nothing to do, I will come to the college to see the students that this old man taught personally. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. The old man had taught 2 crown princes in his life, but in the end, both crown princes died in a coup. This broke the old man's heart, so he retired early. Li Zishuan's appearance gave him a second spring in his life. Seeing the college's children grow and become talents day by day, the old man was happy from the bottom of his heart. However, at the same time, he also wanted to protect these children. During the time that Li Zishuan was away, the old man had been worried sick for the college. The guards, logistics, and teaching of the college, no matter how big or small, he wanted to provide a stable learning environment for the students. Ha! Wenji, you have a good plan. This old man also dreams of living in Yunshan in the future and watching the college's children become talents day by day. This old man will have no regrets even if he dies. Hearing this, Yen Silu agreed. Mo Huai was silent for a moment, then said, the 2 of you are highly respected, and Yanhuang College can't do without you. However, the 2 of you are already old and have reached the age where you can enjoy your remaining years. This old man has no face to persuade the 2 of you to continue teaching in the college. I only hope that the 2 of you can live to 100 years old and see the college's students benefit the people. Li Gang chuckled and said, ha! Thank you for your auspicious words. This old man also wants to see that day. Mo Huai nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, as for Mr. Wenji, if you are worried that something will happen to the college recently, I will stay in the college for the time being to prevent any accidents. Please rest assured, Mr. Wenji. Li Gang thought for a moment and didn't reject. He nodded and smiled. That would be for the best. Chapter 1519. Li Gang had gone through the trials and hardships of 2 dynasties. He had experienced the peace of the world and the turmoil of the world. His sense of danger was definitely more sensitive than that of ordinary people. Although Mo Huai didn't believe in metaphysics, he still didn't dare to take the old teacher's words to heart. Therefore, he made the decision to live in the academy recently. The sun slowly set in the west, and the day was about to pass just like that. The students who stayed in the academy to review their homework on the weekend walked out of the teaching building and prepared to eat in the cafeteria. Most of the children who went home on the weekend had already returned to the academy. Since the beginning of this month, the academy had evening self-study every Sunday night. The students had to rush back to the academy before sunset. All of this was ultimately because the academy now had electric lights. Today, the students who felt that the electric lights were quite fresh now somewhat hated them. Because if there were no electric lights, how could they have evening self-study? Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, the students walked in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing together. What a harmonious scene in the academy. After an hour, the sun finally gave up its last trace of resistance and completely fell from the west. The sky became dark. The electric lights all over Yanhuang College also lit up. The top of the mountain was brightly lit. From afar, It looked like a celestial palace above the clouds. It was gorgeous and resplendent. The other places are as dark as ink, but this place is brightly lit as if it's daytime. Yanhuang College is indeed a magical place. In a pine forest to the west of the Cloud Mountain, a mysterious man in a black robe stood on the tallest and largest pine tree. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at the brightly lit academy in the distance. He muttered to himself. His voice was a little hoarse, as if his vocal cords were about to crack. His condescending posture was like a giant eagle hovering in the sky staring at its prey on the ground. This was a kind of confidence that belonged to the strong. Of course, this was also an unprecedented crisis for Yanhuang College. Time passed slowly. The black-robed man stood motionless at the top of the pine tree. He quietly looked at Yanhuang College, which occupied the center of Cloud Mountain. His gaze swept over every building and building. He looked very seriously, as if he wanted to engrave the entire Yanhuang College in his mind. After an unknown period of time, the lights in Guanghua Building went out one by one. The students in the evening self-study session were finally liberated. They could happily leave the tiring classroom and return to the dormitory to have a good night's sleep. Hey, the class was finally over. In my opinion, the academy shouldn't have installed electric lights in the first place. Now that we've installed electric lights, we've started to study at night every day. I'm starting to suspect that the Yamacho is deliberately tricking us. After leaving the teaching building, Sun Zifen let out a long sigh, then complained to Li Tai, Yuchi Baolin, and Di Jixuan. TSK, when the academy first installed electric lights, I wonder who was the one who went to look and touch the electric lights as soon as he returned to the dormitory. When Li Tai heard this, he mercilessly attacked with his words. Damn, isn't this different from the past? Who knew that after the Yamacho installed electric lights in the academy, they started a self-study session at night? What is this called? Isn't this giving us a sweet date first, then giving us a slap in the face? Sun Zifen straightened his neck and said. Li Tai shook his head and said, You should think about it this way. If there's no self-study session at night, why would the Yamacho install electric lights in the academy? Could it be that they're for you to sleep in? Are they afraid that you won't be able to sleep in the dormitory because it's too dark? Sun Zifen opened his mouth and said in a daze, Damn, Qingke, now that you've said it, it does make sense. In front of the Yamacho, we're still too inexperienced. In other words, he was saying that Li Zixuan was a sly old fox. Li Zixuan, who was thousands of miles away, sneezed again and thought to himself, Which little bastard is scolding me again? It can't be those little bastards in the academy, right? Needless to say, this subconscious guess of his was indeed correct. Cuckoo. At this moment, there was a strange noise among the group. After looking at each other, they finally locked their eyes on Yuchi Baolin. Yuchi Baolin rubbed his stomach with one hand and scratched his head with the other. He said embarrassedly, I'm hungry. Qingke, why don't you guys go back first? I'll go to Roma shop to buy some food. Hey, let's have supper. I'll go too. Hearing this, Sun Zifan hurriedly said excitedly. Li Tai thought for a while and said, Then I'll go too. Jixuan, do you want to go too? He had been very busy in the workshop recently, and it was rare for him to come back to the academy today. How could he not reward himself with a good supper? No one is allowed to go. Go back to the dormitory and rest. Don't violate the academy's rules. Di Jixuan opened his mouth and was about to speak when a person walked toward them and said sternly, Greetings, Mr. M.O. Li Tai looked up and saw that it was M.O. Huai. He was shocked and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Others might not know M.O. Huai's true identity, But Li Tai did. Not only was Mo a big shot of the Mo family, but he was also the Academy's guardian angel. Last year, when the bearded guest caused havoc in Cloud Mountain, if it wasn't for Mo, Li Zixuan definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it alone. Therefore, Li Tai still respected Mo. Greetings, Mr. Mo. At this time, the rest of the people also reacted and saluted one after another. Mo nodded and said earnestly, since you're done with your self-study, you should go back and rest early. You're not allowed to wander around the academy late at night. Yes, Mr. Mo. They did not dare to talk back and replied in unison. Then they cupped their hands and hurried toward the dormitory. Why is Mr. Mo patrolling the academy personally tonight? I don't remember him doing it before. Or have I left the academy for too long and the academy is too perverted? After walking some distance, Li Tai asked in a low voice, somewhat puzzled. Di Zixuan thought for a while and replied, I'm also very curious. Mr. Mo has always been in charge of experimental research in the academy, but he has never personally trained anyone. It's so late. Why is he still at the academy? Sigh. What a pity about my supper. Sun Zifan could not be bothered to think about this. He only had good food in his heart, so he could not help but sigh. Everyone was speechless. They covered their faces and walked forward, too lazy to be associated with this guy. As for Mo, who they mentioned, he was still standing in the same place and did not move a step, because just now he suddenly felt that he was being watched. His whole body tensed up, and he gathered all his internal force and stood in place, fully alert. At the same time, he began to use his perception as a guru. Mo did not believe that it was just an illusion. He believed that it was his intuition, the intuition of a guru at the peak. Time passed by slowly. Mo's nerves were strained, and he stood on the spot without moving at all. He'd originally chosen to stay in the academy tonight for the sake of making Li Gang feel at ease so that he could take precautions. However, he'd never imagined that the academy would really be slightly unusual tonight. Specifically speaking, it wasn't the academy that was unusual, but the area in the west of the academy was extremely unusual. Quiet. It was too quiet. It was the middle of summer, and it was inevitable that there would be some insects and birds in the woods at night. But tonight there was nothing. He could only vaguely hear some wind. In addition, Mo suddenly felt that he was being spied on. Everything showed that the academy was definitely abnormal tonight. Swoosh! Suddenly, Mo opened his eyes. A pair of sharp eyes looked directly at the pine forest in the west. His gaze seemed to pierce the night sky and see the entire pine forest clearly. But unfortunately, his eyes did not have night vision. Moreover, he was in the light now, but the pine forest in the west of the academy was in the dark. It was too difficult for him to see if there was anything abnormal in the pine forest in the light and in the dark. But at this time, if one looked at it from a god's perspective, they would find that Mo's eyes just happened to meet Black Robe's eyes. Their eyes met, but there were no sparks of friendship. There was only, I can see you, but you can't see me. After a long time, Mo did not find anything abnormal. He could only look away and then slowly leave the place. This person is quite interesting. Yen Huang College has a deep foundation and actually has a martial arts master at the peak of the guru realm. He must be the big son of the Mo family, right? At this moment, the mysterious Black Robe at the top of the pine forest looked at Mo's back and sighed softly with his hoarse voice. Although Mo was far away, Black Robe did not immediately go down. Instead, he stood on the top of the tree and waited silently. At this time, he was like a very patient lone wolf, quietly waiting in the dark for the best opportunity to kill his prey. After another hour, except for the street lamps on both sides of the main road, all the lights in all the houses in the academy were turned off. At this time, Black Robe bent his knees and then used the rebound force from the bottom of his feet to leap into the air. He flew straight in the direction of the academy, or more accurately, in the direction of Guanghua Tower. Bang! A moment later, the black-robed man landed in front of the Guanghua Tower and made a dull thud on the ground. The sound was neither loud nor soft and could only be heard for about 2 meters. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that the Guanghua Tower of the Academy was about a mile away from the pine forest in the west of the Academy. However, this mysterious black-robed man, standing on the top of a tree, leaped lightly and crossed the distance of more than a mile. With such strength and lightness skill, he was definitely a top master. After landing, Black Robe went straight to the front door of Guanghua Tower. The teaching building of the academy was usually locked at 9:45 every night. Therefore, even if Black Robe came to the front door of Guanghua Tower, he could not enter. But how could a mere lock stump a peerless powerhouse? Black Robe pressed the iron lock hanging on the door and gently pinched. Kacha! The iron ring on the lock broke with a sound. It was said that this iron lock came from the Mo family. Ordinary people could not open it without a key. Chapter 15:20. Mo Huai had stood outside Guanghua Tower for a long time, but he didn't see anything unusual in the west side of the academy, so he had to return to the dormitory built for the teachers. But as soon as he lay down on the bed, Mo Huai felt uneasy. Thinking of the feeling of being spied on just now, the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and directly pushed open the door and walked toward Guanghua Tower. As soon as he reached Guanghua Tower, Mo Huai saw the iron lock on the ground at the door. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly walked in. Following the rustling of documents, Mo Huai came to Li Gang's office. Facing the faint moonlight outside the window, he saw the black-robed man lying next to the document cabinet, crazily sweeping through the top-secret documents of the academy. Mo Huai was shocked and angry. Without hesitation, he stood up and attacked the black-robed man. As a martial arts master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage, Mo Huai was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible, but he also didn't think that there were many people in the world who could hurt him. Even if there were, they could be counted on one hand. But unfortunately, today he met someone who could hurt him. Moreover, it was someone who could hurt him so casually. Mo Huai really couldn't think of anyone other than a grandmaster who could have this kind of extraordinary strength. But how rare was a grandmaster in the world? In the past 100 years, there had only been 3. The publicly recognized #1 person in the world, spiritual master Ling Su, who was also Li Zixuan's master. The other was Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple, who did not care about worldly affairs. The last one was the mysterious Tuju estate preceptor, Wu Jia. Thinking of this, Mo Huai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the black-robed man, and asked word by word, "You are Wu Jia?" With the death of spiritual master Ling Su last year, there were only 2 grandmasters in the world, and Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple would definitely not be interested in the technical information of Yanhuang College. The only explanation was that the man in front of him was the state preceptor Wu Jia. Ho ho, good eyesight. But even if you know, what can you do? You will die tonight. Everyone below the grandmaster level is an ant. The black-robed man looked at Mo Huai with a ridiculing expression as he spoke indifferently. However, There was a burning, killing intent hidden in his indifferent tone. You really are the Tuju estate teacher. What audacity! This is the great Tang, not a place for a Turk like you to behave atrociously. When Mo Huai heard this, his eyes widened in shock. Who could have imagined that the state teacher, second only to the Turks, and above all, would sneak into the great Tang alone, and even come so close to the capital? In the eyes of ordinary people, what else could this be but seeking death? Humph. Even so what? Other than you, no one else on Cloud Mountain has the ability to resist me. As long as this old man is willing, there won't be anyone left alive on Cloud Mountain tonight. Wu Jie waved his hand and said casually, although these words were very inhumane, Mo Huai had to admit that Wu Jie was telling the truth. Although Yanhuang College had guards, those guards were only at the Qi transformation stage and were completely useless in front of a martial grandmaster. They didn't even have the ability to block a martial grandmaster for a moment. Thus, if Wu Jie really wanted to go on a killing spree in Yanhuang College, no one would be able to stop him. But even so, what could they do? Although Mo Huai was a patriarch of the Mo clan, he had spent nearly a year at Yanhuang College and had long since become a part of the academy. When the students saw him, they would respectfully call him Mr. Mo. He enjoyed this kind of life. He liked the children of the academy, and tonight he would fight for them. Even if he died, he would not regret it. As long as this Mo still has a breath left, I will not allow you to harm a single student of the academy. Moreover, there are several thousand elites arranged by His Majesty at the base of Cloud Mountain. As long as this Mo can hold out until reinforcements arrive, you, the state teacher of the Turks, can only be buried in the Central Plains. Mo Huai straightened his body, his posture once more as tall and straight as a pine tree. He looked fearlessly at Wu Jie, his face resolute. These words were not made up to disturb Wu Jie's mental state. Li Er really had arranged for more than 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers at the base of Cloud Mountain. Not only were there soldiers at Cloud Mountain, but also at the Curious Pavilion. Their purpose was to protect the newest technology developed by the Academy. As long as they fought, they would alarm the sleeping teachers and students of the Academy, and someone would definitely come down the mountain to report. Mo Huai only needed to delay Wu Jie for a short period of time. This was very difficult because the gap between Peak Grandmaster and Martial Grandmaster was simply too great. This was a chasm that almost all cultivators could not cross. If one could cross it, they would be above others, but if they couldn't, they would be nothing more than ants in the eyes of those above them. But no matter how difficult it was, Mo Huai had no choice but to stand. Behind him were more than 600 students, the future of the academy, and even the future of the great Tang. For the sake of the words Mr. Mo that the children often called out, Mo Huai had no choice but to put his life on the line. Humph, do you think you can hold out until reinforcements arrive? Wu Jie coldly snorted, and then he disappeared from where he stood. A moment later, he was right in front of Mo Huai. Pung, pung, pung. Wu Jie's palms flashed, and in the dim moonlight, one could only see a series of afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jie's palms fiercely slammed towards Mo Huai's chest. Mo Huai's nerves tensed, and his hair stood on end. He didn't dare to be careless, because in the exchange just now, he had already experienced the strength of his opponent. This was a master who was not only fast, but also powerful. He didn't dare, nor did he have the qualifications, to use his own body to meet force with force. At this critical moment, Mo Huai channeled all the inner energy in his body into his legs. The Mo family's lightness godly steps was fully utilized by Mo Huai as he retreated rapidly after exiting Li Gang's office. He kicked the door frame and used the rebounding force to head towards the other direction of the corridor, which was the direction of Guanghua Building's main entrance. He wanted to pull the battlefield to an open area so that he could use more space and delay Wu Jie for a while. In addition, only by fighting outside could they cause a big commotion and wake up the sleeping students and teachers so that they could go down the mountain to call for reinforcements. Although Wu Jie knew what Mo Huai was planning, he didn't care because he didn't think Mo Huai could withstand his next move. When the two arrived outside Guanghua Hall, Mo Huai took the opportunity to draw the weapon at his waist, the Mo family great son's black snow sword. Ha ha, good sword. This master will be accepting this sword. Seeing the ink-black sword in Mo Huai's hand, Wu Jie's eyes couldn't help lighting up, letting out a hoarse laugh. He also pulled out a weapon from behind his back. Only then did Mo Huai notice that Wu Jie had always been carrying a weapon on his back. It was a lanyard list as thick as an arm and covered in sharp iron spikes. Under the moonlight, the tips of these spikes reflected a cold light, causing one's hair to stand on end. Pulling out his mace, Wu Jie didn't hesitate. Taking 2 steps forward and leaping into the air, he raised his mace with both hands and smashed it down towards Mo Huai's head. He wanted to smash Mo Huai's head with his mace. Simple and violent, compared to the dazzling sword skills, blade skills, and palm skills of the Central Plains cultivators. Wu Jie's moves were very simple and direct, but even so, almost no one could resist his moves. It was precisely because of their simplicity that they were pure. Pure moves coupled with pure strength, this combination was even more difficult to resist. Black snow sword cry. Only the heart moves. Harmony under the heavens. Mo family sword style. Love not offense. Facing Wu Jie's extremely pure and powerful move, Mo Huai didn't choose to dodge because he knew he couldn't. So, Mo Huai directly used the Mo family sword style's most famous sword style, love not offense. This was the Mo family's strongest defensive sword style, and at the same time, it was also the core ideology of MOZ. As soon as this sword style was used, the air seemed to stagnate, and the mace in Wu Jie's hand seemed to slow down a bit. Wu Jie's brow furrowed slightly, but he still swung his mace towards Mo Huai. Although he felt that Mo Huai's sword style was a bit strange, he didn't take it to heart because he believed in his own strength. Reality proved that he had the qualifications to be so confident. Just as Mo Huai completed his sword move, the mace smashed heavily onto Ink's snow sword. The chi and blood in Mo Huai's chest suddenly stagnated, and he quickly retreated. Then he felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out another mouthful of blood. Not enough. It's still not enough. Mo Huai anxiously shouted in his heart. Thinking back to when the dragon-bearded guest had come to Yunshan to cause trouble, Mo Huai had only used this love and partiality sword skill to block the dragon-bearded guest's storm-like attacks, but now that he had displayed this sword skill with all his strength, it seemed so fragile in front of Wu Jie, causing Mo Huai's heart to sink. Mo Huai's heart ached when he saw the small dents on the inky snow sword caused by Wu Jie's mace. This inky snow sword was MOZ's personal sword in the past, and it had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. In the world's famous sword manual, the inky snow sword could be considered one of the top 10 swords. 1,000 years of wind and frost hadn't left a single mark on this sword, but today it had been damaged by a Turk. Mo Huai's heart was both pained and sad. He felt that he had let down the Mo family's divine ancestor, but he did not regret it. Today, in order to protect the Academy's secrets, in order to protect the Academy's future, he had to stand up. Judging from the current situation, he had to fight with all his might. Otherwise, he would die before the reinforcements could reach the mountain. Humph! Eat this teacher's staff again. Wu Jie hadn't expected that Mo Huai would be able to block his move, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Before Mo Huai could react, he soared into the air and swung his mace at Mo Huai's head again. Once again, he used the same move. At his level of martial arts, the moves were no longer important. Whatever moves were convenient to use, whatever moves were the most useful, he would just use them. There was no need to think too much about it. Simple and straightforward. There were some moves that could be used all the time. But if Li Zichuan had been present when he said, "Eat this teacher's staff again," even though the situation was critical, he would have laughed. He even wanted to ask Wu Jie, "Are you a clown sent by the monkeys?" Chapter 1521. HM? What a strange sword skill. Yanhuang Academy, in front of Guanghua Tower. Wu Jie's full-strength attack was reduced by half by Mo Huai's ink snow sword. This made him a little dissatisfied, but at the same time, he was also a little surprised. Being experienced and knowledgeable, he almost instantly understood that there was something wrong with Mo Huai's sword technique. Mo Huai sighed lightly, but didn't say anything because he wasn't feeling well at the moment. Although he had reduced a large part of Wu Jie's attack, the gap in strength between the two of them was too great. Even if he had reduced a portion of the force, the remaining force was enough to make him suffer. Coupled with the fact that Mo Huai had already suffered heavy injuries in the previous rounds, it was already a miracle that he was still standing. He didn't know if he could block Wu Jie's next attack with his Taiji sword skill. However, it was also thanks to Li Zichuan's Taiji sword skill. Otherwise, he would have already fallen. Humph. Let's see how many more rounds you can last under this master's hands. Wu Jie's eyes were like lightning as he saw through Mo Huai's current physical condition. With a cold snort, he soared into the sky and smashed his mace towards Mo Huai's head. The same move was used again by Wu Jie, causing Mo Huai to grumble in his heart. At the same time, a Taiji sword skill flashed through his mind. Taiji sword skill's 38th form, Phoenix Wing Spread. This time, Mo Huai had enough time to prepare his sword. He stepped back, circled his sword, and fell to the ground to avoid the mace. His body was at an extreme angle to the ground, and his left hand formed a sword finger to support his body. Then his right hand raised his sword and sucked the mace in because he had more time to prepare than last time. Mo Huai's ink snow sword really sucked Wu Jie's mace this time. Taiji sword skill was a sword skill that allowed the weak to defeat the strong. It had nothing to do with one's internal strength, but rather the depth of one's understanding of Taiji. Mo Huai being able to use the 38th form of Taiji sword skill to this extent proved that he had a very deep understanding of Taiji. Of course, this wasn't the end. Next, Mo Huai's entire body rotated 180 degrees around his feet, and with the force of this rotation, he soared into the air like a phoenix spreading its wings, carrying his mace, and launching a probing counterattack towards Wu Jie. At the same time, Mo Huai also used the Mahist family's famous skill, Love Without Offense. The air instantly became stagnant, and the two sword techniques fused together. There seemed to be a subtle chemical reaction. The power of Love Without Offense became even greater, and the attack power of the Taiji sword, Phoenix Spreads Its Wings, became even stronger. Wu Jie's eyes couldn't help narrowing. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Mo Huai's counterattack seemed ordinary to him. What he cared about was that this ant in his eyes was actually able to resist his attack. Mo Huai had switched from defense to offense twice. The first time was when he used Love with Impartiality, non-offense, and failed. The second time was when Mo Huai used Love with Impartiality, non-offense, and Phoenix Spreads Its Wings, and he succeeded. For Mo Huai, such a record was something to be proud of, but for Wu Jie, it was a disgrace. To think that he, a dignified martial grandmaster, couldn't even defeat a small fish at the peak of martial grandmaster in 3 moves. If this spread out, wouldn't Wu Jie's reputation be ruined? Therefore, Wu Jie was furious. Roar! With a loud roar, Wu Jie poured all of his internal strength into his mace, and his whole body spun rapidly in the air. Soon, the mace was seized by Wu Jie again. At the same time, the majestic true qi gathered on the mace exploded, and the ink snow sword let out a mournful cry before breaking. Mo-Y was also sent flying by Wu Jie's counterattack. Pooh! Mo-Y slid on the ground for several meters before finally stabilizing his body. At this moment, he couldn't bear it anymore and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wu Jie's counterattack had directly injured Mo-Y's internal organs. The situation on the battlefield was really changing rapidly. At first, Mo-Y was at a complete disadvantage, but later, Mo-Y used his Tai Chi sword and was finally able to barely resist Wu Jie's attacks. He even faintly turned from defense to offense and launched a counterattack. However, his counterattack failed, and in the blink of an eye, he was forced back by Wu Jie's super powerful internal strength and was directly injured. Ho ho! What other moves do you have now? After Wu Jie landed, he flashed and appeared in front of Mo-Y. He looked down at Mo-Y condescendingly and said in a hoarse voice, as if he was pronouncing Mo-Y's death sentence. Mo-Y looked at the broken sword in his hand with some sadness. He used all of his strength to stand up from the ground and said with a tragic expression, "My ink snow sword is broken, and the Mo family's great master is dead. Today, this old master will not rest until you die." Huh, you overestimate yourself. Wu Jie sneered and swept the mace in his hand directly towards Mo-Y's chest. The ink snow sword in Mo-Y's hand was broken, so he definitely couldn't use it to block. He took half a step back with his right leg and drew a circle with his hands, starting the Tai Chi fist. He was going to use the Tai Chi fist to block the mace with his bare hands. Wu Jie's mace directly landed on Mo-Y's chest. Then, Mo-Y's whole body bent backwards, and his hands moved with the flow of true qi, guiding the mace to the right of his back. Wu Jie's killing blow was like hitting cotton, making him feel like he couldn't exert any strength. Who is so bold to cause trouble in Yanhuang College? Quickly take him down. At this moment, just when Mo-Y was about to completely collapse, a group of Yanhuang College guards, led by Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, finally rushed over after hearing the commotion. More than 20 college guards surrounded Wu Jie and Mo-Y. After seeing Mo-Y covered in blood, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun couldn't help but be shocked. They hurried forward to support Mo-Y and asked, "Great Master, what happened to you? Are you okay?" Mo-Y waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about me. This person is the Tujue's imperial teacher, Wu Jie. Quickly go down the mountain and deploy the troops. I'll hold him down here." In order to allow Mo Zhong and Mo Yun to carry out the order as soon as possible, Mo-Y forced himself to act as if nothing had happened. However, the fresh blood on his clothes had already betrayed him. Even an idiot would know that he was currently heavily injured. What? He's the Tujue's imperial teacher? Mo Zhong's eyes widened, a huge wave of shock surging in his heart. When he finally reacted, he hurriedly shouted at Mo Yun, "Mo Yun, go down the mountain and deploy the troops. I'll stay here and help Great Master deal with Wu Jie." Although he knew that he would undoubtedly die if he faced Wu Jie in the face of life and death, Mo Zhong did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to protect his brother. "No, big brother, go and deploy the troops. I'll protect Great Master." Mo Yun's eyes were red as he shouted crazily. Mo Zhong was flustered and exasperated. "Get out of here. Don't cause trouble here. Go and get reinforcements." Humph! None of you will leave the mountain tonight. You'll stay here forever. Wu Jie, who was standing on the opposite side, couldn't help sneering. Saying so, he no longer spoke any nonsense and directly raised his mace and smashed it towards Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the others. Back off. Mo Huai used all his strength to push Mo Zhong and Mo Yun away, while he took the opportunity to pull out the long sword at Mo Zhong's waist and slashed at the mace that Wu Jie swung at him. Because Mo Huai's preparation time for this move was too short, coupled with the fact that he was seriously injured and his strength was much weaker than before, Wu Jie's attack landed solidly on Mo Huai's Moonhun Moon Hall and sent him flying to the front door of Guanghua Hall. Terrifying! This kind of strength in the eyes of Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the others was simply shocking. In the past, Mo Huai was a god in their hearts, but now the god in their hearts had been easily knocked down from the clouds by another person. This gave them a clear understanding of Wu Jie's tyrannical strength. Peng! Mo Huai fell heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, and could no longer stand up. Juzi! Mo Zhong screamed at the top of his lungs, then shouted to Mo Yun behind him, "Quick, go down the mountain and deploy the troops, or else Juzi, and I will be killed by you." In order to get Mo Yun to agree as soon as possible, Mo Zhong had no choice but to threaten him. "Big brother, take good care of Juzi. I'll go down the mountain and deploy the troops." Mo Yun wiped his tears and made a prompt decision. He turned around and was about to go down the mountain when he was blocked by Wu Jie. "Humph! Your opponent is us. Mo Zhong picked up the long sword on the ground and stabbed at Wu Jie without thinking. At the same time, he shouted to the people around him, "The Turkic state teacher has infiltrated our Yanhuang College. He must be up to no good. We Han people should work together to kill him. Brothers, go." By time for Mo Yun. Wu Jie was furious. He didn't expect that a weakling like Mo Zhong, who couldn't even be considered an ant, would dare to stab him with a sword. In his eyes, this was simply a humiliation. Therefore, Wu Jie didn't hesitate to smash the mace in his hand towards Mo Zhong. Pooh! Mo Zhong didn't have Mo Huai's profound internal strength, nor did he have Mo Huai's understanding of the Taiji sword. Facing Wu Jie's angry attack, he couldn't even put up a decent defensive move, and was sent flying by the mace. Big brother! Mo Yun, who had just run 2 steps forward, took a peek and suddenly felt like his courage was being torn apart. He and Mo Zhong were blood brothers, and at this moment he only wanted to rush forward and fight Wu Jie to the death. But he knew that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders and couldn't act rashly. "Quickly go down the mountain." Pooh! Mo Zhong supported his body and hurriedly shouted at Mo Yun. At the same time, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Mo Yun wiped away his tears and then resolutely ran towards the entrance of the Cloud Mountain. Wu Jie wanted to chase after him, but the surrounding Yanhuang College guards didn't give him the chance. More than 20 guards poured all their internal strength into their swords and stabbed towards Wu Jie. Even though they knew they weren't his match, they still didn't hesitate. Because their big brother had fought against the outsiders and was currently in a state of limbo, and when they saw Mo Huai and Mo Zhong knocked unconscious, the grief and indignation in their hearts couldn't be held back any longer. 23 sharp swords, filled with boundless true qi and surging anger, slashed towards Wu Jie from all directions. Faced with such a concentrated attack, Wu Jie had no time to deal with the escaping Mo Yun and could only focus on dealing with these ants around him. Chapter 1522. Will someone come to Yunshan Mountain to cause trouble at night? In Yanhuang College's dormitory 001, Li Tai sat up from his bed and looked out the window with a worried expression. The college has been standing aloof from worldly affairs for the past year, and there are more than 2,000 imperial guards at the foot of the mountain. If there's a ruckus at the gate, it's probably not a small matter. Qin, why don't we go out and take a look? Qin Huayu frowned and suggested, Sure, let's go out and take a look. Call Baolin. Li Tai thought for a moment and made a prompt decision. He didn't forget to think of Yuchi Baolin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. After all, Cheng Chuma was out of town with Li Zixuan to kill locusts. The strongest fighter in their dormitory was Yuchi Baolin. A few days ago, when they were chasing Yi Hong outside the city, Yuchi Baolin showed his prowess at the crucial moment. Hey, Baolin, wake up. There's drumsticks to eat. Seeing that Yuchi Baolin was still sleeping soundly, Sun Zifen, who had just gotten out of bed, couldn't help but push his arm and say, What? Where's the drumsticks? I want to eat drumsticks. Yuchi Baolin sniffled and propped his fat body up from the bed. He closed his eyes and said in a daze, even though they knew that there was something wrong with the college, they couldn't help but laugh. Li Tai said, angrily, the drumsticks are right in front of the gate. If you want to eat, put on your clothes quickly. Uffed. Sun Zifen tried hard to hold back his laughter, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Li Tai waved his hand in annoyance and said, Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead, opened the dormitory door, and walked out. It was summer, and they didn't have much to wear. After a while, Yuchi Baolin, Qin Huayu, Sun Zifen, and the others followed them out of the dormitory area. However, they didn't see a single academy guard on night patrol. Li Tai couldn't help but frown. How strange. Along the way, he didn't see a single person. Usually, the academy would have guards on night patrol to prevent the students from not sleeping and wandering around the dormitory. What happened tonight? Qin Huayu frowned and listened for a moment. He said, Qin, it seems that there are fighting sounds at the gate of the academy. I'm afraid the academy is in big trouble. Let's go and take a look. Remember, we have to observe the situation clearly before deciding whether to go out and help or go down the mountain to call for reinforcements. Qin Huayu had a quiet personality and was very calm in the face of trouble. In an instant, he understood the severity of the situation and hurriedly said in a low voice, Yuchi Baolin was already awake. As a warrior, his hearing was sharper and he could hear the fighting sounds at the front of the academy even more clearly. After Qin Huayu finished speaking, Yuchi Baolin said anxiously, There are people fighting at the gate of the academy. That person is very strong. I also heard Mr. Mo's voice. Qin, Huayu, Zifen, don't go. I'll go save Mr. Mo alone. After saying that, Yuchi Baolin didn't wait for them to react. He took a big stride and ran quickly in the direction of Guanghua Tower. Hey, Baolin, wait! Li Tai's heart sank. By the time he reacted and wanted to stop Yuchi Baolin, the latter had already run far away. He was puzzled. A great master. Baolin said that person is a great master. I heard from Yamacho that Mr. Mo's martial cultivation has reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Few people in the world can compare to him. Could it be that even Mr. Mo can't deal with this great master? Then who is this person? Qin Huayu thought for a moment and said, Qin, none of us know martial arts. If Mr. Mo can't deal with this great master, we'll just be adding to the trouble if we go. Why don't we climb over the sidewall and go down the mountain to get reinforcements? I heard from my father that His Majesty has arranged for 2,000 imperial guards at the foot of the Cloud Mountain to ambush us. Li Tai nodded, then shook his head. Why go through so much trouble? Zifen, I remember that you hid 2 fireworks under your bed, didn't you? Sun Zifen heard this and couldn't help but be stunned. Qin, how did you know? Before the Lantern Festival this year, Li Zixuan had secretly rubbed a few fireworks when he had asked the servants to make them in the Cloud Mountain residence. He usually couldn't bear to use them, so he hid them in the wooden box under his bed. Li Tai said unhappily, "Humph, how would I know? You hid such dangerous things in the dormitory. We'll deal with you later. Go and get the 2 fireworks now. We'll use them to inform the Imperial Guards at the foot of the mountain to come up and help." Qin Huayu also looked at Sun Zifen with a slightly ugly expression. After all, anyone who knew that they slept on a bed with fireworks every day would be in a bad mood. Fine. You wait. I'll go and get the fireworks now. Feeling Qin Huayu's dangerous gaze, Sun Zifen shrank his neck and cleverly chose to escape. At the same time, in front of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building, "Mr. Mo, brother Mo Zhong, what happened to you? Who hurt you?" Yuchi Baolin came to the front of Guanghua building and saw blood everywhere. College guards were lying on the ground, and Mo Huai was also lying on the ground. His clothes were all stained red, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but panic. He hurriedly walked over to Mo Huai and helped him up as he asked anxiously. Under Yuchi Baolin's shaking, the unconscious Mo Huai finally woke up. Seeing that the person in front of him was Yuchi Baolin, he quickly said, "Baolin, quick, tell all the students to hide in the back of the mountain and don't come out. Quick, go." As he spoke, he even pushed Yuchi Baolin's arm. Feeling the weak force on his arm, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but grieve. He was a warrior, and he knew better than anyone how powerful Mo Huai was. But now, Mo Huai didn't even have the strength to push someone. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. "Boo-hoo, Mr. Mo, who was it that injured you? I'll avenge you." Yuchi Baolin was a straightforward person. Seeing that Mo Huai's breath was weak, he couldn't help but cry and say angrily, "Baolin, listen to me. Quick, go." With that, Mo Huai couldn't hold on anymore and finally fainted again. Mr. Mo, wake up, wake up." Seeing this, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but cry loudly. At this moment, the door to Guanghua building was pushed open, and a tall and thin man in a black robe walked out with a pile of books and manuscripts. At a glance, he saw that there was another person in the room, a very young boy. "You're a student of Yanhuang College?" The black-robed man was naturally Wu Jie. He stopped in his tracks and asked with interest. Hearing this, Yuchi Baolin raised his head to look at Wu Jie. When he saw the bloody mace on Wu Jie's back, Yuchi Baolin's eyes immediately turned red. Gently placing Mo Huai on the ground, Yuchi Baolin stood up and looked straight at Wu Jie, enunciating each word clearly. "Was it you who injured Senior Mo?" Yuchi Baolin was a simple and honest person. Usually, even if others made fun of him, he wouldn't get angry. Now that he saw his teacher seriously injured on the ground, how could he hold back his anger? Even if he knew that he wasn't a match for the black-robed man in front of him, he still had to stand up and avenge Mo Huai. He liked Yanhuang College and respected these teachers who were like family elders to him. This teacher didn't want to hurt anyone. These people overestimated themselves and wanted to ruin this teacher's good fortune. Facing Yuchi Baolin's bloodthirsty gaze, for some reason, Wu Jie didn't directly draw his sword, instead frowning slightly as he explained. "You hurt Mr. Mo. You deserve to die." "Ah." Yuchi Baolin clenched his fists and, like a mad bull, charged towards Mo Huai. He didn't have a weapon in his hand, so he used his own body as a weapon. He didn't want to kill Wu Jie. As long as he could injure Wu Jie slightly, he would be satisfied. He knew that he couldn't avenge Mo Huai. All he could do was collect some interest in advance. Wu Jie frowned. He had many books under his arms, so he couldn't pull out the mace from his back, nor could he use any moves to block Yuqi Baolin's charge. In the end, he chose to do nothing and just stood there motionless, waiting for Yuqi Baolin to hit him. Because, in his opinion, a little Qi transformation cultivator wouldn't be able to break through his aura shield even with a sword, let alone this Yuqi Baolin who didn't even have a single weapon in his hand. However, he had to admit that this student in front of him was really brave. Peng! In the blink of an eye, Yuqi Baolin arrived in front of Wu Jie. Wu Jie had thought that this dark and fat boy didn't have much strength, but this collision actually forced him back half a step. Don't underestimate this half step. Wu Jie was a martial grandmaster level master. Even Mo Huai couldn't escape from him. Yuqi Baolin, on the other hand, was just a brat who had just broken through to the Qi transformation realm. The gap between their realms was enormous, yet he was able to force Wu Jie back half a step. If this were to spread out, no one would believe it. Humph! Wu Jie coldly snorted in anger. His vigorous internal force exploded, and Yuqi Baolin was unable to control his body and was sent flying 4 or 5 feet before crashing heavily to the ground. This young man has great strength. His body is even stronger than a Turkic man's. He's a good seedling. Although Yuqi Baolin was sent flying, Wu Jie didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked at Yuqi Baolin thoughtfully. Qi, Peng, Peng. At this moment, behind Yanhuang College's Guanghua building, 2 gorgeous fireworks suddenly rose, lighting up the night sky. Shit! Wu Jie's expression changed. Without hesitation, he squatted down, took off the robes of one of the college guards, wrapped the book in the robes, threw it on his back, and walked directly to the college's main entrance. Because these 2 fireworks would not only alert the Imperial Army at the foot of Cloud Mountain, it might also alert the surrounding soldiers, or even the other armies of Chang and City. If that really happened, it would be difficult for him to leave. According to his original plan, after stealing the college's technology, he would take advantage of the Great Tang's imperial court to rush back to the Turks. If the imperial court reacted too quickly and mobilized the armies of the various states to intercept him, then he might not be able to leave the Great Tang. Stop! Who dares to harm my Yanhuang College's students? Chapter 1523. In the silent night, 2 fireworks exploded. Not only did it disturb Wu Jie, who was fighting with Yuqi Baolin, but it also woke up the Yanhuang College students from their dreams. The students originally thought that someone from the academy was secretly setting off fireworks for fun, but when they put on their clothes and came out to take a look, they immediately felt that the atmosphere of the academy was a bit strange. There were no guards outside the academy's dormitory, and some students could even faintly hear the sounds of fighting coming from the academy's entrance. Thus, the students who were woken up walked out of their dormitory and headed towards Guanghua Building. When they were about to reach Guanghua Building, they met Li Tai's group. Li Tai, Sun Zifen, and Qin Huayu had already been observing the situation from the bushes beside Guanghua Building for a while. When they saw more students coming, they hurriedly had the students squat down to avoid being discovered by Wu Jie, because from their previous observation, they already knew that the black-clothed man in front of Guanghua Building was extremely terrifying. If they went up, they wouldn't be of any help, and would only be delivering their heads. Thus, when they saw the students coming, Li Tai had them quietly hide behind the bushes for the time being. But when they saw Li Gang arrive, and the black-clothed man had the intention to make a move against Li Gang, they couldn't bear it anymore. They all stood up with Li Tai, wanting to protect Li Gang. Not to mention Li Gang's prestige in the Tang Dynasty's literary world. Just in Yanhuang College, his prestige was unmatched. There was no student or teacher who didn't respect him. Moreover, the old teacher was the teacher of 2 crown princes. His conduct was noble, and although he was once an official in the imperial court, he had always been clean. It could be said that he was the leader of the Tang Dynasty's literary world. Now that someone wanted to harm the old teacher, how could the students stand it? Although they knew that they weren't a match for the black-clothed man, they still chose to stand up. They wanted to protect Li Gang, the respected old teacher, and protect Yanhuang College. Qingke, quickly bring them back. Li Gang's weathered eyes were somewhat moved, but after a moment, he restrained this feeling and said to Li Tai in a stiff tone, "Humph, a bunch of kids, still wet behind the ears, and a white-haired old man. Yanhuang College wants to stop me with just these. Humph." Wu Jie looked at the 100 or so students who had just arrived, then turned to look at Li Gang, who was still standing tall and proud, and couldn't help but coldly snort. As his voice fell, his clothes fluttered without any wind. The surrounding students, and Li Gang couldn't help but take a step back. This was Wu Jie releasing his qi. He wanted to shake off the people around him so that he could take all the technical information and leave Cloud Mountain as soon as possible, because at this moment he could faintly hear the dense footsteps coming from the mountain path. He was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. If you want to leave Cloud Mountain, you can, but leave behind the bag on your back. Wu Jie was just about to take the opportunity to walk out of the gate when suddenly a tower-like youth appeared in front of him. It was Yuchi Baolin, who had just taken a palm from him. "HM, you're still not dead. Get out of my way. Don't overestimate yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Wu Jie was slightly surprised, but on the surface, he coldly snorted. "No, I won't let you. Even if you beat me to death, I won't let you." Yuchi Baolin opened his arms and said stubbornly. Finally, he turned to look at Li Gang and said, "Mr. Li, this Turkic imperial teacher stole many books from our school. You can't let him go." Li Gang's face changed as he quickly stepped forward and said sternly, "As the Turkic imperial teacher, you actually ignored the treaty between the two countries and snuck into our Tang, Yanhuang College to steal books. Are you representing Xieli to declare war on our Tang Empire?" Li Tai and the other students were shocked. Only now did they realize that this black-robed man in front of them was the legendary Turkic imperial teacher. When they finally reacted, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. After all, Wu Jie was one of the world's 2 martial grandmasters and had a certain amount of fame. At this time, Wu Jie coldly snorted and said, "Humph, ever since the Tang Empire's army killed our Turkic army, the 2 countries have been in a state of war, don't you know?" Li Gang was so angry that he laughed and said, "Shameless. At that time, it was you who took the initiative to violate the treaty and send troops to support Liang Shirdu to fight against our Tang Empire. Now, you dare to make false accusations? You really can't tell right from wrong. No matter what, don't even think about taking away Yanhuang College's books and information tonight. So what if I want to take it away? With just the few of you, how can you stop me?" Wu Jie snorted and raised his foot to charge at Yuchi Baolin. "Humph, if you want to take away the books of the academy, you'll have to step over this Li Gang's corpse." Li Tai shouted in grief and indignation. The books and information of the academy were the result of Li Zishuan and the teachers and students of the academy. Moreover, these books and information contain the technologies of powerful countries and powerful armies. If the imperial teacher of the Turkic Empire stole them, it would be an immeasurable loss to the great Tang. In addition, before Li Zishuan left, he had entrusted the entire academy to Li Gang. Therefore, the old teacher absolutely could not allow Wu Jie to steal the hard work of Li Zishuan and the teachers and students of the academy. He would rather die than let it happen. The old teacher would use his life to fulfill the responsibility on his shoulders. Teacher Wenji, I'll fight with him. Yuchi Baolin strode forward and stood in front of Li Gang. Protect Teacher Wenji. Li Tai also quickly stepped in front of Li Gang. Protect Teacher Wenji. The other students followed suit and stood over as well. All of you, get out of the way. At this moment, Li Gang pushed through the crowd and said, although his voice was soft, it was firm. Although the students were unwilling, they still involuntarily opened a path. Li Gang walked to the front of the students, his hands clasped behind his back. Facing the murderous Wu Jia, he showed no fear and righteously said, this old master was originally a scholar, familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, familiar with the records of the grand historian and the Book of Han. Writing nourishes one's qi, reading poetry nourishes one's spirit. I only have a few plain clothes and no money. Only the hundreds of students are my greatest capital in this life. This old master respects the heavens and earth, respects morality, and fears the hearts of the people. You are just a barbarian martial artist. How could I be threatened by you? I know that my martial arts are high, and I am invincible, but today I want to see what you can do to me.